Yeah. Good morning to everybody here and those people at online. Am I audible? Yes, great. So I hope our online friends are also able to hear me clearly. Yes, great. So first things first, my name is Shivakumar. uh, I'm an advocate and a chartered accountant. Advocate first, CA, whichever way you want to keep it. So today we'll be revising your paper 4, right? Tax paper. In that, the very important 40 marks. First 60 marks income tax is so only. So you may get 5-6 marks maximum. It's a nice motivation. Watson sir will come and say the opposite. He'll say, no, you can get 50 out of 60 income tax. Don't believe it. Okay. You may get it, but still IDT is the scoring paper. Okay. So we will take it up today. So couple of announcements before we start. First thing, I have prepared a small revision material kind of thing, which after lunch, it will be shared to you in that group for both online as well as to you. We will try to arrange a printout of it. Let's see. Okay. So second announcement, we will have a break at somewhere at, when do you usually have your lunch? Huh? 1. So we will break at 1. In between, do you want break? Okay. So as per general consensus, we are not giving any break till 1 o'clock. Welcome to tax. You will not get what you want. Okay. We will see. If I am tired, then we will have a break at 11:15 or so. Okay. For maximum period of 7 minutes. Right. So let's start. So online friends, if you have a doubt somewhere in between, you can just if you have a doubt somewhere, you can put it in the group, in your chat box, we will take it up. So first we will start. So tax paper, 100 marks, paper 4, intermediate, group 1. In that part B is your GST. The GST syllabus, what you are having is a very limited syllabus. It does not contain the entire GST law. It's not even 10% of the entire law you are having in your syllabus. Unlike other institutes like CMA or company secretary, where at inter level the entire GST is there for their examination syllabus. At CA intermediate level, we have only a very limited syllabus. So what is the trade-off? So we have less to study, which is an advantage. But the flip side is that when you have too much syllabus and too little marks, the advantage for the student is that too much in-depth study need not be done. If you know all the provisions once, it is sufficient. You can go to the examination hall, get 50 marks easily. But when you have a limited syllabus, with limited marks, then comes the challenge, because then we are expected to know the intricacies of it. So the revision today will be focusing on the intricacies of the provisions and not the basic provisions. Okay. Third point, it is assumed that every one of you here has attended some GST class. How many of you attended my class? Okay, fine. So those two are not well prepared. Remaining people, probably we would have studied with a better person. Okay. Or you studied at home, whatever, you got at least some knowledge, you have studied once. Sir, I have come here to study for the first time GST, now only I am opening. Romba kashtam. Okay. We have planned it for a day, but I am not confident that I'll be able to complete it by one day. We should also see how the participants are. So as of now, tentatively it's today. Tomorrow we have a reserve day. So if something is left out, we will take it up tomorrow. Online friends, video buffering, audio issues, everything is fine so far, right? There's no buffering, not too much disturbance. Fine. Thank you, Arun. Great. So let's take your, we have a sub area wise mark allocation. If you can see here, of course, we are not bothered about income tax. Your institute says that concept of indirect taxes, what do you mean indirect taxes, constitutional aspect of it, which are all very, very important. They are going to test only for maximum of 5%. What we are going to do is we are going to put up an average here. 0 to 5 means we are going to put it at 2.5%. 2.5% of your 40 marks, which means we are going to, it will come for 1 mark, which means we are going to study it or skip it. Skip it. Don't care. But please understand, those areas are very, very important for you to understand the GST law. Of course, the focus today is not to understand the law. That is all you should have done during the studies. Now our focus is on understanding the intricate questions that could come in examination point of view. Okay. Then the major area is on these areas. That is levy and collection, section 9. Then composite supply, mixed supply, reverse charge, exemptions, section 10 composition, time and value of supply, input tax credit, how do you compute your GST tax liability. This is where they are saying they are going to test you 50 to 80%, which means you take an average, it's going to come to around 65%, which is roughly around 25-26 marks is going to come from this area. Please understand, all these are guidelines. The institute is not obligated to ask only 24. They can ask 100 or 40 marks also. They can ask 20 also. It is their right. This is not your 12th paper where your control chapter cannot be asked for more than 5 marks. This is not okay. So there is no such restriction. Then balance percentage. So we have ignored that constitutional areas and all. So balance 14 marks out of 40 will come from areas like registration, tax invoice, returns and payment of tax, which is slightly an easier area. Registration, tax invoice, returns, payment put together can be revised in less than 1.5 hours, which will give you minimum 10 marks to 10 to 14 marks. So what we will do it, we will keep that post interval, that is after 1 o'clock, wherever we are, we will stop. After lunch, we will start that registration. Wherever we are, before lunch, we will stop that area. Post lunch, we will start registration on all these topics. Then we will take up, because this area is where the volume is less, but mark allocation is comparatively quite significant. Understood? So plan today is to start with the major areas, then give break at 11:15 or so based on my difficulty level, and take a break at lunch at 1 o'clock, reconvene at 1:30, 1:45. Huh? I don't know. What's your usual thing? Huh? Sorry? 40 to 45 minutes. Okay. So we will break at 1 o'clock, reconvene at 1:45. 1:45, whether you are here or not, it will start, and will start with registration. And registration is the very important area because it's going to give you 10 to 14 marks and very little to read. Very simple. There are only limited questions. There are only limited questions. First chapter and all, there are unlimited questions. We can spend next 15 days discussing only questions. 16th day, I will come back and say I have still got more questions. So we can never complete the first section of your institute, what they are given. Okay. So that is after lunch. So be here at sharp 1:45. Great. Fantastic. Now, let's proceed. So GST council and all, again, it's 1 mark. I'm skipping it. So let's straight go to the charging section of the GST. Okay. So there are a lot of MCQ questions that will come from these areas. The charging section, what is charging section? What is charging section? Well, all CA students should know what is charging section. You should talk, otherwise it becomes boring for me. Yes. What is charging section? Online friends, you can also type it in the chat box. Your physical friends are boring. They are not answering. Where am I there? The section which tells the rate of tax. That's what Srinidhi says online. Charging section tells you 5 things mainly. It tells you what it wants to tax, who it wants to tax, how much it wants to tax, when it wants to tax, who will collect the tax. Okay, what it wants to tax, who will pay the tax, how much is the tax liable to be paid, when should I pay, I should pay to whom. Okay, we will use some Tanglish also in between. எதை டாக்ஸ் பண்றோம், யாரை டாக்ஸ் பண்றோம், எப்போ டாக்ஸ் பண்றோம், எவ்வளவு டாக்ஸ் பண்றோம், யாருக்கிட்ட டாக்ஸை கொடுக்கணும். Who, what, when, how much, to whom. These questions should be given in a charging section. If a charging section does not cover a particular transaction, whether it's income tax or GST or customs, any tax law you're going to read, if the charging section is not clear or does not cover the transaction, what we will use the word is there is no charge or there is no levy. There is no charge or there is no levy. Then therefore there is no tax on the transaction. Why, sir? If charging section is not clear, I cannot tax it. Yes, because of the area which we have skipped. Which area we have skipped? All the introduction we have skipped. No, that contains one beautiful constitutional provision which says that no tax can be levied without the authority of the law. No tax can be levied without the authority of the law. And whose authority is given in the union list, state list and concurrent list. So if a central government has got power in union list, they have to pass a law. Only if you pass a law, you can collect the tax. And that law should clearly tell X, Y, Z. We discussed we discussed just now. So if you don't say that, then there is no law. Without a law, nobody can collect the tax because of our constitution. Okay. So in GST, we have got different acts. One is we have the Central Goods and Service Tax, CGST, which is what we will predominantly read. Then we will read the SGST. All the states and the union territories with legislature will have their own SGST law. Okay, so Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Kerala will be there. That SGST law will be verbatim copy paste of the CGST Act. So it's like a mirror provision. It's like a mirror provision. Okay, so you cannot split. So whenever you read CGST, if you multiply it by 2, you get the total GST. CGST is equal to SGST, GST is equal to C plus S, therefore GST is equal to CGST into 2 or SGST into 2. If you read CGST Act, you need not study Tamil Nadu GST, Andhra GST, Kerala GST, etc. It's almost, for all practical purposes, verbatim same. There are slightly different provisions are there, which are more at post qualification, not even at final level. There are certain differences between CGST and SGST Act, which is not even required at final level itself. Got it? Then we have got union territories without legislature. Sir, what is legislature? MLAs. Okay, in India, you have this concept that you have an MLA concept, MP concept, right? So MLAs are people who elect your chief minister. MPs are the people who go and elect your prime minister, central government, state government. Of course, we have Rajya Sabha MPs who are elected by the state MLAs. So it's called representative of the states. Rajya Sabha is representative of states. Lok Sabha is people's direct representative to elect the prime minister, central government. Then you have local MLAs who we are selecting for the chief minister for the state government. There are union territories. So there are two people, states and union territories. States are states. Union territories are not, they have not got complete statehood. They have not got their state rights. So they are still under central government control. That's why they will not have governor. They will have lieutenant general, your Puducherry. Okay, and Delhi is slightly always controversial. That state or union territory, nobody knows. Okay, whether it's a state, union territory, capital of India, capital of Delhi is Delhi, capital of India is Delhi. Highly complicated. Delhi is always complicated. Right from the ages of Mahabharata, it is always complicated. So, the Ur Rasi Abdi. Okay. So, we have union territories which are under central government control directly, but they don't have MLAs. There are union territories where MLAs are there. For example, Jammu and Kashmir. It's a union territory, but MLAs are there. Puducherry, it's a union territory, but they have got MLAs. But we have Ladakh, Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep. Then we have this Daman Nagar Haveli, Daman Dayu Nagar and Daman Nagar Haveli. All these union territories are there, which do not have a legislature. When they don't have a legislature, how will they pass the SGST law? How will they pass the SGST law? They cannot pass the SGST law because SGST law has to be passed by the respective state governments. Since they cannot pass the SGST law, the central government is having the full control. Central government has passed the UTGST law because central government is there for union territory without legislature. For Ladakh, central government is central government. Central government will also do the responsibility of the state government. Whatever state government should do will also be done by the central government. So for that we have the UTGST law. UTGST law is passed by central government for those union territories without legislature. SGST law is passed by the respective state assemblies for the respective state. Central GST law is passed central government for entire India. Okay, so when you go to Tamil Nadu, you will take CGST law of Tamil Nadu, CGST law, which is all India law, and you will take up state Tamil Nadu goods and service tax law. If you go to Kerala, CGST law and Kerala. If you go to Ladakh, CGST law, UTGST law. Got it? So wherever without legislature, UTGST will come and do the job of the SGST law. UTGST law is only 2-page law. It says, please go and refer CGST law. Okay, please go and refer CGST. Okay. Then we have got IGST. IGST law deals with transaction between two different states. Seller is in one state, buyer is in one state, provider is in one state, recipient is in one state, supplier is in one state, the recipient is in another state. It is called an interstate transaction, for which we have an IGST law. More about the IGST law you will study at final level. Almost 99% of the IGST law is not there in your inter syllabus. You will study more of it. It's a beautiful, brilliant law. It's only hardly 19-20 pages, that's all. But fantastic law. Very, very brilliant law. Lot of complication. Lot of interesting areas. Not for a student. Okay. For a student, anything interesting means questions will come. Irritating. Okay. Therefore, okay, that is not easy for a student. Okay, so we have this IGST law. IGST law is again passed by the central government. IGST law is very complicated because it is collected by central, but revenue share goes to state. Slightly complicated structure. Since it is not there in your syllabus, I'm not talking about it. More of it we will discuss at final level. So charging section numbers. So CSUT, because they are all verbatim, almost same laws. We have the same section number, section 9. In IGST, we have the section number, section 5. Okay. Now, GST law is like Brahma. Okay. So we have 4 heads. You can concentrate on one head, or you can say that all 4 heads are together Brahma, or you can say I will read one head separately, another head separately, another head separately also. GST is laws like that. Sometimes you have to focus only on one law, CGST. Sometimes you have to see all the 4 laws together. Okay. That is where the challenge comes for both for the student as well as in practical real life. Okay. The charging section is divided into C and S or C and UT. 50% is in C, 50% is in S. 50% is in C, 50% is in UT, wherever Ladakh or legislature come, without legislature comes. 100% of the levy is there in IGST because it deals with interstate transaction where the entire money goes to the central government first. Then 50% gets transferred to the state. That's a different point. We'll discuss it finally. So, what you read in IGST will be double of CGST. What you read in C is equal to S is equal to UT. Will be half of I. I will be double of C. I will be double of S. Great. So what is taxable in CGST, SGST, UT, GST? All intra-state supplies are taxable. What is intra-state means? Again, not there in your inter-syllabus. We will study at final syllabus. Working knowledge is anything that happens within the state is called as intra. Anything that happens between one state and another state. India to outside India to India. All these are not intrastate. If they are not intrastate, they are interstate. Interstate means not only Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Tamil Nadu, America, Tamil Nadu. Both are called as interstate. Sir, that is not inter-country, sir. It is inter-country. But our definition of interstate is anything that is not intra is inter. Okay. Great. So all goods and service of intra is taxable in C, S and UT. So 3 laws C and S or C and UT depending on the state or the union territory from which you are located. I will come when it is interstate for only one law. What is not taxable? What is not taxable? Liquor is not taxable. Liquor will never come into GST. Then petrol, diesel, natural gas, aviation turbine fuel, the white petrol, the flight petrol. Then crude oil, all petroleum related products. Only 5. Most of the student gets confused. LPG, if they say LPG is outside G. LPG is inside GST. Natural gas is outside GST. Okay. So petrol, diesel, 5 items. Petrol, diesel, natural gas, crude oil and aviation turbine fuel, ATF, plus liquor. Liquor will never come. Petrol, diesel will come tomorrow. Tomorrow means not tomorrow itself. I have been saying this for 4.5 years. It will come tomorrow. Sometime definitely it will come tomorrow. Probably after 2024. Okay. What is the maximum permissible rate? Again, another trick question that most of the time students fall into the trap is, what is the maximum permissible rate? Section says maximum permissible rate is 20, where CGS and UT GST. No, sir, it is 28. No, 28 is overall GST rate. If half is C, half is S means it comes only to 14. No, sir, that is actual rate. Act will always give you some ceiling limit. The ceiling limit given in the act is 20% CGST, 20% SGST or 20% UTGST. What will be the ceiling limit in IGST? 40, because it's always double of C. What's the actual rates? Actual rates are, please note, in CGST, actual rates will be half. There are normal rate, overall GST rates are 5, 12, 18, 28. But when you come to CGST, it will become 2.5, 6, 9, 14. For gold, we have special rates. Rate of tax is not there in an exam syllabus, so you need not worry about it. Okay. Next. So this is concept called as charge. This covers your 9 subsection 1 and 9 subsection 2, 5 subsection 1 and 5 subsection 2 of the IGST. Then in charging section 9, we have a concept called as reverse charge. What is reverse charge? What is reverse charge? Recipient is supposed to pay the tax. Here I will confuse you. Okay. My job is to confuse you. So everybody should fail inside this classroom, and sitting at your home you should fail. Which camera should I see? I don't know. Probably this camera. Okay. No, this camera. Wait. I'm confused. I'll see this camera. So sitting at your home, I want you to fail today and pass in the examination. Okay. So I'll confuse you. You go to a restaurant. You have fried rice or something like that. Bill comes 100 rupees plus 5% GST, 105. Who pays 105? You are paying 105. Who is paying the tax? Is supplier paying the tax or the recipient paying the tax?
Recipient will pay, after that supplier will pay to me.
Who is paying the tax? Akshaya is saying recipient, Sugapriya is saying recipient, exactly. And Arun is also saying recipient online. And here some people are saying recipient, supplier. Okay, okay. Brilliant. Now, both the answers are right. Supplier is also right, recipient is also right. But the question is wrong. Question is wrong. I will give you a very clear example. Okay. This you will understand. Of course, some parent watching at home may not like this example. I cannot do anything. Okay. The question, depending on the context, will have a different meaning. A question, depending on the context, will have different meaning. So let's say 10:30, 10:45 happens. Viswarna, our caretaker, Bharadwaj caretaker, he comes. He stands by the door. Okay. This is morning 10:30, class is going on. Okay. And I'm telling him, I'm just showing this finger. What is the meaning of it? Pour coffee. Saturday night, 11 o'clock. I say, what is it? Peg is, that's definitely not coffee. Same hand symbol, no? Correct? Depending on the context, the question will have a different flavor. Okay. Correct? Question itself will be different. So, that's why you must have a clarity in what you are exactly asking. In a normal setup, in between common people, Pamara Janangal, in a normal conversation, when tax on chappal are increased, tax on dress was increased, no, from January it was increased, then the government withdrew it. Okay. If a tax on a particular product, cell phone was earlier 12%, it was increased at 18%. Who is affected? Customers are affected. Okay, correct? Apo it is the customer who pays the tax. In a normal setup, colloquial setup, சாதாரண ஜனங்களோட பேசும்போது you are not talking to a fellow professional or a fellow taxation person. Normal people who pays the taxes, the answer is recipient pays the tax. Okay. In a professional setup, who is liable to pay the tax should be understood differently. Who should liable to pay the tax means who is the person from which government will come and demand the tax directly. Government will come and demand the tax directly. That is a person who is liable to pay the tax. And your colloquial answer, no, recipient. For that, the professional question is who is bearing the incidence of the tax, who is bearing the burden of the tax. That answer is recipient. You are bearing the burden of the tax. Suppose I charge you 100 rupees for your fried rice example, but I don't charge you 5 rupees. I forgot. You paid only 100. Did you pay 105 or 100? You paid only 100. Now, government has not got tax for that fried rice. Can the government come directly to the customer and say, you only had fried rice yesterday, no? You have not paid 5 rupees tax to the seller. Because you have not paid, he has not paid. Hey, come, you give me 5 rupees. Can the government come and ask the person who had the food? Can they ask the customer? Answer is no. They cannot ask the customer. They can ask only the seller. நானே மனப்பாடம் பண்ணி ஒப்பிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். So, taxes, who is liable to pay the tax means who is liable to pay the tax directly to the government, or ulta, who will the government come and ask directly pay. That is a person legally is a called person liable to pay the tax. He may recover it from the customer. Customer will eventually bear the burden of the tax. In the bear the burden is colloquially in a normal setup is called as who's liable to pay the tax. I am only. Tomorrow regular MTC bus, today it is no longer it is not in GST. Regular bus is not in GST, outside GST, exempt. Tomorrow regular bus also GST is imposed. Are you liable to pay the tax directly to the government? No, MTC will only pay. But who will bear the burden? You will bear the burden. In a colloquial setup, what will he say? I am going to pay tax from tomorrow. In a colloquial setup, you will say, government has put GST on normal bus. Normal people and all will have to now pay the tax. Colloquially, you are right. Legally, professionally, how should you answer? MTC is the person liable to pay the tax, but the burden will be borne by the BORNE, borne by the me, customer. Colloquially, I am paying tax. Customer will say, I am going to pay tax. Milk is exempt. Tomorrow milk is made taxable. You will say, I am going to pay tax. All colloquially. But milk tax increase, it will be the Arogya. It will be Arogya or the Avin who will be paying the tax to the government. Okay. So again, now I'll ask you a question. Who is liable to pay the tax? Normally supplier. So government will always ask the tax from the supplier. Okay. In rarest of rare cases, government will ask the tax from the directly from the recipient. In which case, your colloquial answer, professional answer, everything will tally. Wherever government is coming and will ask the tax directly from the recipient. So this is your typical straight. I hope you're able to see the word people who are there online. Somebody put a yes or a thumbs up. Yeah, thank you. So in a typical straight charge, what happens? The supplier will raise the invoice on the customer for 100 plus 18, 118. Customer will pay 1118 to the supplier. Supplier will pay 18 rupees to the government. Everybody is happy? Yes. Government gets 18 rupees. Customer pocket, he pays 118. Supplier gets his 100. Supplier gets his 100. He got 118. His money is 100. He has got his 100. Okay. In reverse charge, who is liable to pay the tax to the government directly? Recipient. Supplier need not pay. If supplier need not pay, supplier will not charge. So supplier will raise an invoice only for 100 plus 0 to the customer. Customer will also pay only 100 to the supplier. Then customer is liable to pay directly to the government 18 rupees. In that case, government will not go to the supplier. They will not go to the supplier and say, hey supplier, you have supplied services, supplied goods. Why don't you pay the tax? Will the government ask from the supplier? No. Will the government ask from the recipient? Yes. Okay. If it is notified, it is under reverse charge. If it is not notified, it is always straight or normal charge. In fact, there is no word called straight or normal charge in GST law. There's a name only for reverse charge. Meaning what? If I notify only, it's reverse charge. Otherwise, it is understood that who will pay the tax? It is always the supplier. Unless notified, in which case it will be paid by the recipient, buyer, customer, whichever word you like. The word used in the law is the recipient. So here also government gets 18 rupees. Here also customer pays 118. He pays 100 rupees to the supplier. He pays 100 rupees to the supplier. He pays 18 rupees to the government. Totally he pays 118. Supplier gets his 100. Everything is same, but the modus operandi is different. Modus operandi is different. Okay. In reverse charge, there are two types of reverse charge, 9 subsection 3 and 9 subsection 4. That reverse charge list is there of 24 services. 24 or 23? 23 services there. 23 is there. We will discuss that list post lunch. Okay. Because if I take up that list now, that list itself will take 3 hours. Okay. So that list is there for your examination. So we will take up that list post lunch after registration. All practical areas and all I am pushing it to post lunch. If you come back, okay, we will like. So that time we will take up some interesting areas. Reverse charge and all is very interesting. So I got my, I don't know, supposed to be coffee. I don't know what it is. Yeah. So both 9.3 and 9.4 reverse charge list is there. Reverse charge is there, list is there for goods. Reverse charge list is there for services. Both it is there. Goods is not part of your syllabus. Services are part of your syllabus. That service also we will quickly run through post lunch. Okay. Then there is next charge called as 9 subsection 5. That is your third party charge. Again, the word third party charge is not there in your study material or in institute book or in the act. It is something which I have done for you to distinguish between straight, who pays? Supplier pays. Reverse charge, who pays? Again, when I ask you who pays, you should read the question as who is liable to pay the tax directly, keyword, directly to the government. Please understand, most of the cases, examination point of view approach, most of students get confused. Sir, is this from exam point of view? Exam point of view. Exam point of view is you remembering keywords. You may know the law, you may know the subject. How do you communicate to the examiner that you know? Is when you write those keywords. Who is liable to pay? The person is liable to pay the tax to the government is liable to pay na, indirectly also becomes liable to pay. La. Customer is liable to pay to supplier is liable to pay to government, customer is indirectly liable to pay to the government. La. That's why you have to use the word very carefully. Who is liable to pay the tax? Directly. Directly to supplier. You cannot remove a word. So over a period of time, what happened? People started mugging up. Adum tappu. You have to understand why each word is important, then do it. So in a third party charge, supplier will not pay, recipient will not pay, a third party will pay. Who's the third party? E-commerce operator. You will all know that from 1st January 22, Swiggy and Zomato has been brought into this, but since that happened in Jan, it is not applicable for your May exam. Okay, I hope you don't write November, but if at all you write November, it will be part of your November syllabus. So right now in third party charge, we have only 3 services. Okay, so third party charge, listen to me carefully. Who are the students who studied with me already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chup chop baito for next 5 minutes. Rest of the people here, okay, we will start insulting your intelligence. Okay. So again, what is my objective? To fail you in the class. Okay. Failing in the examination, you will automatically do. I'm very confident of it. Okay. My intention is to fail you here so that you don't repeat at least the same mistake you don't repeat at the examination. So listen to every word I say. I'm going to use limited number of words. வளவலன் பேசி உங்களை குழப்ப மாட்டேன். தெளிவா அளவா பேச போறேன். I'm going to use limited words. Listen to every word and say, then try to answer the following trick question. I'm telling it's a trick question. It is a trick question. Ready? Sure. The beauty is you already studied 9 subsection 5. This is not the first time you are studying, but still you will give me wrong answer. That is how confident I am of your preparation. Is this first time you studying 9 subsection 5? No, na? Still you will give me wrong answer. That is the power of tax law. You will never understand when you have understood. If you understand that you have not understood the law, that is the correct understanding of the law. Okay. So, illa sir, idu puriyala. Let's start. The clock starts now. If services, not all, if certain notified services are supplied via e-commerce operator, supplied through e-commerce operator, then for that transaction, the e-commerce operator is liable to pay the tax. So there is a supplier, there is a recipient, there is a transaction which happens through the e-commerce. All transactions? No. Okay. It happens through the e-commerce operator, then the e-commerce operator is liable to pay the tax. Classic example is our Ola Uber. There is a supplier, cab wala, customer you and I. Neither you will pay tax nor the cab owner will pay tax, but Ola will pay tax or Uber will pay tax. Correct? Okay. So take this question. Ravi Traders is dealing with earrings. He is also selling goods via flipkart.com. Of course, Flipkart is an e-commerce site. He has sold certain earrings via Flipkart to Nandini. Yes. Who should pay the tax? Again, who should pay the tax? Don't say Nandini. Who should pay the tax in a professional setup should mean who is liable to pay the tax directly to the government. I'll tell you one thing. This income tax is called as direct tax. Clear? GST and all is called as PUI. Wrong. Somebody was not understood, they have named it like it. You can call it income tax, you can call it goods and service tax. But calling it DT and IDT is stupidity to the maximum. No, sir. Direct tax is where I directly pay. Indirect tax is where I indirectly pay. Correct? Now, when I go and buy a fried rice, instead of paying 100, I pay 105. So I indirectly pay tax. Is it's indirect tax. Direct tax I directly pay. My income I pay tax. Wrong. Direct tax also you don't pay. Somebody else only pays. How, sir? Very simple. Today, let's say income tax is 30%. Individual salary is 30%. You are all chartered accountant. So tomorrow you clear your job. So it's not job. Clear your exam. Go to a job. They say, okay, your starting salary is 10 lakh. Forget slab rate and all for the moment. 87A, 80C and all you forget. It's simple. Okay. 30% is income tax. So you are going to pay 3 lakhs income tax. Your take home salary is 7 lakhs. And you happily spend 6 lakhs and you save 1 lakh. You're living a happy life. Suddenly, next day government comes, after 2-3 years, government is saying, we are increasing income tax from 30% to 60%. 30% to 60%. Okay. Now, what will happen to you? You have 10 lakh salary. You have 6 lakhs now income tax. What is your take home salary now? 4 lakh. Your monthly expenditure, yearly expenditure itself is 6 lakhs. What will you do? What will you do? Reduce it. That's rubbish. How will you reduce? You already got the car. You have to pay EMI for your house. All gone. What will you do? What will you do? Simple answer. What will you do? You'll go to your boss and say, salary is not sufficient. You'll ask increase salary. Make my salary 15 lakhs. Make my salary. Now you pay 60%, 9 lakhs will go away. You'll still have that same 6 or 7 lakhs with you. Are you paying your income tax? Is your employer paying your income tax? Are you not passing on your income tax to somebody else? Is he not indirectly paying your income tax? Then income tax is also indirect tax. Income tax is an indirect tax which does not know it's an indirect tax. Okay, so everybody is an indirect tax. Okay. If income tax is not an indirect tax, why is government giving lot of income tax exemption to people who are starting their factory in remote areas? Will you start a factory in Chennai, Tada, in the industrial areas, or will you go to Odisha, one village where not even electricity is there? Will you start there? You'll start here. Why will you not start there? Too much cost, sir. But what if you give income tax benefit? Then you will go. Why? Income tax is indirect. You don't know that. We know that. Okay. This is side, this is side. Okay. If you don't know, if you're not watched Avesh and Miki, you will not understand this type. Okay. So coming back here. So who should pay the tax? Again should be, because again student will understand who should say Nandrik should pay tax. That is who is bearing the tax. Nandrik, kammale perse, adhe bear panikitter. So let's forget Nandini. Okay. Who is liable to pay the tax? Directly to the government. Yavaru? Ravi, Nandini, Flipkart, Shiva. So 4 options or no? By MCQ. 4 options. Somebody online is saying Shiva. I like that. Aham Brahmasmi. Everybody is Shiva. Yes. Who should pay? Let's take a poll. I'm getting some answers online also. We'll take a poll. Ravi should pay. You can raise your hands. There are only 4 options. Don't raise for Shiva. Okay. Ravi should pay. Nandini should pay. Hey, you don't raise your hand in online. I can't see. You put it in a chat box, please. People who are watching via WebEx. Put it in chat box. Nandini should pay. And of course, Nandini is. Flipkart should pay. Answer is Ravi should pay. நீங்க நினைச்சீங்களா கிளாஸ் வந்தவங்களா nobody will fall for it second time third time and all you thought no that much confidence I have. I said note my words carefully. I said services. I said services. All services no only notified services if supplied via e-commerce operator. What was supplied via e-commerce operator? Earrings is service. Earrings are goods. Okay. Earrings are goods. 9 subsection 5 does not cover goods. It covers only services. It covers all services? No. Only notified services. Okay. I can ask this question in 2045 also. Students will give me wrong answer. People who attended my class like, sir, இதெல்லாம் நீங்க கிளாஸ்லயே சொல்லிட்டீங்க சார் வேற புதுசா சொல்லுங்க. GST law has not changed, no? So I cannot give you a different law. Okay. Done? Who will pay the tax here? Ravi is liable to pay the tax. This same question you remember. What if Ravi is unregistered? Still 9.5 will not apply. Still 9.5 will not apply. There is no concept of registered, unregistered and all. Goods 9 subsection 5 will not apply. Section itself says only about service. Sir, then Ravi also will not pay, Nandini also will not pay, Flipkart also will not pay, Shiva also will not pay. Now how, sir? Why? There is no compulsion that somebody should always pay the tax. You go to this nearby tea shop, have one lemon tea, 10 rupees. Fantastic lemon tea. Okay, 10 rupees. Are you paying GST directly to the government? No. Is he paying GST to the government? No. Who's paying? Flipkart is paying GST to the government? No. Oh, it is next to the SSS Jain College. So they are paying GST to the government? Nobody pays tax, no? Nobody need to pay tax. There is no compulsion that somebody has to pay. Okay. So if Ravi is unregistered, what is the answer you said? No one will pay. Wrong. Ravi should pay. Why should Nandini pay? No, it's not there. That's what we will study that in the evening. Unregistered RCM is not there. 9.3, 9.4 is not there. Afternoon we will read. Who will pay the tax? Ravi will pay the tax. Why? Because you are looking at this question from reverse charge basis. You have forgotten registration chapter. You have forgotten registration. Sir, we have forgotten entire GST. Not registration. As I told you, in examination, they will not come and say, this is RCM question. No, they will give a question. It could be from any chapter. Most of the time, tax questions are amalgamation of 2-3 chapters. One huge difference between income tax and GST is that in income tax, to a certain extent, not fully, you can skip one topic. It will not have an impact on another topic. If you don't know capital gains, it may not have any much of an impact on your IHP, house property. If you skip IHP, still salaries you can study. Okay, so you can skip one of the 5 heads of income. Still it will not, TDS you can skip. Still it will not have an impact on other chapters. GST, every chapter is linked to every other chapter. It's like Harry Potter book. You cannot skip one book and go. Okay, one clue will be there in 4th book, or only there in the first book, 23rd chapter, 43rd line, saying that twinkle in the eyes and all will be there. Those who studied Harry Potter only will know. So we have not studied Harry Potter, we have not studied GST also. Okay. In registration chapter, there is a compulsory registration list is there. People who should take compulsorily people who should take registration. One list is there. Irka, do you know? First, have you studied registration? First, Angadan, have you studied GST? Have you studied tax? In tax, have you studied GST? Okay, have you gone to class? I'll change the question. Have you gone to class? Huh? Adala theriyadhu. Gone. That is virtually gone to class. Yes. Gone to GST class virtually or physically from your bedroom or bathroom. Yes. In that, somebody will be sitting now in bathroom also. Quite possible. We do not know. In that we go to registration chapter. They will say if your turnover crosses 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh and all, you should take registration. Then they will say if you supply interstate goods and all, you should take a compulsory registration. One of the compulsory registration is if you are supplying goods via e-commerce operator, then you should take compulsory registration. So if Ravi here is unregistered, answer is not Flipkart, you will say Ravi is liable to take registration because he has supplied goods via e-commerce operator under section 24. You should compulsorily take registration. Okay. And therefore he is the person liable to pay the tax. Okay. Understood? Yes? Yes? So this is a question of what? 9 subsection 5 plus registration. Done? Yeah. So all services are supplied again. Another 5 minutes later, I am going to ask a question, a very simple question for which many of you here will again give me wrong answer. The thing is, I will teach you. Okay? Even though the revision class, frequently asked questions, I will teach you. Not frequently asked questions, more frequent places where student will fall and die. Okay, those things I will reteach. Done? We will reteach there. That areas I will reteach now. Still you will fall and die. Okay, why? Okay, we will say don't ride bike after drinking without helmet at 1:20 on Saturday night. Ella solluvom. Evan ketan? Clear? Ready? So when the trick comes, I will call you. I'll wake you up. Now you can go to sleep. I'll wake you up when the trick comes. So I am saying it's a trick question and you are still not giving me the right answer. In example, somebody come and say this is a trick question. Hey, wake up. This is a trick question. Be careful. This is a 2 registration merge question. Will they give you? No. If I ask you 2 separate questions, okay, this is what I generally say, difference between an examination knowledge and a general knowledge. Okay. 1 apple is 50 rupees. 1 apple is 50 rupees. What is the price of 4 apples? 200, sir. I don't even need calculator, sir. I can do. Excellent. 1 orange is 30 rupees. How much is 10 oranges? Sir, 10 tables, sir. Put next one 0, 300. Okay. How much did you purchase apple for? 200. How much did you purchase orange for? Totally how much have you spent? 500. Excellent. You gave 2,000 rupee note to the shop owner. How much should you give back? 1,500. There are knowledge. Clean up. So you know multiplication, you know addition, you know subtraction. Thankfully, there is no division in this question. That also we can say. 3 people are standing, how much will you give change? We will see later. Okay. But if this in examination, same question will come like this. A price of an apple and orange are 50 and 30 respectively. He purchases 10 oranges and 4 apples. Number madam. 4 and 10. They will change. The prices are given in apple orange. Number will be orange apple. He gave 2,000 rupees to the shop owner. How much should he get back? Student will fail. If the same question is asked step by step, he will answer. Same question is given like this, they will fail. All this happened to your 3rd standard, 4th standard. You repeat, please go back there. Same thing has happened to every one of us. Is the problem in deciphering that the question is 4 different parts and breaking the question down, or as a problem is there in our addition, subtraction and multiplication? It's the understanding of the question, breaking down the question. Understanding that this question contains one addition, one subtraction, one trick. Are you seeing apple, orange and orange apple? Are you multiplying for apple multiply by orange? Are you doing? Are you taking the correct number? So they're checking your presence of mind. They're checking whether are you aware? Are you right frame of mind? All that is being tested. Addition, multiplication is being tested last. So what students do is they practice addition, they practice multiplication, they practice subtraction, go to exam hall, fail. And they think their practice is less, they again come and they again do more addition, more subtraction, more multiplication, fail, repeat, vanda, repeat, fail, May, November, May, November. Okay. So the problem is not with your knowledge of that particular transaction. It is, okay, oh, this and this is, what are they asking? You all thought it's a reverse charge question. 995, it's not a 95 question. It is, and if I add the word unregistered there, who will pay the tax? What is the answer? It is not, it's a registration question. But I can guarantee and tell you, if this Flipkart question comes in the examination as unregistered Ravi, I can guarantee 99% of the people will write the answer as Flipkart. 1% will write neither Flipkart nor Ravi. Those are very intelligent people. Probably 1 out of 10,000 students will write Ravi should take compulsory registration. I can challenge. Okay, that is after attending this class. I'm saying after attending this class also, if this question comes in the examination hall, that will be the impact level. Okay, right? So your exam preparation should be slightly different. How it should be? How it should be? More on understanding how the question comes and preparing. Okay, everything is a trick question. Let's go. So all services are covered under 9 subsection 5. Nope. Only notified services. Class lo unna asingma thittuva. People who not come to the class they know. But still, because this is an open forum with people and all are there. And their parents could be watching. And we are using good words. Okay. So right now only 3 services are notified. Repeat, only 3 services. From 1st January it is 4. Your Swiggy, Zomato has come inside. But again, not applicable for your May exam. Just no, Swiggy, Zomato is there. 4-wheeler, 2-wheeler, cab. So your typical Ola, Uber, Rapido, Geepido and all, who will pay? Ola who will pay? Ola will pay. Hotel accommodation where the supplier is not registered. So if you are booking rooms via OYO rooms for Taj Coromandel Hotel, who is registered under GST, who will pay the tax? Taj will pay. You are booking one, if you are going to one temple town in Kumbakonam and you are booking one lodge, XYZ lodge, Parameshwari lodge, some lodge you are booking, who are unregistered with GST, okay, who will pay the tax? OYO will pay the tax. Similarly, housekeeping services such as plumbing, carpenting, cleaning, small electrical works, plumbing works, okay, housekeeping services. Again, the example is urban company, same concept. If the supplier is registered, supplier will pay. Supplier is unregistered, then urban company will pay the tax. Okay. So let's start. Question number 4. So this is the revision material. I need to do some small changes also. We'll do it and share it postly. So you can see from the material itself when you can do it. ITC Chola, registered under GST, is providing hotel services via OYO rooms. Whether OYO is liable to pay the tax under 9.5? Whether OYO is liable to pay? No. Okay. Why? Sir, OYO, ITC Chola is registered under GST, therefore they are liable to pay. You see the services there once more. I am not tricking you. It's there. Okay. You see it. You see it one more. Read it. I'll give you 2 more minutes. I'll keep quiet. I'm going to ask a trick question. You are all going to give me a wrong answer, and you should not say, sir, you tricked us. You did not show the services properly. Had you shown, we would have. plugged, அதெல்லாம் you shouldn't say. That song was there before you were born. Huh? Hello. சொல்லுங்க நான் ஒரு இன்னொரு மீட்டிங்ல வந்து கால் பண்ணவா 11:15 நான் தூங்குங்க நான் தரேன் Yes, you have seen. I'm not tricking you. Yes, I'm not hidden something. Everything is open. Answer is there, right there. For question number 4, the answer is IDC Chola will pay, OYO will not pay. A Rati, a beautician. No combined study. Examination you cannot write. Love proposal, wedding, exam should be done separately. Combined study பண்ணீங்கன்னா யார் யாரோட போவாங்க தெரியும். Question number 5. Rati, a beautician, unregistered, is linked with Urban Club, now Urban Company. Somebody has asked an online question. No? It flashed. I'll just come to it in a minute. Okay. Rati, a beautician, is unregistered, is linked with Urban Club, you make it Urban Company, through which she is providing beauty services to the client at their home. Don't discuss. You will get right answer. I don't like it. I can't insult you. Should Urban Company pay tax under 9 subsection 5? I'm getting a chat box saying that my voice is low. Everybody feels that way? No, not here, of course. Somebody saying, sir, no, it's clear or audible. Yeah, I'm getting that many people are saying it's audible. Then probably it's your end, ma. Just check it. Who should pay? My question is actually different. Should Urban Company pay? That is the question. Huh? Radhi will pay. Urban Company will pay or Radhi will pay? Who will pay? Radhi. How many of you say Radhi should pay? Okay, first we will ask, should Urban Company pay? Huh? Urban Company should pay. Hey, up.
Urban Club e-commerce.
Urban e-commerce. See, a person could be e-commerce and they will also be doing services by themselves. They can be a link. They can also be doing their own services also. A slightly see what happens in a real life. Okay. I am an advocate. What am I supposed to do? Go to court? Huh? Legal service. Go to court, argue, irritate everybody. Okay. I am also teaching. No? So, when I teach, am I an advocate? No. Teacher. More insulter? But yeah. So, a person can do both. So, an e-commerce operator in today's world, see, Amazon is e-commerce operator. At the same time, Amazon is providing you Amazon Prime, which is not e-commerce. They are actually providing you content, right? Movie or Amazon Music or Audible. So they are also providing delivery services, which is services by them, not by the supplier. So an e-commerce operator can also supply their own services. If I start bringing that into the question, it will become very complicated. Okay, in this very simple question, for the beauty services, who should pay? Answer, yes, Urban Club or now Urban Company should pay. அருள் பாலிக்கிறீங்களா இல்ல டான்ஸ் ஆடுறோமா? Okay. Urban Company will not pay because it is not notified service. I said housekeeping. Housekeeping na plumbing, the kutti cleaning work அதெல்லாம். Beauty services is not notified service. Since it is not a notified service, Urban Company will not pay. Urban Company will not pay. Then who will pay? Rati should pay because according to somebody, very intelligent boy, it is under compulsory registration. Why? Sir, she is providing service via e-commerce. Sorry, wrong. You have not studied registration chapter properly. Section 24 says that anybody supplying via e-commerce should take compulsory registration. Anybody supplying via e-commerce should take compulsory registration. Who says that? 24 says. Okay. There the word goods or service is not there. So I am supplying goods via e-commerce. I should take compulsory registration. I am also doing service via e-commerce. I should take compulsory. Who says? 24. 24 munnadi there is a provision called as 23 which says who need not take registration. One of the people who need not take registration is notified by the government. Whoever is notified by the government, they need not take. One of the notified person is any service provider who is supplying service via e-commerce operator. If the aggregate turnover is below the threshold limit, they need not take registration. So Rati will go to 24, will go to 23, will not take registration because she is exempted from taking registration as long as her turnover is below the threshold limit. So compulsory registration will not apply. Meaning what? Compulsory registration for e-commerce operator via supply is effectively there only for goods-க்கும் இருக்கு சர்வீஸ்க்கும் இருக்கு சர்வீஸ்க்கு exemption கொடுத்தாச்சு அப்ப எதுக்கு இருக்கு goods. So the same question when we used for Ravi for earrings unregistered, we said Ravi should register and pay. Here we are saying Rati need not register because of the exemption. So Rati will not pay, customer will not pay, urban car or urban company also will not pay. Nobody will pay. Right? Okay. Somebody asked a chat box question. I'll try to. Where is the chat? How to get the chat? Return. Huh? Somebody asked a chat question. Sir, one doubt. Section 24 of the CGST Act says those who supply through e-commerce are compulsory register before they supply irrespective of turnover. Then how come unregistered supplier get listed in e-commerce? That's why I never answered, no? This question now we answered already. E-commerce goods should take compulsory registration. E-commerce service provider need not take registration provided the turnover is below the threshold limit. So who asked this question? Arun, I hope it's clear, Arun. Arun is again saying, he's shouting, you idiot, unregistered person cannot sell through e-commerce. Yes, Ravi cannot sell, but Rati can do. Okay, Arun, hope you are clear. See, when will we be back? We will complete very important topics. You will feel very bad. 1 hour I'll do. Feel. Who will pay? E-commerce operator will not pay. Okay, here comes the Talivar question. First insult we have given, no? So back to back insult should not be there. This is not Santana movie. So we will be one insult, one sweet, one kara, then sweet. So one insult, one easy question, one insult, one easy question, so that it will be nice. Okay, so we'll take a very simple question. Manikam, a cab owner who is registered under GST, has linked his cab with Uber. Manikam is providing transportation services to Nagma. Okay, who will pay the tax? Manikam, Uber, Nagma, Basha. Who will pay? Who will pay? I hope you can see the answers on the chat box in the right hand side corner. Don't discuss. The problem is if you discuss, you'll get right answer. No? But in exam, whom will you discuss with? Hey, shh, debug. Uber will pay. Where is the plug point? Wait a minute for 5 minutes, I'll get the plug point. Who will pay? Yeah. Manikam will pay. Manikam will pay. Anybody Basha? No. Manikam will. Nagma? I load for Nagma. Nobody puts. Uber? Answer is Uber. Sir, Manikam is registered. Don't shout. Registered is relevant only for hotel and I showed you. 4 way to over. Did the word registered, unregistered was there? It was not there. That word was there only for hotel accommodation. I put the word in block letters. You know what is block letters in English? It's called capital letters. If you type an email or a word document, if you are using capital letters means you are shouting. If you are using bold means you are shouting. If it is bold capital means you are shouting on the top of your voice. Top of the lungs. Okay. Is the word registered, unregistered there in 4-wheeler, 2-wheeler? Huh? என்ன படிச்சு கிழிச்சிங்கன்னு நான் கேட்க மாட்டேன். Sir, you said this was a simple question. நான் போய் சொன்னேன். எக்ஸாம்ல கொடுப்பாங்களா? It's simple question. This is easy question. Next is trick question. Every question is a trick question. Sometimes a simple question is a question without trick. That's a trick there. You'll be searching for the trick. You will not find it. So even a simple question is a trick question. Okay. So so what's the point there? So we will do one thing. We'll put one table like this. This spoon feeding table. Okay. This is an insult to your intelligence, but I will do it. So if the cab services supplier is registered or unregistered, e-commerce operator will only pay the tax. If the hotel is registered, e-commerce will not pay. Unregistered, e-commerce will pay. Housekeeping also same. Any other services supplied via e-commerce, whether supply is registered or unregistered, we don't care because it is not a notified service. Goods anyway not at all covered under 9 subsection 5. So how many questions I can ask in examination? I can ask you actually 5 questions. Okay, goods unregistered will be a registration question. You are there, you have to say he is liable to take registration and therefore he is liable to pay the tax, which means for a goods via e-commerce operator, he cannot be a if I am a goods supplier supplying via e-commerce, I cannot be what? I cannot be unregistered. Why? I am liable to compulsory registration. Can other services be unregistered? Yes. They are given exemption as long as their turnover is below the threshold limit. The song running. Okay. Done? So these are the very simple questions that you will get in examination hall, which will ensure that you write your next attempt. Okay. So please be very clear. The beauty is all this you have studied at in your class, whichever you went, whichever professor you attended, he has told everything. நமக்கு மண்டையில ஏறல, இப்பயும் ஏறாது. நாளைக்கு காலையில் கேட்டு தப்பா தான் சொல்லுவீங்க. Okay, sir, you're highly motivating, sir. Thank you. So e-commerce is basically computer, no? So computer means we can attend from anywhere. So even these people who are sitting in online, we don't know whether they're in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, Dubai, Singapore. We don't know where they are. So which means e-commerce operator also can be anywhere from the world. Need not be in India. What if it's not in India? Then his agent in India should pay the tax. What if he does not have an agent in India? He has to appoint one agent and pay the tax. Okay. With that we complete 9 subsection 5 third party charge. With that we complete the charging section, section 9 also. Next we need to take up section 7 supply. We will take it up in time is now 10:57 in my watch, 11 o'clock there. So we will take it up in exactly 11:05. Time is 10:57. It's a 8-minute break. You'll stretch your legs. We'll meet back at 11:05. Webex will be running, la? Webex will be running. Exactly. If you're not coming by 11:05, I will start at 11:05. So, so we have completed section 9 charging section. Of course, we have kept 2 items on hold. Those are what? Reverse charge items, which we will discuss. No, I don't know. I'm searching for my car key. Okay. Nine 3 and 9-4 related transactions we will see later post lunch. Now we are going to the next topic, supply. Okay. What is supply is actually easy. What is not supply and classification, that is your schedule 2 and schedule 3, and deemed supplies under schedule 1. These are the areas in which you will get a lot of questions, because there's a list is there. See, wherever you have a list, are you in that list? Are you not in that list? Very easy question. Okay. Before we can go into that area, there's a supply definition. Section 7 defines what a supply is. The supply can be broadly divided into 3 parts. What is a supply? What is a supply can be divided into further 3 more parts. The main definition, import of service, you're deemed supply under schedule 1. Then what is not a supply is schedule 3. Then once you know what is a supply and what is not a supply, so ABC, main plus import plus deemed supply is supply. You subtract schedule 3. So now finally you have what is supply under GST. This supply is divided into supply of goods and supply of services. That is your schedule 2 transaction. That is your schedule 2 transaction. This supply chapter itself, if I remember correct, we took for almost 8 to 10 hours during our regular class, almost 10 hours. Okay. But 10 hours we cannot spend on supply at a revision level. Okay. Let's quickly run through what is a supply. Again, supply. What is supply is divided into 3 parts. Main definition. Main definition is divided into 5 parts. Various types of supplies such as sale, barter, exchange, transfer, lease, license, rental of what? Of goods or service or both, made or agreed to be made for a consideration during the course or in furtherance of business. So types of supply are sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, lease, rental, or any other form of disposal or anything similar. Basically all transactions are covered, so there is no need to remember. When everything is covered, of what? Goods or service, or both. Okay. If you are not goods, you are service. If you are not goods, you are a service, which means reading service definition is also not required. We should read what is neither goods nor service. Money and securities. Money and securities are neither goods nor service, which means you can divide the overall transaction into three parts. Are you money? Are you securities? Yes. Then you are not goods, you are not service, which means you are outside GST. So if I sell a share, buy a share and all, I will not come. So transaction in money, now all transactions are transactions money only, no sir. We have paid paisa. It's always transaction. Transaction in money means the transaction itself is giving and taking money. I give you money, I give you rupee, you give me dollar. I give you cash, you give me bank balance. If I go to a bank, I give my cash. They take my cash. What do? They increase my bank balance. Bank balance is different form of paisa. I go to my ATM, I withdraw my money. My bank balance becomes cash on hand. Cash on hand is different cash. Cash in bank is, cash at the bank is different form. I've got a 500 rupee note, you convert it into 500 rupee notes or 1050 rupee notes. These are all conversions of money. So this is outside the neither goods nor service. Anything other than this will be goods. Goods has got a definition, no? Our sale of goods, all kinds of mobile properties in excluding so sale of goods act GST excluding money and securities, but including actionable claims and growing crops and things that are attached to it which are agreed to be severed at or before the time of supply is a goods. So the definition is there, which means basically all movable items are goods. If you are not goods, you are automatically a service. So money security is one part, goods is one part. If you are neither money securities nor goods, you automatically become service. They are also very simple. Then third part, made or agreed to be made. Made or agreed to be made here means made or agreed to be made. Made or agreed to be made is mere promise of supply is also supply. Mere promise of supply is also supply. Suppose I say, when is the exams? May 15th. Why 15th? Because of COVID and all delay. Okay. Let's say on May 13th, there is an announcement which says that please attend this revision class. You pay 500 rupees. Guaranteed pass. Only 500, guaranteed pass. 5 hours full revision. Guaranteed pass. Okay, and you all pay 500. Yeah. நமக்கு வந்து படிச்சு பாஸ் பண்றோன்ற எண்ணமே கிடையாது இல்லையா? எப்படியாவது பாஸ் பண்ணணும்னு தான் எண்ணம். படிச்சா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா we will pass. No sir. Without studying can we pass? You have to study, then only you will pass. Okay. So we will go and pay 500. The idea is different. Only 500, no. We are spending too much money anyways. We also went to what is that? Valimi and all. We went and paid. So we are wasting money. We will waste for this also. Anyway, finally 500, no. We pay. Classes never happens. You go to a login link, it clicks, it says, so no such link exists. Okay. So is it supply? Have I done any service to you? No. But I have agreed to provide a service, correct? Mere agreement to provide a service itself is a supply. There need not be an actual service. Mere agreement to provide a service is also a supply. Second thing, without this word agreed to be made, you cannot tax at the time of receipt of advance. Without this word agreed to be made is there, you cannot tax advance. We are going to read time of supply sometimes later, probably before lunch if time permits. In that we are going to see that for supply of services, the time of supply is date of invoice or date of receipt of money, whichever is earlier. When I say, I can see the blank expression in your face, as if you are sitting for the class for the first time. Okay, very frightening for me. Okay, so you should have studied time of supply, wherein time of supply is equal to, for services, is equal to date of invoice or date of receipt of money, whichever is earlier, point of tax, time of supply. Suppose I receive the money before I provide the service, then time of supply will be date of receipt of money, which means you're taxing the transaction at the time of advance itself. You have received money. Most of your coaching, any problem? Is on pananuma? Settle? Okay. Where were we? So if I receive most of your coaching classes and all, what you pay the money first, aparna ulla admission, clear? Once we admit, attend the class, then if you pay, we know that most of you will run away, will never come back. So first take the fees, then you admit, then vandava varagatipu. Okay, most of students attend the classes, coaching classes only because they have paid the fees and we will not give refund. So sir, we have paid fees. Okay, so we collect the money in advance even before services started. Starting itself be another. When is the class starting? June. When will you pay advance? April. Yeah, school kuda apdidane. School fees also, college, everything you pay in advance. Which means at the time of advance itself, your time of supply comes. But you read it, if supply of service made for a consideration means the word agreed to be made is not there, then what will happen? Only if the services are made, then it becomes taxable. It becomes a supply. Only it becomes a supply, it becomes taxable. So if it is not a supply, it is not taxable. So if the word agreed to be made is not there, only if the supply is made, only if the service of supply is made or good supply is made, then only you can tax it. If you remove the word agreed to be made. Now if we are adding it back, then what will happen? Supply of service agreed to be made is also a supply, which means at the time of receipt of an advance, it is a supply. Otherwise, if you receive an advance, it is not a supply. If the word agreed to be made is not there. Correct? Understood? For a consideration. So, types of supply, sale, barter, exchange, lease, license, rental, transfer of goods or service or both. Goods we have said everything excluding money and securities. Service we have seen anything except money, securities, goods is automatically a service. Made or agreed to be made we saw. So mere promise to service is all supply is also supply, and advance can also be taxed. That is the importance of the word agreed to be made for a consideration. Again, consideration is similar to an Indian contract or consideration. Consideration can be monetary or non-monetary. It could be paid or payable. That is, it means past tense or payable. Mere promise to pay is also consideration. Suppose you come and say, sir, I will pay you 10,000. Please take class. You never paid 10,000. Still it is a consideration because you have promised to pay 10,000. So mere promise to pay is also consideration. Sir, if I promise to pay 10,000, yes. You also provide service. Yes. It's a supply. Yes. And if I don't pay, will you pay GST? Yes, I need to pay GST. Because it's supply. It is liable to tax. So whether you pay or not, I am liable to pay the tax on the transaction. Very problematic area. So consideration can be monetary, non-monetary, paid or payable, past or future. Consideration could be before supply, during supply, after supply. If you take a weighing machine, only if you put 1 rupee coin, it will show the weight. So without consideration, service will not start. So, okay. Similarly, you go to a barber shop, you get the service done. After the service, you pay. So there the consideration follows the supply. In weighing machine, supply follows the consideration. In fact, consideration starts the Consideration starts the supply. Without paying, supply will not start. Okay, so consideration could be before, during, or after supply, which means in these areas you will not get questions. Because if I write a short note on consideration, 5 more question, it will not come. This is now. The question area is coming now. Consideration can be from the recipient or third party. Consideration be from the recipient or third party. Very simple. Let's say if you are attending the class, you can pay the fees or your father can pay the fees. I don't care. Both are consideration. Your father can pay your fees and your uncle can also pay some fees. I don't care. Consideration can be from the recipient or from third person. Partly from recipient, partly from a third person, fully from a third person, partly from 2, 3, third person, fourth person. I don't care. Everything is a consideration. Sir, what if the third person is government? What if a third person is government? Okay. If it is a subsidy from a central government or state government, if it is a subsidy from central government or state government, then that is not consideration. Okay. Then that is not consideration. You take this example. Let's take a normal value of a laptop. Normal value. If you go and buy this laptop, today everybody online class, everything this, that, no. Chip shortage. Yes, sir, when I come also, a lot of chips were there available in the market. I also purchased one for a classroom, not this chips. Because of China problem, Ukraine, Russia war, and also because of China electrical problem, we don't have chips. Because of laptop shortage is there. And now demand has also gone up now. Everybody wants laptop. Okay. So laptop shortage is there. So laptop, let's say normal price. If you go to a shop, a good quality laptop, let's say is 50,000 rupees. But there are a lot of people who want to help the students. So if a student goes and buys a laptop, there is a scheme. The student needs to pay only 30,000. But shop owner cannot sell for 30,000. No, he will incur a loss. So the balance 20,000 will be paid by another person. Who's another person? Let's assume scenario 1. Central government pays the balance 20,000, which means subsidy from central government. Second scenario. No, sir. Okay. We will not take if Modi gives. Our Stalin gives only, we will take. Okay. You take this example. Our Stalin gives 20,000 rupees. Okay. Talapati gives 20,000 rupees. Then what will happen? Subsidy from state government. No, sir. Why chief minister should give? I am from Salem. My Salem municipality or Salem, I don't know Salem as mayor or not. I'm just assuming. Salem mayor will give. So Salem mayor is not central. It's not state. He is a local authority. Or my panchayat talevar will give. Panchayat chairman will give. He said to, because they all got their fund allocation, no? He is giving 20,000 rupees. No, sir. One non-profit NGO, they are doing CSR activities. You all know what is CSR? No? ஒரு ஃபேஸ்ல அது எல்லாரும் சொல்லுங்க. அப்படிதான் சொல்றோம். If you believe it, what can I do? அப்படிதான் அப்படியே சொல்ல CSR. We are not collecting any paisa from you, no? But our quality also will not, because it's just because it's free, our quality will not drop. I'll keep insulting everybody. Okay. And the only difference is people who come to regular class, they pay fees to get insulted. Here you're getting insulted for free of cost. So this insult is less insult. காசு கொடுத்து உங்ககிட்ட திட்டு வாங்குறேன் பாத்தியா? That is an emotion. Okay. Okay. It's like people who went to Radhesham paying 1,000 rupees ticket and sitting. Right? Great. So fourth is corporate social responsibility. Reliance in foundation pays the 20,000 rupees. Now, shop owner has received 50. He has received 50,000. 30,000 from student, 20. Has he received only 30? No. He has received 50. But from GST point of view, what is consideration? From student, buyer is a consideration. From third party is also consideration, except from central government and state government, not local authority, not local authority. So what will happen in scenario 1, 2, 3, 4? If you see central government, we will not add for consideration purpose. For state government also we will not add, central also we will not add. Local authority and Reliance Foundation, private people, we will add. So consideration in first two cases will be 30 and 30. For third and fourth will be 50,000. Will be 50,000. Again, often asked question in the examination. Okay. This will also come in valuation. When you go to valuation chapter, this will also be one of the questions in valuation. So valuation will have we already completed valuation. Okay. Consideration. Same question will also come in valuation, where we will say any money received from anybody will be included except subsidy from central government or state government. Done. Then deposit is not a consideration. So if you take a property on rent, or you go and take a stool on rent or a chair on rent, what will you do? You will make a security deposit, right? That is not a consideration because deposit will be refunded back to you. But if you don't give the deposit back, so if you don't give a chair back, what will they do? They will adjust the deposit against the chair. That time, which means technically you are selling the chair for that paisa. If you are adjusting the deposit, then it becomes a consideration. As long as the deposit is not adjusted, then it is not a consideration. So this is the area for consideration. Again, business definition is also one useless definition because everything is business. Because everything is business. Again, I can explain business in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Any question that comes in the examination asking, is it the business? Your answer is yes. I repeat, for your wooden heads. தமிழ்ல சொன்னா நல்லா இருக்கு. Any question that comes in the examination asking, is it my business? Answer is, should you know business definition? Answer is, question answer is yes. Should you know business definition? No. I'll ask you a question. Okay. I'm an advocate, chartered accountant. Okay. In my office, we buy newspapers. So after 3 or 4 months, you'll have, nobody reads newspaper. It's all put to sea. Somebody comes to office, you find, Economic Times, Financial Times. Okay. It looks banda, no? Only about that. Nobody reads. So it comes every day morning. It's on the table, coffee table. Then next day morning, it goes into that area. Then once in 3 months, put on a weight. Okay. So the used paper, old newspaper is sold for 200 rupees. Should I pay GST on the transaction? Is it supply? Yes. Is it sale? Yes. Is it goods? Yes. Is it made or agreed to be made? It is made. Consideration is there, 200. Is it my business? I'm an advocate and a chartered accountant. Is it my business? Should I pay GST? இப்பதான் சொன்னேன், any question I ask you, you need to tell the answer as yes. And you're saying no. Answer is yes, it's my business. Sir, how can selling old newspaper? I can explain in 1 hour. Or you can all agree here, say that any question, the answer is sale of old newspaper by a CA is a business of the chartered accountant. How, sir? How will take 1 hour? That is what you have studied already in your class. Should I explain or should we conclude by saying that any question that comes, answer is yes? Conclude. Sale of old newspaper by a chartered accountant is his business. Sir, sale of old newspaper. How? It is business. Shall we? You have to believe me. Okay. Take your study material today and study. There is no question Where the answer is, it is not business. No question. It is not your business. Any trade. Okay, another question. What is the answer for this question? Yes, it's a business. Sir, question hai sir, not required. Answer is? Now I'll ask. I have told you the answer, no? I told the answer, no? I'll tell you. There is an orphanage. Sad story, sob story. There is an orphanage. Kids who are born without eyes, who are deaf and dumb, and also blind, and they don't have hands also. But that orphanage administrator, person running the orphanage, he wants the children to feel confident in their life. He says, don't depend on others to come and help you, feed you. So this orphanage, what they do is, they make candles and agarbattis using the feet of the orphanage children. Not with their hands, but with their feet. If you go and buy an agarbatti or a candle outside, it is 100 rupees. Cost is, let's say, 80 rupees. You buy it 100 rupees. Here it is sold at 85 rupees. Cost is 80. They're selling at 85 rupees. They will sell. They will make just 5 rupees. Using that 5 rupees only, the kids will eat, sleep, stay in that place. There is no profit motive. Is this transaction liable to GST? Is it business? Don't ask this stupid question. This is tax law. Answer is yes, it's a business. Profit motive is not a. 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 Profit motive is not a criteria. So always the answer is, if this is business, if this example is business, every example is business. Don't think everything is business. Government gives you birth certificate, death certificate and all. Is it business? Government gives you birth certificate, death certificate. Is it the business? Huh? What did I say? Yes. Sir, but birth certificate, death certificate and all, how, sir, business? It is there, pa. In business, it is there. Sir, birth certificate, death certificate is there? No. Any activity by the government as the public authority is business. There is nothing which is not business. You cannot say this is none of your business because everything is my business. So we can spend next 1.5 hours discussing the nitty-gritties of the business provision, which is all useless because everything is Sarvam Shivamayam Solla. Ellame businessman. Onna solla. Okay. We will run through business definition. All types of business are covered. Trade, commerce, manufacture, vocation, adventure, wager, similar activity. Profit motive is not the criteria. Frequency is not the criteria. Regularity is not the criteria. Volume is not the criteria. Sir, only one person sitting here, sir. You are taking class. Is it business? You take class only once in a year. Is it business? Yes. First you say yes. Then you ask what's the question? Yes. Any activity which is in connection with my business, which is incidental to my business, which is ancillary to my business, is also my business. That's meaning that is the paper selling business. And finally, the GST definition, supply definition is in this business, in the course of business. So one more bigger word is there. In the course. In the course na enartham? During that business, whatever you do is supply. During that thing, whatever you do is supply. Okay. In short, what's the final line? Anything even remotely connected with your business will be your business. Starting of business is also business. Closing of business is also business. When did your business start? Sorry, I take the place on rent. Business starts. ribbon cut panna avasiyam. Everything is okay. Club to its members, entry into amusement park, then public authority as a government, everything is government running railways and bus. Are they making profit? Are they making profit, kid? No, they're selling at a loss. Is it business? Yes. So, ellame yes, sir. Yes. Okay, done. Over. So, we have completed the main definition. Okay, again, what's the main definition? All types of supply such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, lease, rental, or any other form of disposal of goods or service or both for consideration, made or agreed to be made for a consideration during the course or in furtherance of business. In the business, useless consideration, everything is consideration. Only question that can come from consideration is deposit related question and subsidy from central state. That question can come. Agreed to be paid, nothing again need not come. Okay. Goods, again, no need to study because money and securities is outside, everything else is there. Type of supply also no need to study because all types of supply, sale, barter, exchange covers everything. So basically, this entire main definition is useless because everything is supply, everything is business. Okay, except money and securities, everything is supply. So somebody asks, is it supply? First you say yes. Then you say, what is the transaction? If they say money and securities, share, debentures, then it is not. Otherwise, yes. Okay, don't think too much. Basically, it's a beautiful definition. It's so superb. Therefore, you need not even study. Basically, all your answers are yes. Okay, then let's go back. Main definition is over. In main definition, what is the area you should be more aware about? Consideration, subsidy, central government, state government, and deposit. And mere promise of consideration, mere promise of supply. Both are also supply. Supply need not happen. Consideration need not be actually paid. Okay. Mere promise to pay is also consideration. Okay. Agreeing to not to do is also consideration. Agreeing to not to do something is consideration. Okay, if I say, for example, a guy is always smoking. You go to that guy and say, hey, I will teach you GST. Stop smoking. So, stopping the smoking will become a consideration. He says, I will stop smoking. Has he stopped smoking? No. He has agreed to stop smoking. Agreeing to not to do an act is also, basically anything is, nothing is called as not a, except the subsidy part. So basically, is it consideration? Don't ask the question, is this consideration? Everything is consideration. Everything is business. Everything is supply. Is this goods or service? How does it matter? If it is goods, it is goods. If it is not goods, it is service. That's waste. Is it sale or barter, lease or license or transfer? Anyway, it will be covered in any one of the activities. So everything is supply. Forget about it. Next transaction. Friends from online, any doubts so far? Anybody from chat, any question? Why is running so fast? Yeah. Ilombovan, your answer is right. Yeah. Great. Next item is, what is supply is import of service. Import of service. So in import of service, for a consideration, whether or not for the purpose of business. So you receiving service from Netflix or something like that, it's for a personal consumption. That is also called as supply. This import of service has got one peculiar link with a concept called as OIDAR. OIDAR. If I say what is OIDAR, you'll be like, huh? But if I explain, you will say, oh, adua. Okay, it's like the transaction. OIDAR, online information database access retrieval services. The three idiots definition explanation. Okay, the answer is Gmail, online information database access retrieval. All your cloud services, Gmail, Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hotstar, anything you go online, you can have an access to database. Everything is called as OIDAR services. That OIDAR entire thing is outside your inter-syllabus. It will go to final. Therefore, don't think too much. Import of service for a consideration, even for personal purpose, is a supply. Now comes the interesting area, Schedule 1. So, both for main definition as well as both for main definition as well as import of service, we require consideration. Which means if there is no consideration, it is not a supply. For example, this is not a supply. What we are doing right now to you is not a supply. Okay. So, if it is free, it is not supply. Exception is there in Schedule 1. Exception is there in Schedule 1. Okay. Now, Schedule 1 is a very simple provision. Very simple. Where I can insult you more. I can shatter your confidence. I can make you feel why you born in this world. I can make you feel why your parents were born in this world. Okay? Not why you were born. Because it's so simple. It is so simple. It is not like our income tax, what to say, some provisions in income tax which we will not never understand. Schedule is like very innocent kid. Very sweet. But it transforms into Hulk and kills you. Okay. That is the problem. Areas which look easy, you read it 20 times, no? 21st time I ask you a question, you will fail. Okay. Very, only 4 items are there in Schedule 1. So what is Schedule 1? Transaction which are supplied even if there is no consideration. Even if there is no consideration. If you remove Schedule 1, for any other transaction, listen to me carefully, for any other transaction other than those in Schedule 1, if there is no consideration, it is not a supply. So only for items in Schedule 1, it is a supply. This we already know. Correct? Schedule 1 deemed supply. I am calling deemed supply. Schedule 1's exact words are transaction which are considered as supply even when supplied without a consideration. Okay. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items are there in Schedule 1. 4 serial numbers are there, but 6 transactions. So we'll go to Schedule 1. Schedule 1, 4 items are permanent transfer of business assets where input tax credit has been availed. Supply of goods or services or both between related person or distinct person under section 25. Supply of goods between principal and agent and principal. Then 4, import of service from a related person or my own branch located outside India. அவ்வளவுதான். ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? இருக்கா? So, permanent disposal of business assets where ITC has been taken. First of all, it should be permanent disposal and not temporary. It must be a business asset and not a personal asset. In your house, you have one old shirt. You give that shirt away. You took that shirt for exam purpose. All 4 times you failed. You said, no, unlucky shirt. Give it free. Okay, we will have one shirt, no? Which we every time we won for exam or any match, cricket match, we would have always passed. Okay, that shirt will become too tight. Still, we will wear that shirt only. There used to be a friend of mine who will wear the same shirt for examination. And those were times when there was no gaps between exams. and exams happens in the month of May, and we don't have AC at our house at that time, and we live on our 4th floor in Chennai, not near beach also. Okay, same shirt. Your exams are between 2 to 5, so you don't have time to try and all. Next day, 5 o'clock means we will reach 6 o'clock. Next day we have to study, no? Okay, so same shirt. Nothing can be done. So we have sentimental. Huh? You will pass. Yes, passed. Yeah, அவனுக்கு worth. நமக்கு வேற மூக்கு பெருசு. So if he gives personal shirt and all, it's not covered under schedule 1. And not all business asset is covered here. Not all business asset is covered. It covers only asset on which the company has taken input tax credit. If you have not taken input tax credit, then it is not covered in serial number 1. Okay, so permanent and not temporary, business and not permanent and not personal. IT should have been taken, and it is not an asset where you have not taken input tax credit. So an asset, a business asset on which you have taken ITC, you are giving it away free. Take it also, you are liable to pay GST on the transaction, treating it as supply. Clear? Any doubts? I will ask you a question. Not now. In 5-10 minutes. It's not a question, it's more of an insult. So every question is an insult, but the only difference is students should feel happy to be insulted. Okay, nowadays students take very, sir, why are you insulting? Okay, so our professors and all will say Sirupala and all in class. Adila vara vaangirum. Appada Monday ஏறும். இல்ல ஏறாது. If too much pampering, student should not even raise their voice. Immediately we will give complaint. Okay, I still remember my mother used to go to school and say, "Peramballa vaangi kudupaanga. Nalla nalla adi adinga." Today வந்து if any teacher even scolds, not even hits it, not even raises hand, hey, why are you not studying? You have to complain. Parent, grandparent, mama, mommy, everybody will come to school. How can you scold? Even we have not scolded. Okay, next. Supply of goods or service or both between related person, except gift not exceeding rupees 50,000 by an employer to an employee per year per employee. Per year per employee. Now the question is, what do you mean by related person? Related person has got definition. The related definition is here. Okay, so officer or director is your related person. Legally recognized partners are related person. Anybody who has got 25% or more shareholding is a related person. Every employee is a related person. Every employee is a. Please note, we are not talking about a related person who happens to be employee. No, you are not related to me. But if you are my employee, for the purpose of GST, you become my related person. Sir, I will do one thing, sir. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Adani company and join as employee. I will become relative of Adani. So, pangu kekkalam, sir. Okay, only for the purpose of GST, every employee is a related person, which means if you give tea, coffee and all to employees and all, it's a supply by employer to employee. Even if employee does not pay, it may be liable to GST. At final level, we will say it is not GST, but that is at final level. At inter level, we will say it is a GST, it's a supply. Final when you come, we will say it is not a supply. So how can a transaction which is a supply at the inter level will become not a supply at a final level? Okay, adala. Okay. All your complications will park at final level. So every employee is a related party. Then control. Definition of control given is, if one controls the other, both are related party. If both of them are controlled by a third party, both of them are related party. Or both of them are controlling a third party, both of them are related party. You would have heard only the word both the control, both the control. Okay. A controls B. Imagine one family. Okay. Husband controls, it will not happen and all. Example for you to understand. A, B is there. A is, let's say, husband, B is wife. Husband controls wife. Husband and wife are related. Sir, they are married, so they are all related. That's just for understanding purpose. Okay. Wife controls husband, more likely to happen. Okay. A and B are related. Both husband, A doesn't control B. B doesn't control A. Both A and B are controlled by the mother of the son. Okay. Both of them are controlled by the mommy or character. Is A controlling B? No. B controlling A? No. Both A and B are controlled by a third person. A and B are related. Tomorrow A and B get a kid. A doesn't control B. B doesn't control A. But A and B are jointly controlling the kid. A and B are related. So if one controls the other, related. Both of them are controlled by a common person, then both of us are related. Both of us are jointly controlling another person, both of us are related. So we could be controlled, controlling, mutually controlled. Example. These are areas where basically if you are under control of somebody, fellow controlled person, fellow subsidiaries, everything will be related control. Then family. This is where exams the examiner will he will play. Beautiful area where you can keep playing. Family is a place to play. Okay. God, mega serial directors, everybody plays only in family. Please listen to it very carefully. Spouse and children are always family. Family is related person. Therefore, spouse and my child are always related person. My wife, my children are always my related person. Okay. Second, my parent, listen to me carefully. My parent, my grandparent, I love 4 grandparents, 2 parents, and brothers and sisters. My brother and my sister, siblings. These people, they are my family only if they are dependent on me. If they are not dependent on me, they are not my family. If they are not family, they are not related person. Says my wife is not dependent on me. Okay. Is she my family? For spouse and children, test of dependency is not there. Whether she is dependent of you or you are dependent or both of them are independently living in separate houses, all doesn't matter. As long as you are a spouse, he or she is a related family, related person. Similarly, your son will always be your family. But from son's point of view, you are a parent. Adu vera. Okay. Sir, what about grandchildren? Brother's wife, sister's husband, brother's daughter, sister's son, nephew, niece, all this will come under income tax. No? All this income tax. Stepchild is not all those people, even if they are my grandchild, I don't worry, not yet. Okay, so my grandchild is dependent on me. Then also my grandchild is not my family. Again, hey, you are not my family. I'll give them, okay, emotional issues, but still I'll say, hey, that is the law. So grandchild is not my family, even if the grandchild is dependent on me. Okay. What about my attai, mama? They are all not family. Your income tax definition is this. Your company side definition goes further. It is Ajit citizen example. பெண் கொடுத்தோர், பெண்ணொடுத்தோர், அவருக்கு பெண் கொடுத்தோர், மாமன், மைத்துனன், எல்லாரும் एक लंबा definition है Companies Act में. Okay, don't bring that definition here. That act, that definition. Wonderful English. Okay, so do not confuse this definition. Next, last item, sole agent or sole distributor. Only I'm appointing a company. These are all less frequently tested things, which means suddenly it can come in the examination, because most of the it doesn't come in examination. Students ignore it. Suddenly our attempt என்ன பண்ணுவானா, institute will say pass percentage is very high. What can we do? Don't worry, I have a question. Sole agent will come. Fail. Okay, so if I'm a company, every company will have distributors, because no company, Bata is making shoes, or Britannia is making biscuits, Dairy Milk is making chocolates. Okay, are they coming to your doorstep and they're selling the chocolates, biscuits and thing? Pepsi is, no, they have distributors, correct? They have a dealer, they have a stockist concept. They will have only 10-12 customers. If you take a big companies who are doing FMCG product, what is FMCG? Fast moving consumer goods, or even consumer goods, electronic goods and all. They will have only 10-12 customers in their P&L. They will have 10-12 people only. They will send to entire northeast. They will appoint one person. They will sell the goods to him. Then that fellow will sell it to the dealer. Dealer will sell to sub-dealer. Sub-dealer will sell to the shops. Shops will sell to the customers. Dealer network, every company will have. But if you are going to appoint only one dealer, saying that he is my only dealer, which means if you want to buy my product, you cannot come and directly buy. You have to go only buy the product with the dealer, and he is the only dealer. Then the distributor will become my related person for the purpose of GST. Okay, if I'm appointing 2 dealers, no, then they are not related person. If I'm appointing 2 dealers, both are not related person. 5 dealers, 1 dealer, related person. Only 1 dealer should be there, or only 1 distributor or agent should be there. Then it is then that agent or distributor becomes my related person. So again, let's come back. Officer, director, partners, 25% or more shareholding. Employee, control, A controls B, B controls A and B related. A and B are controlled by C, A and B are related. A and B jointly control C, A and B are related. Then family, spouse and children are always my family. My parent, my grandparent, my siblings are my family only if they are. ஐயோ இதோ சொன்னாங்களே. Yeah. Online friends, I think we lost you for some time. Hope you are back. Am I audible back to you? Send a message. Yeah. So we'll again repeat the last bit alone. So control and family and sole agent distributor, all these are called as related person. So if any transaction between related person will become a supply even if there is no consideration. So in this classroom, if I have my sister who is not paying the fees, is it supply? Who said yes? Who said yes? Is my sister my family? Is this my sister my family? That you never asked me the question, no? No. Moment I said sister, he said yes, yes, sir, you have to pay tax. No. His sister, my sister could be dependent on my father. She is not dependent on me. Okay. If the sister is not dependent on my father, if my father is taking the class, then she is not dependent on my father. Children, their dependence is not there. So if the example says my son is sitting, my daughter is sitting, they are studying LKG, UKG and all, they will not come here. I will also drink. கேட்குற உங்களுக்கு தண்ணி வேணும்னா பேசுற எனக்கு வேணாமா? Okay. So any related party, don't rush into assumption related party. Think for a moment, oh yes, related person. No, they are not related person. Then you decide whether schedule 1 will apply or not apply. Relax, relax. தானா கான்சர் விடுங்க, டென்ஷன். இங்கதான் இருக்கு பாத்ரூம், என்ன எதுக்கு அவ்வளவு அவசரம் தெரியல. Okay, one exception. So as I said, employee is a related person. So any transaction between employer and employee is a supply even if there is no consideration. So let's say during Diwali season or Pongal season and all, these companies have a habit, no, they give a sweet box, they give something. So sweet box is a goods. Giving is supply. Okay, during the course of business, but there is no consideration. But employee is a related party. So no consideration required, becomes a supply under Schedule 1. Is it taxable? Yes, sir. But government is giving one exception. Gift not exceeding rupees 50,000 per employee per year. Now, take this question. X Limited gives gift of goods of rupees 35,000 to each employees. What is the amount taxable under GST? What is the amount taxable? What is the amount taxable? Nothing is taxable. Nothing is taxable. Don't bring income tax here. Income tax is one stupid law will nobody understands. Okay, they don't understand something, they tax it. Okay, the biggest comedy is they taxing the perquisites on. They don't understand anything. First thing, crypto assets, I don't understand, 30% tax. Highly intelligent people, nothing can be. That is your problem. You are living in a chaotic world. You should know to survive in chaos. Okay. What is taxable? Nothing is taxable. Why? Gift 50,000, no problem. Okay. Second question. X Limited gives of gift of rupees 50,000 for every employee. Question number 2. Is it taxable? Exactly 50. No problem. Exactly 50 is also not taxable. Third question. They give gift of rupees. Gift of rupees. Okay. Sorry. I think I have not shared the screen. 1 second. Now online friends can see. Yeah. So I am giving the example number 3. I am giving gift of rupees 60,000 per employee. 60,000 per employee. Okay. Now tell me how much is taxable? 60 or 10 na? 10 na? 60 ya? 10 na 60 ya? 10 na 60 ya? 60 is taxable. 60 is taxable. The word is not exceeding. English problem. See, we are all studying English medium schools. No, therefore we don't know English. Okay. If the word is up to 50,000 not taxable, then if the question is 60, then only 10,000 is taxable. But here the word is not exceeding 50. Moment the transaction exceeds 50, the entire transaction is taxable. Same word, same 50,000 is there in section 56 of the Income Tax Act. Okay, for gift taxability came gift not exceeding 50, same question will come. This is beauty na. Income tax same 50 will come. Part A la, part B same 50 will come. Both you will write wrong answer, fail. Okay. Vachan sir will come here and will take 25 questions on only this 50,000. The entire 60,000 is taxable. Okay, done. Let's go back. So second also we have completed. Third, supply of goods or service or both between distinct person. Between what person? Distinct person. Distinct person means a person having same PAN. Same PAN. That is, he is a single person. But he has multiple registration. More than one registration. From the eyes of the GST law, every registration is a separate person. Sir, I have one registration. You will have one registration. Both are different person? Yes. Obviously, sir. Not that. I have a branch in Chennai. I have a branch in Bombay. Bombay will have separate registration. Chennai will have separate registration. Both will have same PAN. For income tax purpose, we are one. For GST purpose, we are two. So any transaction between two registrations is a taxable under GST, even if there is no consideration between these two distinct persons. Sir, when should I take multiple registration? When should I take single registration? All this is wonderful concepts under registration chapter, which we will do at 1:45 today. At that time, we will combine questions from supply. We will understand in registration chapter. Ingadam problem. See, why the institute cannot give chapter-wise mark allocation is one question can be from 2-3 chapters. It's called vechicensing. Okay. So you cannot attribute that question to a single chapter. Okay. So most of the times, especially in costing paper and accounts paper and all, same trick will be there. One every chapter, one trick question will be there. The trick question has not changed in last 25 years. Same trick question. Every time they will ask a trick question, every time students will fail. Okay. So then my submission was only one thing. What are you preparing for your exams? If you are not even able to answer past exam questions, if you are not even able to write correct answer for past exam question, what are you preparing? It's a simple question. Basic preparation is you should know the answers for whether you understand or not different. You should know the answer for past exam. Without knowing past exam question paper, you cannot enter into an examination. That is insulting the examination. Adhikapura should know the syllabus, study syllabus. I am saying bare minimum. Bare minimum. Attending the class, understanding the concept, understanding the intricacies of that particular subject. All that is okay. Bare minimum. You should not be allowed to enter into the examination hall if you don't know past exam. Most of the time, the institute doesn't even bother. They have that much confidence in you. Same number they will give you. And that time, 10% people answer. This time, same 10% will only answer. So it's a very good question. We will park it another 3 attempts later. 3 attempts later, same question will come. Same 10% will only answer. Now it has become a standard question. 3 times it has come, no? Sir, next time if it comes, everybody should answer. Nobody will answer. This 50,000 is one such question. It will come year after year. Year after year, you will give wrong answers. Yeah, that's done. Yeah, don't know. Okay. Next. Curse lang cool. Okay. Sir, you romba tittering, sir. Next, supply of goods by a principal to agent, agent to principal. This is a very complicated concept. We can discuss more of it at final level. We cannot discuss this at inter level. Just understand, I sell the goods to my customer. I sell goods to my customer, but physically the goods will move to my agent. Then the agent will move the goods to my customer. Don't say consumer, different concepts. Okay, very complicated. If I give any practical example, it will confuse further. So I will sell it to my customer, but the goods will move to my agent, then agent to my customer movement. So there are two supplies as per GST law. One between the principal and the agent, then agent and the actual customer. Ulta, I am purchasing goods from a person. I am purchasing goods from a person, but physically I will not receive the goods. I will ask her to go and receive the goods. So she will receive, another person will receive, my agent will receive the goods. Then she will deliver the goods to me. Then the law says, no, there are two supplies between your supplier and your agent, then between your agent and you, the principal. Okay. Why, sir? Don't ask why and all. Okay, when you come to final, we will discuss it. Next, import of service. What is import of service? Again, we already studied. Supplier should be outside India. Service should be provided in India. So when will I know service is provided in India? There is a rule called as place of supply, which is not there at your inter level. It's there only at your final level. It's there in IGST Act. So for that we will read at final level. As of now, import of service means supplier is outside India, recipient is in India, and the supply service is supplied in India. It's called import of service. If the import of service is from a related person outside India, then also I have to pay the tax. So for example, my brother, Bharadwaj. Okay, my brother, Bharadwaj, a very famous. Okay, so this word is import of service from related person outside India for business purpose. The word is actually, sixth item is import of service from related person outside India for business purpose. Okay, so my brother Bharadwaj, okay, is very famous advocate. Example now. Okay, famous advocate is working from London. London like is a barrister. Is doing law there, practice law there. I have a small property dispute. Okay, so I ask him, boss, this is my property dispute. Property personal, nothing to do with business. Property dispute is there. I ask him, boss, how can I do like this? Can I do like that? Is my view right, wrong, and all? He gives me a free opinion. Okay, is it supply? Is it supply? There is no consideration. Is it supply? Is it covered under serial number 6? Okay, it is not for business purpose. It is for personal purpose. Therefore, it is not a business. It is not supply under serial number 6. Then what if, no, I have a problem in agreement with my customer, which is for my business purpose. For that agreement, he vets that agreement, gives me suggestions. Is it supply under serial number 6? Huh? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Answer is no. No, sir. It is for business purpose. Don't shout. He is not a related person. He is my brother, Bharadwaj. Okay, he's working in London, which means he's not dependent on me. He is my related person only if he is my family. He is my family only if he is dependent on me. Since he is not dependent on me, my own brother is not my family. Therefore, he is not my related person. Serial number 6 will not apply. That should have been your first answer in the first case itself. Okay, so that word related person comes first. You have to ask every word you should question. Is he a related person? The question could be based on related person, but examiner how will you ask question? No, your brother Bharadwaj is providing you advice on personal matters. You will put emphasis on the word personal. In this personal matter, you have a personal problem. Question will have 3 personal. You will like, why is this for personal? If it is import of service from a related person for a business purpose only, it is a schedule 1. Is personal? No, then you write the answer. It is personal, therefore it is not taxable. Next, will your answer change? Standard question. Will your answer change if this advice is given for his business purpose? Yes, yes. Then it is a supply. Both answers are wrong. Fail. 5-mark question. Ooh. Mark 37. Fail. Write the group entire thing again. Total aggregate 199. Had you got this question right, you would have passed the entire group. Repeat it. Assessment area will change. Everything will change. Modalendu pani, modalendu fail. What's the answer there? Brother Ko Bharadan is not a related person. Therefore, serial number 6, serial number 2, nothing will apply. Schedule 1 does not apply. Business or personal, for both it will not apply. Answer over. Full 4 marks. Intentionally, questions will be worded like that. You know why? There's a difference. There's a reason why it's worded. It's actually correct only. In a real life, people who go to doctors, advocates, chartered accountants, no, they will come. சொல்லுவான் டாக்டர் கிட்ட வந்து சொல்லுவான், சார் இங்க வலிக்குது சார், இங்க வலிக்குது சார். டாக்டர் வந்து ஓ அங்க வலிக்குதான்னு மாத்திரை எழுத மாட்டார். அப்படியா, படுத்துக்கோ, அந்த இடத்த அழுத்துவார். வலிக்குதா அப்படின்னு கேட்பாரு. ஆமா அப்படிமா. அப்புறம் பின்ன இங்கெல்லாம் அழுத்துவார், சுத்தி அழுத்துவார். பேசிட்டே இருக்கும், திருப்பி அந்த இடத்துல அழுத்துவார். பேசிட்டு இருக்கும் போது அவன் கத்த மாட்டான். இப்ப அங்க வலிக்கல அவனுக்கு. அவன் சொல்றதெல்லாம் நம்ப கூடாது. யூ ஹாவ் டு இன்வெஸ்டிகேட். Patients lie, customers lie. I have seen hundreds of customers, thousands of cases. They will come with a problem, they will lie openly. They will lie. So department assistant notice, I didn't do anything wrong. He said, okay, you didn't anything. You are Harishchandra's grandson, I know. Tell me what is the issue. Sir, is that I issued one invoice. Okay, so what? I paid tax, sir. I paid tax. I filed return, everything. Okay. So, but they are saying I did fraud. Okay. What did you do? Sir, I supplied invoice without goods. Fraud. Without supplying goods, you issued only fraud only. You have to go to jail only. Okay. So I have paid tax. So you just because you paid tax, does it mean you are not a fraud? Okay. So you have to investigate. So when the client comes to you, he will say something. Say my brother, co-brother, sir, he is in America, sir, this, sir, that, sir. What is relevant information? You have to ask and get, because that will not be stated openly by the client. That the institute is trying to mimic it. The institute is trying to copy it or match it, saying that my questions will be vague only. In this somewhere way, your focus should be there. Because your client will not come and say, hey, I'm importing a service from my brother who is not a family member, because he's not dependent on me. Is he going to say, he doesn't know all these things. He's going to say, I'm receiving service from brother. Some department officer is coming and saying that I have to pay tax. Is he right or no? Then you ask him, for what purpose? No, so I have some property dispute. For that he gave some advice. For that they are asking, oh, it's personal. No. The answer is, it's not a basic question. He is not even a family. He is not even a related person. That is the answer. Real life scenarios where the questions are vague is copied into your question paper. So in CA, the test is not knowing whether, if again you replace that orange example here. First question is brother dependent test, yes or there? No. Yes, dependent test is there. Your brother is not dependent on you. Is he a family or not? No. If he is not a family, is he a related person? No. If he is not a related person, if you receive a service from him without consideration, is it supply or not? No. If I ask you like this, you will say the right answer. For example, this is how you have to answer, but I will not ask, I will ask only the last question. I will not ask question number 1, 2 or 3. But you need to ask that question 1. Is he a related person? Is he a family? Then only you will get that 4, 3. So students fail CA exam not because they don't understand. Ellarkum theriyum. But they will not answer these 4 questions. Okay, next item. Import of service from my own establishment. I have a branch in United Kingdom. From my branch, I'm receiving a service. Even without a consideration, it is liable to be taxed. So these 7 transactions are covered under Schedule 1. What are 7 transactions? Permanent disposal of business assets where you have taken ITC. Now, take this example. Let's listen to this example. I have a car. I have a car. Well, what is the business I am in? Chartered accountant. I have a car. That car, I have a driver for that car. The driver is retiring in 2022. Let's say he has been with my father, he has been with me, let's say for last 30 years. To show our gratitude, we're saying, take the car. Free. Keep the car. Should I pay GST or no on this transaction?
Or
My car, business car only, no business.
ITC with that.
He's giving a wonderful answer. He's saying, sir, this is an input tax credit question. Permanent disposal of business asset is there on which you have taken ITC. But this is an asset on which you cannot take ITC. Why? You are a chartered accountant. In chartered accountant cannot take ITC of motor vehicle. Car you cannot take credit. Why? It's under blocked credit. It's under blocked credit. 17 file list of blocked in motor vehicle. Passenger seating capacity less than or equal to 13 including driver is a blocked credit. Come on, sir, I cannot take. Since you have not taken credit, serial number 1 will not apply. Oh, but why are you talking about serial number? It's a serial number 2 question. You have given the car to an employee who is a supply liable to tax. Oh, see? Okay. Which question are we talking about? Is it permanent disposal of input tax credit item, or are we talking about related person transaction? Is a client going to come and say, sir, I am going to ask you a question in schedule 1. In serial number 2, related person, I am going to ask a question. He will say, you deserve night, call Shiva, I have a car. I want to give it to my employee. Anything should I take care in income tax and GST? This is a question. Client will ask. Now you need to think where and all your income tax will come under perquisite. What if you don't give the car today? What if he retires and you give the car 1 month later? What if you give the car to his wife, not to him? You have claimed car depreciation under income tax. Can I do it? Can you write off the asset? Can you claim the full block as expense? All these questions you have to ask. All this is not there in the client list. Then you have to finally give him you have to write the question paper. Then you have to give the answer as a chartered accountant or an advocate. The institute is saying, do the same thing. If you are capable of doing, then you are a chartered accountant. If you are not capable of doing this, sorry, better luck. Next. See you next time. Okay. So what's the answer? This question was beautiful. It looks like a input tax credit question coupled with, but it's not a related party transaction question. Same thing I say, I have purchased a laptop, okay, which you have given it to a vendor, free of cost, vendor. Now this question talks about input tax credit and permanent disposal because it doesn't talk about employee and all. So there you have to ask a question. Suppose I given the same car to my vendor, given this car to my vendor, to my customer. Then you will say this transaction is not covered anywhere in schedule 1 except serial number 1. Serial number 1 talks about permanent disposal of input tax rate where I have taken ITC. So the question is, have I taken input tax rate on the car? But car you cannot have taken input tax rate because it is a blocked item. Because it's a blocked item, I have not taken credit. Since you have not taken credit, serial number 1 also will not apply. Entire schedule 1 will not apply. If schedule 1 does not apply, no consideration, no supply. But if I remove the word vendor, put to an employee, question focus changes. It is not ITC question, it is not blocked credit question, it is not serial number 1 question, it is serial number 2 question. One word, vendor, employee. The student get confused. They see past exam question papers. One question will be there, vendor. One big answer will be there on ITC, this, that. Examiner, they will change that question, take that question, remove the word vendor, put employee. They'll give the question. He will write all the same answer. No. The question is different. Serial number 2. Okay. So, more than teaching the law, which you already know, I think you should know. We are more about how will the questions come. What is the expectation? Unless you know what your institute is expecting from you, how will you prepare towards it? Okay. Great. Not so great, but I've insulted you very good. So, done. So, this is schedule 1. Now, we have covered all the items which are supply. Supply is done. Now, we'll proceed to items which are not a supply. In this not a supply, there are 3 items which comes under customs. Since customs is outside your syllabus, these 3 items are also outside your syllabus. But we'll read those 3 items also. But don't spend too much time to trying to understand and appreciate it, because to understand those 3 items, you should understand customs. Customs syllabus le ledu. Okay, therefore you cannot understand. Schedule 3 gives a list of items which are not a supply. First item, employee to employer, not employer to employee. It is employee to employer, is not a supply. So, any service by an employee to an employee during the course of his employment is not a supply. Second, deemed employees. Again, if you go to schedule 3 and all, there will be no word called deemed employees. It's a word I have given for you to better understand. There are 3 types of people who receive salary, who technically you can call them employed, but they don't have an employer. They receive salary on a monthly basis. Every month, 5th, they will get salary. But they don't have employers. Who are they? Elected representative, MLA, MPs, etc. So, there is no employer for them. But they receive salary from government. But government is not their employer. Second, constitutional authorities who are sitting in that post because of the power given by the constitution. Prime Minister, Chief Minister, Governor, President of India, Supreme Court Judge, High Court Judge, all these are constitutional posts. Who is the employer of Supreme Court of India? Nobody. Who is the employer of President? President is the employer of everybody. Every government employee is employed by President. When he's signing, he signs on behalf of the President of India. Okay. But President is not employed by anybody. Okay. Third, deputation. Central government employees, state government employees, they will be sent on deputation to central government undertakings, where they will be neither employee here nor employee there. In both places, they will not be employer for some period, but they will still receive salary from the company. Suppose now LIC going for IPO, somebody is transferred to LIC to look after some compliance activities. LIC will pay them salary, but they are not employees of LIC because they are employed in central government. They come here on deputation. So technically they are not employees of LIC, but LIC will pay them salary. So again, but since they are not, they are providing service to LIC, LIC is not employer, which means they are not covered in serial number 1. If they are not covered in serial number 1, they will become supply. So to avoid that, we are saying no. If somebody is sent on deputation also, they are not supply. Again, these questions and all will not come in examination because there are routine things. Anything routine will not come. Anything which is where I can twist and turn, make you cry, those things will come in examination. Court or tribunal will not come. Death related activity, death, funeral, burial, cremation, mortuary, transportation of deceased, nothing will come. Sale of land will not come. There is no condition. If you sell a land, sale of land is not a supply, it will not come. Sale of building is not a supply. Please listen to me carefully. Again, this is like the 50,000 rupees gift question. Another interesting question. Sale of building is not a supply if the entire paisa is received after a cut-off date. After a cut-off date. If a building is there, this building is there, this building is completed. If a building is sold after completion, if the building is sold after completion and consideration for that sale is received after completion, entire consideration is received. All different words. Listen to me carefully. A building is sold after completion. The money for the building is also collected after completion. Entire money for the building is collected after completion. Then the transaction is not a supply. Under construction building is now only being constructed. Now you are purchasing that building or an apartment. Then the transaction is a supply. It's a supply of service liable to GST. That's why if you go outside, you will find completion certificate received. No GST. You will see all this already finished apartments. You will see this board. No GST, no GST. Why? Because they have completed the building. Now, who decides a building is completed or not? We have a cut-off date. The cut-off date is equal to completion certificate issued by a competent authority. If you have a CMDA, Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority, they will give a complete certificate. The building is complete. Or first occupation. Somebody goes and occupies the building. You find out these two dates, whichever is earlier becomes the cut-off date, becomes the cut-off date. So, if you receive the entire money after this cut-off date, then the building sale is not a supply, not liable to GST. Even if you receive 1 rupee, if you go and buy an apartment, tomorrow they get CC certificate. Today you go and pay 1 rupee token advance. Then that transaction becomes supply liable to GST. Okay. So this is the concept. So if I receive, let's say apartment price is 1 crore. In apartment A, the entire money was received before the cut-off date, before CC date. Money received after CC is nil. What is taxable? Is this a supply? Yes, it's a supply. How much is taxable? Entire 1 crore is taxable. But there's a small problem. There's a small problem. What problem? When you buy an apartment in Avadi will be, what's the price? For 1,000 square feet apartment in Avadi, what will be the price? Or 40 lakhs. இல்லையா? நீங்க அப்படியா? அப்புறம் 40-50 lakhs. You come to Ambattur, 1,000 square feet apartment. What will be the area? 40 lakhs. Ambattur, developing area. Ambattur, how much? 60-70 lakhs. You come to Anna Nagar. Sir, அது 1.5 கோடி வரும் சார். 1.5-2 crores. Adayar. Sir, 3-4 crores. Okay. வெஸ்மாம்பலம் கிடையாது. இல்ல சார், ஆவடி, அம்பத்தூர், அண்ணா நகர், அடையாறுல 7 ஆரம்பிக்குதுல்ல, யோசிக்க வேணாம். போயஸ் கார்டன், I can change ma. Poyes Garden, 1,000 square feet apartment, 12 crores, 20 crores. Because for Poyes Garden, you don't even need pin code. Poyes Garden. You don't even need Chennai, also not required. From America, you can send Poyes Garden. Talaivar, Poyes Garden. It will reach. 16 crores. Same 1,000 square feet. Same single brick cement mortar. Why the apartment price is different? Area na? Land value. Oh, again we have a problem with network. Yeah. Okay. So money received entirely before the cut-off date, 1 crore. Entire 1 crore is taxable, but that 1 crore includes land value. We said land is never taxable. In land, we said sale of land, not a supply. Over. Did we say before completion, land is always completed? So we never put any conditions there. Only for building. But the flat price includes land value. Building, when I selling a building, can I sell only the building? First floor is yours. Land is not yours. Can I sell like that? No, you'll also get some land. The law assumes, please remember, law assumes land value is 1/3. So what if my land value is more than 1/3, less than 1/3? You clear inter, you clear do articleship, you clear final, you become a chartered accountant, you go to real estate company, become their CFO, then call me. Okay. So law assumes the land value is 1/3. Okay. Therefore, building value is only 66,666,666.67. Okay, that is the land value. Second scenario, entire 1 crore is received after the cutoff date, not a supply. What will be the building value? What is the building value? What is the taxable value? Huh? What is the taxable value? Huh? Okay, it's not a supply. What will be the taxable value? Illapa, scenario B. Scenario B, what the entire transaction is not a supply. Since it is not a supply, what will be the taxable value? Huh? Not a supply, Dane. I'm asking question. It is not a supply. I'm asking question. What is the taxable value? Correct, not taxable. So what is the answer? Huh? Nillu kadayadu. Answer is not applicable. Answer is not applicable. Sir, what is the difference? I can say nil. I can say 0. I can say 0. I can say nil. What is the difference? There is a difference. Simple. I'll prove the difference. Okay. If I ask girls, I'll get into trouble. I'll ask boys. Are you married? How many kids? Nil. Sir, I am in the process. Actually, how do you know? I turn the camera on. Can you see difference? If the answer is you are married, yes, sir, then at the question if it is how many, you will say 1, 0, 2, 8, 23, some number will come. Okay. 20 is a very prime number. Okay. So you can give some answer. But if you say you are not married, if I ask you how many kids, what is the answer? Lusayani, I'm telling not married, no. This question is not. That is the difference between not applicable and nil or 0. Look, answer is not applicable. Adim pathite nil. Question is there. Answer is there. What's your answer? Nil. Wonderful. Institute said no. We have to create open book exam. They feared they create open book exam, students will fail. So students will copy and they will pass. I told them never, it will never happen. If we give open book exam, whatever little they study before also, they will not study. They'll come with the book. They don't know where to look in the book also. So they'll confirm fail more. So more the day open book exam comes, that is the day CA should pass percentage will come down even further. See, because I have written the given the answer also. Next, 25 lakhs received before the cutoff date. Generally, somebody is crying in the chat box. I don't know why. Okay, don't cry, don't cry. You will pass. 25 lakhs has been received before the cutoff date. 75 lakhs received after. Is it supply or not? Yes, it's a supply. How much is taxable? 25 or 75 or? 1 crore. Entire 1 crore is taxable. That's why fourth example also, even if you receive 1 rupee before cutoff date, entire 1 crore is taxable. Of course, 1 crore is not taxable. 1/3 you will subtract. So either 66,666 is taxable or answer is not applicable. Sir, money received only before cutoff date, only that I will take, I will subtract 1/3. All that is not applicable. Of course, this is at inter level. Final level, we will learn slightly something different. After final, we will say all these things are wrong. After final. Because during final, you cannot say this is wrong. Unless a Supreme Court case law comes and says this is wrong, then that becomes part of case study question. Then we can say, as per the Supreme Court case law, this is wrong. Syllabus. When the law itself is evolving, as a student, you cannot say the law is wrong. You have to read this law. After you become clear final, become a chartered accountant, and you are still interested, still if you have a hair left on your head, then you come back to me, we will discuss this. Right? So sale of building is okay. Then actionable claims. Betting, gambling, lottery or supply. Any actionable claims other than betting, gambling, lottery or not supply. Sir, can you give me an example of an actionable claims which is other than betting, gambling, lottery? No, I will not give. Okay. So if it is other than betting, gambling, lottery, it is not taxable. Then serial number 8, serial number 9, serial number 10 are all dealing with customs. So we are skipping. I have given it in the study material, the revision material, you can have it, but you need to know customs. Serial number 11 and serial number 12, it says, if you remember, which you don't, at around 10:30 in the morning, which you don't remember, you don't recall, we said any activity by the government as a public authority is a business. Birth certificate, death certificate is a business. Now we are saying any activity which the government is doing as a public authority, and if it is notified, it is not supply. If it is, please remember, notified is not supply. Notified is not a supply. Okay. Whatever is notified is, whatever is not notified, that is thousands of activities are there. We are not saying what is taxable. We are saying what is not taxable. How many activities have been notified? 3 things have been notified, which is not a supply. One is any activity done by the government which is given under 243W, 243G of the Constitution. This is nothing but panchayat and municipality activities. Any activities of panchayat and municipality is outside the GST and not a supply. Next, liquor license given by state government. Liquor license given by state government is an activity which is notified, therefore it is not a supply. So what if liquor license given by central government? First of all, central government cannot give liquor license because liquor is under state subject. They cannot give. But if the theoretical question is there, then it is taxable. Then it is a taxable question, taxable transaction. Okay. Therefore, these are the 12 items. 8, 9, 10 we have ignored. So there are 9 items. What are the 9 items? Employee to employer, deemed employment. One is elected representatives, constitutional authorities, deputation, fees by service by court or tribunal, death, funeral, mortuary related services, transport and deceased. Sale of land, never taxable. Sale of building is not taxable if and only if the entire money is received after the cut-off date. Cut-off date is equal to CC date, complete certificate date, or FO date, first occupancy, whichever is earlier. Then BGL, betting, gambling, lottery is taxable. Any actionable claims other than betting, gambling, lottery is not taxable. Okay. Then notified activities is not of the government is as a public authority is not a supply. Notified is 243W municipality, 243G panchayat. Yeah, W is municipality, G is panchayat. Then liquor license is not taxable. These are all the list of items which are not taxable. Done? Yeah. Now we have completed. We have completed what is a supply and what is not a supply. Last item is classification. Please remember, Classification is under schedule 2. Is under schedule 2. Schedule 2 does not say that a transaction is a supply. It does not say a transaction is not a supply. It only tells you if a transaction is already a supply, will be divided as supply of goods or a supply of service. The most consistent example I give in all classes which I take, whether it inter, final, CA, CS, CMA, is schedule 2 is like your hostel warden. Hostel warden. Can the hostel warden give you admission into college? No. Can the hostel warden say you're dismissed from the college? No. But if you are already a student of the college, coming inside, the warden will say, go to boys hostel, go to girls hostel. You go to block A, you go to block B. In block A, you go to room number 204, you go to room number 205. That splitting can only be done by the hostel warden. He or she cannot say you are a student or not a student. So what is your job? Classification into supply of goods and supply of services. Once you come to final, we will understand a bit more detail that goods service is different from supply of goods and supply of service. It's a very complicated concept which we will discuss at final level. At inter level, let's not get into it. It's very complicated. Goods service is not supply of goods, supply of service. And what is it? Something more. What is something more? We'll discuss at final level. At inter level, adala not required. So we're going to go to now schedule 2. Our agenda will be, we'll try to finish schedule 2. Once we finish schedule 2, we will take the lunch break. Whenever we finish schedule 2, we'll take the lunch break. Lunch break will be exactly 37 minutes and 3 minutes more minutes to settle down. So exactly 40 minutes. Then we will continue. Okay. WebEx guys, they're having culturals here. So nice songs are going. You're missing out all the fun. Okay. Shh. Again, schedule 2 is like somebody wrote schedule 2 like how we write our exam answers. We write one sentence, then you forgot second point, we'll write third point, then we'll write eighth point. Then suddenly you will remember the second point. Okay, then you will write the second point. So it will not be in any particular order or logic. But we cannot read it like that. We will do the rejumbling first. Okay. நான் வரண்டிக்கு தான் அந்த பாட்டெல்லாம் போனேன். அப்படியே இந்த பொண்ணுங்களுக்கு போன அப்புறம் சத்தம் ஜாஸ்தி ஆச்சு. அவங்க தான் போய் இதை ஒத்தி வச்சிருக்காங்க. இருந்தாலும் ஓர ரொம்ப போடுறான், கொஞ்சம் பாட்டு சவுண்ட் கேமரா மைக் லைட் அந்த பக்கம் திருப்பி லைவ்ல வேற கேட்டு இருக்காங்க. Okay, okay, okay. Let's concentrate. First one, all goods related transaction. Very simple part. Just because it is goods, it is not supply of goods. If you are selling the goods, okay. If I start using mic, no, they will not hear the songs. It's okay. If you are selling the goods, there's a transfer of title. There's a transfer of title that is sale, supply of goods. Any transaction where there is no transfer of title is a supply of service. Okay, transfer of title will happen in two types of transaction. One is pure sale. Second is your hire purchase and sale by installments. There also transfer of title will happen, but not today. It will happen tomorrow. But there also there is a transfer of title. Therefore, both those cases are called as supply of goods. Any other goods transaction are called as supply of service. Renting of goods, licensing of goods, transfer of right to use of goods, sale of undivided share in goods are all called as supply of service. Any goods without title transfer, any goods transaction without title transfer, repeat, any goods transaction without title transfer is a supply of service. Take the chair for rent. Have I sold the chair to you? No. It's a transaction involving goods, but it is a supply of service. Now, just to confuse you, remember we said if I supply goods via e-commerce operator, I should compulsorily take registration. If I supply services via e-commerce operator, I need not take compulsory registration unless my turnover crosses the threshold limit. Remember, in exam I can give you a question. Ravi is giving the chair on rent via a e-commerce site. The department says he is liable to pay the tax. Ravi says e-commerce company should pay the tax. You say who is liable to pay tax? Answer: no one will pay tax. Because if it is supply of goods, then you'll go to section 24, blah, blah, blah. Somebody will rate say e-commerce service, therefore 9.5. Answer is, you have to go to 24 and say that, if you are supplying via e-commerce, you should take registration, both goods and services. But section 23 says, somebody is notified, need not take registration. One of the notified activity is e-commerce via supplier of service need not take registration if the turnover is below the threshold limit. Since Ravi's turnover is below threshold limit, it's a supply of service. As per schedule 2, renting of chair without transfer of title is a supply of service. So this simple question I can take wherever the law treats supply of goods differently and supply of service differently. I can take this question, the schedule 2 question, and put it there. First you answer this. The answer for this will become the question for that. So now you should know schedule 2. And so that renting is a supply of service. Renting of goods is a supply of service. Then take that answer and say that if I supply service via e-commerce, I need not take registration. And say this is not notified under 9 subsection 5. Therefore, e-commerce operator need not pay. 3 different chapters. The levy, the supply, the registration. How will you answer in exam? You have to be, sir, நீங்க எனக்கு revision பண்ண வந்தீங்களா? எனக்கு பயம் ஜாஸ்தி ஆகுது. Okay. That's a byproduct. Okay. So you learn the law is different. This is how the law is combined. See, where and all you read supply of goods. Moment the word supply of goods, supply of service is there, your brain should replace that with schedule 2. What if this question comes with schedule 2 question? What if this comes with ITC question? What if this comes with, they say, okay, permanent transfer of asset with where ITC is taken. What if there is an asset on which I cannot take ITC? Somebody said, what if a person is there where there is no ITC? That asset comes, what will happen? Oh, and that asset, if I give it to my employee, what will happen? That asset, give it to my wife, what will happen? If I give it to my brother, what will happen? Like that, you have to sit and think. Whole world will think you are gone mad, which is also quite possible. Okay, Tanya, you sit to come back. Okay, but you will pass the exam. Okay, all your hair will grow white. You will develop, what is it? Baldness and all, but you will clear CA. That I can guarantee. If you don't think all this will happen over a period of time and you will not clear CA. So you decide which you want. They are clear what they want. Okay. Last item is very important. Listen to me very carefully. Any process or activity on another person's goods. Very important. I give my phone. I give my phone to a mobile shop. Ask him put a screen guard. He puts a screen guard. Okay, then it becomes supply of service. Why? It's an activity or transaction done on another person's goods. Okay, what if I go buy a screen guard first, go outside the shop, then come back into the shop and say, boss, can you stick? There are two different transactions. Okay, but any transaction done on another person's goods is a supply of service, even if the majority of the cost is goods. I'll give a simple example. You have a bike or a car, met with an accident, some damage, paint and all is gone. So the person, you go and give it, they're doing repainting. Paint is goods, they're charging 5,000 rupees. Where cost of paint is 4,200, labor is 300, 400, profit is 300, 400, total is charging 5,000. Out of 5,000, what is majority value? Paint. Paint is goods. So he is supplying both paint and labor painting and he is charging you 5,000. Now translate supply of goods or service? Service. Supply of service. Why? Because the activity is done on another person's goods. Therefore, it is a supply of service, not supply of goods. Which means I can ask any of these questions, and in registration chapter, threshold limit is different. If it is services 20 lakhs, pure goods 40, we are going to see in registration after lunch. Everywhere I can combine this question. I can say he is into renting of cars or supplying goods, renting of goods. What is threshold limit? You say if the moment the word goods comes, you will say 40. Fail. Answer is 20. Okay. He sells the chair and he also rents the chair. What's the threshold limit? Somebody will say 40, some will say 20, some will say 60. Sir, goods in 40, sir. Service in 20, sir. Total 60, sir. Wow, what a brilliant answer. Answer is 20. Okay. நான் பேசி கேட்கல நல்லா பண்ணு. உங்களுக்கு பைக் வேணுமா? இல்லப்பா கேட்கறதுக்கு வேணாம்ல. Done. Next, immovable property transaction. They are all supply of service only. Immovable property is not movable, no? Correct? If it is movable, it is not immovable. Very simple English. Something is movable, then it is not immovable. Okay. If it is movable, it is goods. If it is not goods, then it is service. So land rent, building rent, sale of building. Sale of building we already saw. Before cut-off date, everything, construction of a building, everything is a supply of service. Moment the word building or immovable property comes, everything is a supply of service. Then 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Don't worry, it's not stuck for you at home. We have to stop talking. Refresh. Okay. Third set. You have a business asset. You have a business asset that is not there tomorrow. Asset is gone, disposed of permanently. It's a supply of goods. Asset is there, but used for private use. Asset is not gone, still there, but used for private use. It's a supply of service. If the business is closed, I will have stock in trade. I will have capital goods. I will have laptop, mobile phones, car, AC, fridge, washing machine in my business. So why will I have washing machine at all? I am running a cleaning shop. I will have washing machine. What is your problem? Okay, I have all these assets. I have closed my business. The law says just before closing, just a microsecond before closing, all the goods you have is deemed to have been supplied. Deemed to have been supplied, which means you are liable to pay GST. Just before you surrender the registration, all the stock in trade is deemed to have been supplied. And what is the nature of supply? It is a supply of goods. Okay, this is dealing with, of course, this closure of business will not, this concept will not apply if I have closed the business but my son is continuing, or I have sold the business to Tip Top Dry Cleaners, they are continuing the business. Somebody is continuing the business but not me, then they will not apply. Nobody is continuing, the business is stop, then just the microsecond before the business is stop, I am liable to pay GST on those, all the stock and goods I have, and that transaction is treated as a supply of goods. Then last set of items, these are again nobody needs to say, but the government is saying it's supply of service. Temporary transfer of IPR. IPR is your intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights is treated as goods. It's treated as goods. So permanent transfer of IPR is permanent transfer of goods. Permanent transfer of IPR will become sale of goods. Then it becomes a supply of goods. Temporary use of IPR will become no title. It will become supply of service. It will not become service. It will become supply of service. Chair is always chair. Chair is always goods. Chair will not become service. The transaction becomes supply of service. That's why I told you, there's a difference between service and chair is never service. Chair becomes, renting of chair becomes supply of service. And the supply, we are adding one word, no? I don't know if you remember in your +1 or +2 economics, you study this law of demand. If you miss the word quantity, your teacher will hit you with belt, no? As the other things remaining constant, as price increases, demand decreases, means quantity demand decreases. That word quantity, sir, what difference? Decrease in demand is downward shift of demand curve, increase in demand is upward shift of demand curve. The same demand curve going up and going down is increase in quantity demanded or decrease in quantity demanded. Ceteris paribus, other things remaining. Interview foundation. Okay, that word quantity is very important. Similarly here, chair will never become service. Renting of chair will become supply of, it will not become service also, it will become supply of service. What is the difference between service, supply of service, goods, supply of goods? Come to final. Then there I will say come post qualification. Okay, software is a supply of service. Inactivity is a supply. Imagine now we go to those college people and say, stop putting music for next half an hour. We will give you 1,000 rupees. We need to study. We are all good boys and girls. We need to study. Please stop the music. And they stop the music. Are they doing any service? Yes. Stop. Not doing itself is a transaction. But what transaction? It is not obviously goods. Then it becomes a supply of service. Agreeing to refrain from an act or tolerate. Now they are saying, I will give you 2,000. You go and sit back. You tolerate an act. So we get, okay, 2,000 is very good. We will take and come back and sit. It's a toleration of an act. We are also providing a supply of service. Then food is a supply of service. You go to a restaurant, now afterwards, it's a supply of service. Okay, great. So this is called as schedule 2. With that we complete supply definition. Okay. Wait. So supply is, what is supply? Main definition, import of service, deemed supply schedule 1. What is not supply? Schedule 3. Classification, schedule 2. Main definition, types of supply, sale, transfer, exchange, barter, rental, lease, license of goods or service or both made or agreed to be made for a consideration during the course or furtherance of business. Goods, money, securities, balance, good service. Consideration is everything is considering except deposit, subsidy from central state. Made or agreed to be made. Promise to supply is also supply. Business, first read yes it's a business, then read the question. Second, import of service even for personal purpose is a supply. Then deemed supply, no consideration, not a supply. Exception is there in schedule 1. Employee to sorry that's schedule 3. Permanent disposal of business assets where ITC has been taken. Related party transaction, distinct person transaction, principal and agent and principal, import of service from my related person abroad or my own branch located abroad. Schedule 3, what is not a supply? Employee to year, not year to e to year. Deemed employees, elected people, constitutional people, deputed people, tribunal court, death, sale of land, sale of building where the entire money is received after the COD, betting, gambling, lottery is taxable, others not taxable. Then 3 customs items you have ignored for final level. Then 243W, 243 municipality panchayat are not taxable. Liquor licenses not taxable. Sorry. Shamikanu. Vashaka, Doshaka. Okay. Then classification of supply is schedule 2. Transfer of title in goods, supply of goods. Transfer of title tomorrow, hire purchase, supply of goods. Any other transaction of goods is a supply of service. Example, renting, leasing, hiring. Any activity on another person's goods, all are called as supply of service. Any immovable property is a supply of service. Information technology, software related activities, inactivity, food, supply of service. Business asset, there today, not there tomorrow, gone, supply of goods. There today, there tomorrow, also use of personal, supply of service. Business is closed, just before the microsecond before business is closed, it becomes a supply of goods. All the assets I have, except if the business is continued by my successor or by some other person. Okay, this is called as supply. Over. We'll time is now exactly 1:12. We will meet at 1:45. We'll meet at. I will start sharp at 1:52. Whether you like it or not. Okay. Have a great lunch. Great. So welcome back. Post lunch. For those who are watching the recorded version of this, don't be alarmed. We paused it at 1 o'clock. We're resuming at 2. Yeah, we have completed supply. Great. From your we have completed charge. We have completed the application of CGST, SGST. We are yet to do 1B. We are yet to do 1B and other concepts. So we will take, as promised, we will take up registration, something to change it. Then we will try to do, when do you have your evening break generally? Abhi ho gaya to 2 baje. It depends on the. When do you want to finish? Huh? 7 o'clock? No need to say, huh? You can say, no, sir, yes, sir. Huh? Why are you burping after lunch? Huh? When? 4:30. What? Half a day? 4:30 is half a day. Anybody who leaves at 4:30 is half a day. 6 o'clock is permission. 8 o'clock is okay. 9 o'clock is your work full day. Let's negotiate. Yeah. 5. 5. Let's make it 5:50. 5:30, great, agreed. Okay, so your representative has spoken. He has agreed for 5:30. Yeah, close at 5:30. Close it. But you don't like that. You don't like the subject. Then so online, Manisha is saying make it 6. Why it's not accepted? In fact, they are even more difficult for them, because you are sitting in a classroom environment. They are lying down in their bed. They'll get sleep easily. Okay, great. Mahisha, don't worry. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Great. So we'll get into the very interesting area for me. Anything where I can create tricky questions is interesting. There is no video lag, no? Okay, you will not know. For you, there is no video lag. It's live. If you have too much of video lag, then try, don't know. Try what can you do? You can switch off your video, but your video is already off on it. Huh? You log out, then he's saying don't log it back. I don't know what idea that is, but you can try. Okay. So we're going to the registration chapter. We are skipping couple of things because registration is one area where there is, you think for half an hour you get 30 more questions. That kind of jolly area for examiners. Okay, it's a mindful area. Okay, let's welcome back. Okay, now in registration, I've given you quick hints. Every line is worth 2 hours, but all these things you should have already studied. If the aggregate turnover crosses threshold limit, then the person should take registration. There is turnover, there is aggregate turnover. Turnover means both taxable and exempt. Both taxable and exempt. Okay. Now, I would like to confuse you. Okay, which I generally like to do. Just I'm putting this table right in front of you. Try to understand this table. These are disturbing images. You may want to feel like pulling your hair out and what is it? Tearing your shirt and running like a mad person on the road. If you feel that urge, please control it. Okay, I'm warning you. These are disturbing images. Okay. It's what should I do? Smart art. I like this smart art hierarchy. Let's go. I'm creating this in, I have this table ready made, but I wanted to create this along with you. Just try to understand this. Try understand. Okay. So broadly, there are transactions, correct? There are transactions. These transactions, we can divide it into two groups of transaction. One is securities transaction, money transaction, and you can call it others. Others are equal to goods and services. Correct? Third is not required. So broadly, we can divide the transaction into securities and money, which are neither goods nor service. Any other transactions are goods and service transaction. So all goods and service transactions are taxable or supply? No. Okay, this we are dividing it into two things. Schedule 3, which is not a supply. Please note, items in Schedule 3 are service but not supply of service. For example, a funeral service is a service but not a supply. Not a supply. What is taxable? Is service taxable? Supply taxable? Supply is taxable. That's why I said service, supply of service are slightly complicated. Then no problem na. You should know the conclusion, but the process we'll discuss at final level. Know that service is different from supply of service. Service is not tax, supply of service is tax. Both are not same. Any Telugu boys, girls? Both are not same. I don't know why, if you understood or not. It's okay. Jai Balaya. Okay. Both are not same. If you don't know what both are not same, go and watch Akanta movie. Okay. Right? Schedule 3, not a supply. Balance items are, balance is called as supply. Correct? If you are a goods and service transaction, if you are not in Schedule 3, then you becomes a supply. Okay, sir, every supply is taxable? No. There is a non-taxable supply. It's a supply but not taxable. So what is non-taxable supply? Non-taxable supply is a supply on which there is no levy. Supply on which there is no. What are those items? 6 products. Your alcoholic liquor plus 5 petroleum products. These are supply, but they are non-taxable supply. Then we have what is called as taxable supply. Taxable supplies are supply other than non-taxable supply on which there is a levy or charging section. Ready? Then, on all taxable supplies I will pay tax? Yes, sir, but government can give exemptions. Okay, so taxable supplies can be divided into exempted supplies, which is nil rate or exempted by notification. Then you have a balancing figure, which is the taxable supply. So you have 2 taxable supplies. If I say taxable supply includes exempt supply. Then there is another taxable supply. This is like father Rajinikanth, son is also Rajinikanth. The 2 Rajinikanths. Okay. So where do you have 3 Rajinikanths? One is a villain, something like that. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Okay. So a taxable supply includes exempt supply. Correct? Table governing kunja complicated. So far so good? So far so good? So far so good? Yes. So you have money and securities which are out, which are like, we don't even know what we should call it as. We will call it money and securities. Balance are goods. All goods are taxable? No, not in Schedule 3. Because actionable claims are goods. But other than betting, gambling, lottery, they are not supply. Therefore, they are not taxable. So Schedule 3 is not a supply. So balance are all called as supply. Balance are all called as supply. All supplies are taxable? No. Petrol is supply. Petrol is not a supply. Petrol is not a supply. Petrol is supply. Liquor is supply. They are all supply, but they are not taxable. They are not covered under section 9. Therefore, they are non-taxable supply. Non-taxable supply and exempted supply are not same. Non-taxable supply and exempted supply are not same. So non-taxable, not taxable. Exempt, not taxable. No. Both are not same. Unless you know movie Akanda, then only you will understand both are not same. Okay. Otherwise, it's a waste of dialogue. Huh? Akanda, you will understand. He will go and kill 1,500 people. Police will come and ask, you are killing, you have to arrest you. He will say, you follow the law, I follow dharma. Both are not same. Huh? Both are not same, not dull. Both are not same. Okay. So, non-taxable supply is a supply on which there is no levy. Exempt supply is a supply on which there is a levy. But government says, no, I will not tax. Do you have any right over your next door small boy? Should you ask your permission to go to play? Next door boy. No. Okay. Your own brother itself will not ask permission from you to go to. So next door boy is the non-taxable. Your own chota brother or choti boy or brother or sister is exempted because you can give exemption. You need not ask my permission. Can you go to next door boy and say, hey, you need not ask my permission? Say, why should I ask you? You can tell your younger brother or younger sister, okay. Today, if you want to go to play, you need not tell me and go. You can go whenever you want. Can you go to next door neighbor and say, hey, you can go whenever you want to play. You need not tell me. What will you say? Correct? So, that is the difference between non-taxable supply and exempt supply. Okay. Now, there are two taxable supplies. Can you see? There are two taxable supplies. Depending on the context, taxable supply will include exempt supply. Depending on the context, taxable supply will be taxable. Only on which you finally pay tax, other than exempted. Other than exempted is called as taxable. Including exempted is also called as taxable. Both are, how can both be called as taxable? Okay. Correct? Confusion. Okay. You have to understand this very clearly because going forward, every question is based on this concept. Now, does exempt supply? Listen to me very carefully. I'm going to get answers from you. Then I'm going to confuse you, change the answer. I'm going to do a lot of things in next 10 minutes. Utmost concentration is required. If you are feeling sleepy, wake up, slap your face, wash your face and come back. Ready? Okay. I should also not feel sleepy. Ready? Okay. There are two taxable supplies. One which includes exempt supply. One which does not include exempt supply. Depending on the context, it will change. Outside input tax credit chapter. Taxable supply means including exempted. In input tax credit chapter, taxable supply means only taxable. The final taxable. Okay. That part of the input tax credit chapter where taxable means only taxable is not there in inter-syllabus. It is rule 42, 43, common credit apportionment and all. Very nice, superb topic where we can make sure that everybody cries, but we will make you cry at finally. எங்களை அழ வைக்கிறதுல அவ்வளோ ஒரு சந்தோஷம். நாங்க அழுதோம்ல படிக்கும்போது. ஓகே, I still remember the day before the income tax exam on final. Okay, we watched race movie. That original, not the subsequent race 3, race 4 and all. The original race movie with Saif Ali Khan. I don't know how many of you watched that movie. Race. Nobody has watched. That movie is where there's a twist every 5 minutes. Twist, twist, twist. Okay, so you go to the income tax paper, we saw income tax. This is not income tax. You say it is income tax paper, but this is not actually income tax paper. This could be some other paper. Okay, so we started seeing twist in every question. Eventually, we performed very poorly and got only 70. Okay. What is the scene? Okay, so we have to be, depending on the context, answer will change. Okay, I'll give you one example. Try to remember this example. Mahabharata war happened between who and who? Kauravas and Pandavas. Correct? Why did the Pandavas get the name called Pandavas? Pandu is the father. Therefore, they call Pandavas. And by that logic, Kauravas should have the name Drishuvas, no? Dhritarashtra's son, Druduvas should be. Druduvas, something like that should have. They are called as? Yeah, Gaurav. There was a king called as Kuru. Okay, Kuru. In that Vamsham, whoever was born is called as Kauravas. In that same Vamsham only, both Pandavas and Kauravas were born. Okay, so depending on the context, when you say Kauravas, it includes Pandavas. But if we say who fought versus who, Kauravas fought with Pandavas. So then Pandavas also fought with Pandavas. So no. Okay, so depending on the context, Kauravas will mean excluding Pandavas, or Kauravas can also include the 5 Pandavas. Both are called as Kauravas. So depending on the context, you have to give a meaning for taxable supply. So exempt supply is Pandavas here. So depending on the context, taxable supply Kauravas will include Pandavas. Depending on the context, Kauravas will only be our usual Kauravas. So far so good? Yes. Now, does exempt supply include non-taxable supply? Do you see the table? Does exempt supply include non-taxable supply? In the scheme of things, no. By GST law, they have defined exempt supply means taxable supply which are exempt from GST by way of a notification and includes non-taxable supply and includes. So, exempted supply by definition includes non-taxable. But taxable supply will not include non-taxable supply. But taxable supply includes. Okay, I'll repeat once. Taxable includes exempt. Taxable does not include non-taxable. Exempt includes non-taxable. So the non-tax should be part of taxable. No. That's how the wordings are. Okay. Taxable means section 9 taxable, which includes exempted by notification. But exempted supply is defined as exempted by notification, which is they're taking from the Pandavas, then they are non-taxable. So how to understand this? Very simple. You have to go further back in history. If you go further back in history, okay, the Kuru was the taxable fellow, no? If you go further back, Yadavas, that is the Krishna family. Okay, Krishna and those two families are also coming under same forefathers. Then they branched out. So that branch became non-taxable Krishna, who never participated in the war. So Krishna is the non-taxable guy. But whenever you say Pandavas, Krishna will come and add. Okay, so, but when you say Kauravas, Krishna will not come. When you say Pandavas, Krishna will come. But Kauravas includes Pandavas. Okay, so taxable supply includes exempt supply. Exempt supply includes non-taxable supply. But non-taxable supply will not become part of taxable supply. Now, total turnover. total turnover is equal to taxable supply plus exempt supply. Plus exempt supply. Here, what am I saying as taxable here? Because I'm saying taxable plus exempt. Which taxable are we calling? First taxable Kuru or second taxable Kauravas? Kauravas, because we are saying taxable plus exempt supply. No, we are saying taxable plus exempt supply. So we are talking about taxable plus exempt. Does exempt include non-taxable supply? Yes, by definition. So we are basically saying all supplies are total turnover. Can you do like that? Whatever is supply is part of total turnover. Correct? If you see, if you do the calculation, if you go slightly higher, what are we saying as total turnover? Taxable plus exempt. Exempt is equal to non-taxable. Correct? You split taxable plus taxable exempt. You write the equation. Taxable plus exempt supply is equal to total turnover. Taxable plus exempt supply, open bracket. What is part of exempt supply? Taxable exempt plus non-taxable. Taxable plus taxable exempt is called as taxable plus non-taxable. Taxable supply plus non-taxable supply is called as supply. So total turnover is whatever is supply is part of total turnover, including petrol, diesel, including liquor, petrol, this. What about sale of land? Is sale of land part of my total turnover? It is not supply. Now you understood that? What is total turnover? Depends on the definition of the word supply, taxable, non-taxable. So, I am working. My salary is 1.5 crores. I am also doing side class taking business, where I get 15 lakhs. Now, if I include salary also, my threshold limit becomes more than 20 lakhs. I am liable to register. If I take only my teaching income is only less than 20, I need not take registration. Should I take registration or not? Are you able to understand the question? Now, where should you understand? I should see what's the total turnover. Total turnover is what is a supply. What is supply should only be calculated for the purpose of total turnover. What is supply? Is employee to employer supply? No. Therefore, that 1.5 crores of salary you need not take. Got it? Now again, small teaser. Not for inter, but for final. Not for inter, but for final. For final, one ITC portion, we said it is not there in inter, which we said will go to final. In that context, exempt supply will include securities also. Which one also? Top securities and sale of land and sale of building from schedule 3. Those two items, not entire schedule 3. Sale of land, sale of building. Then top securities and money lend only securities. If you bring those things also, it becomes exempted supply for the purpose of input tax credit chapter. Exempt itself will have multiple meanings. Okay, depending on the context, meaning will, this is like your salary definition, no? Basic plus TK. Basic plus all emoluments, except gratuity. The definition of salary will keep changing. Here also it will keep, of course, it's only teaser for final. It is not that complicated now. So, when I say total turnover, you will calculate everything that is a supply. Supply includes non-taxable, taxable. Taxable includes taxable, exempt. Anything that is a supply, you will include to calculate your total turnover. Anything that is not a supply, you will not include. I have sold 5 crores of shares. 5 crores of shares. Okay, I have sold a land worth 2 crore. Okay, and I have done a service for 10 lakhs. What's my total turnover? 10 lakhs. I am selling petrol for 5 crores. Service for 10 lakhs. What's my total turnover? 5 crore 10 lakhs. Understood? This table you remember? Okay. Taxable means Kuru Vamsham. includes Pandavas. Pandavas are exempt. When I say that level Kuru, it will not include Krishna, non-taxable. When I say exempt separately, that is Pandavas, Krishna will come and join. Even though he was never part of Kuru. Taxable is only Gauravas, that is our core 100 people. Okay. But when you talk about total turnover, you will again add 100 Pandavas, 100 Kauravas, 5 Pandavas, and Krishna also you will add. 106 is the total turnover. Okay. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி branch ஆனாங்க. Anything before Krishna, at that level branching, all those people will not be counted for turnover purpose. So in examination, they will give you list of transactions and say, am I liable to register? You should take into consideration only those things which are part of total turnover. Total turnover is taxable supply plus exempt supply. Taxable supply is taxable plus taxable, exempt supply is exempt plus non-taxable supply. So basically, we are talking only about supply. Anything where section 7 and section 9 applies. What is a supply? Only that is covered. What is the supply under section 7? Okay, is only will be part of your total turnover. Clear? Clear? Turnover means supply turnover. At that level, which level? Balance supply. Anything other than securities and money, anything other than schedule 3. What will not come? Securities money will not come. Schedule 3 will not come. Balance everything will come. Balance everything will come. And that everything is called as total turnover. Actually, the word total is not there in the act. It only uses the word turnover. But you have to understand it as total. Like you have this gross total income, net total income, income tax. You don't have those words. It's called total income only. Pre-76A and post 6A, chapter 6A, both are called as total income. For understanding purpose, we only added the word gross total. Okay. Gross total, the net gross total. Okay. So like that, we are adding one word called total turnover to say that it includes everything that is called as supply. Frequently, the examination, what the examiner will do is, he will give a schedule 3 transaction, he will give a sale of securities transaction, he will give other transaction. Ask the student, is he liable to register? Inevitably, everybody will fail. Why? That clarity, what should be added, what should not be added is not there. So again, repeat, what should be added to arrive at total turnover? Anything that is a supply. Anything that is a supply. Sir, even petrol, diesel? Petrol supply, Ilya? Yes. Is it taxable supply? No. But is it supply? Yes. Then it is part of total turnover. Liquor itself is outside GST, then why should you take registration? That is different point. First step is calculating your total turnover. Later, another 15-20 minutes later, we are going to study if your entire turnover is non-taxable, you need not register. That is different. So if your entire turnover is only petrol, then your total turnover is more than 20, 30, 40 lakhs, therefore you come to registration. Then you will go there saying, entire turnover is petrol, diesel, you will go outside saying, I don't want to take registration. But you are not taking registration because your turnover was 0. You are not taking registration because your entire turnover was not taxable. There's a difference, Purida. There's a difference. So when I calculate total turnover, should you include petrol, diesel? Yes. Liquor? Yes. Exempt supply? Yes. Taxable? Yes. Basically anything that is supply should be schedule 3? No. Now that is the problem. Now you should know what is schedule 3 items. No? If without knowing what is schedule 3 in the examination, if I give you items, this schedule 3 item illaya, if you don't know, then you will not, it could be exempt also. Medical services is exempt. Funeral services is transportation of a patient is exempt. Transportation of dead body is not a supply. So if an ambulance service is giving a breakup, patient services 10 lakhs, dead body 12 lakhs. Yes sir, dead body weight. Okay. Should he take registration? 12 lakhs is not a supply. Supply is only 10 lakhs. 10 lakh is below 20. No need of registration. So unless you know the difference between exempt and not a supply, that is covered under Schedule 3. It looks like people will say, both are exempt, I will add 20, 22 is more than 20, liable to register. No. The turnover is not more than 20. Clear? Online WebEx friends, clear? Clear? Any doubts? Because going forward, okay. Now, turnover you understood? Anything that is what is turnover? Supply is equal to turnover. What is supply? Taxable, non-taxable. Taxable is equal to taxable, exempt, taxable, taxable. TT, TE, NT, everything is called as supply. Okay, ready? Now we are introducing next word called as aggregate turnover. Sir, aggregate, not total, aggregate, total turnover, aggregate. Aggregate turnover is turnover on all India basis. All India basis. For example, your Tamil Nadu turnover is 20, Maharashtra turnover is 40. Okay. What's the aggregate turnover? 60. For you as a person, pan India basis, double meaning. Why double meaning? Pan India means entire India. Pan India. For that pan, what is a India turnover? There are good double meanings also there. Okay. Pan India basis, what is your turnover? So what is the meaning of the word turnover? Supply. All supplies. Including taxable, exempt, non-taxable. Basically, taxable plus non-taxable, basically supply on an all India basis, pan India basis is called as aggregate turnover. So, if my turnover, let's say I'm there in 5 states, please understand. If you're doing a turnover of 10 lakhs, okay, you will be there in only one state. You will not be there in all states in India and do turnover of 2 lakhs in one state. That's not practically possible. But in examination, such a question will come. Somebody has branch in Andhra, Assam, Rajasthan with turnover of 22. Why will he have 3 branches in 3 different parts of the country with turnover of 15 lakhs? Then he will say each state is below 15, below 20, but aggregate is more than 45. Should he take registration? Yes. So that's one. Every sentence is 2 hours. Avlo content irukku. So moment you see the word aggregate turnover, you should remember what is turnover. You should remember what is aggregate. Turnover means supply. Supply means chart. Chart means schedule 3. All that you should remember. Sir, we could have chosen science group and went to become software engineers. My wife will disagree, but still. Software na ரொம்ப ஈஸி நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கியா? எவ்வளவு படிக்கணும் தெரியுமா? blah 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 blah. Like, yeah. நீங்க படிச்ச லெசன் தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு. என் தலையை பார்த்த அப்புறம் மேரிடான்னு கேக்குறீங்க. இது triple meaning, quadruple meaning, pentagon, hexagon, octagon. Okay. அப்படியே விட்டுட்டு ஜம்ப் ஆயிடுவோம். Okay. Next, the person should take registration. Again, English. We are all English medium students. Therefore, we don't know English. Therefore, please read carefully. Then you will understand. A person should take registration in each state or union territory from which he undertakes supply. How many words are there? Person should take registration. 5 words, which is okay. In each state, 3 words. From which he undertakes supply, 5 words. 5 plus 3, 8 plus 3, 13 words. I will ask a question. Let's see how many of you answer. Challenge, open challenge. Majority will give wrong answer. 13 words. You read it again. How many time? Shall I give you half an hour? You take half an hour also. The biggest problem we have is that we think we know English. At least if you admit that you don't know English, things will happen very smoothly. A Tamil medium or a Hindi medium student, he knows his deficiency. He knows, I don't know, understand English. So for everybody will ask, sir, what is the meaning? What is the meaning? What is the meaning? Nama kolpu jasti, born and brought up in English medium school, no. That and all we don't know, no. Okay, all bad English only we know, no. Huh? That item should be kept in that place. That is our English, no. Ready? I'll read one more time. Huh? I am a fair person. I'll give you fair opportunity. The person should take 14 marks. 14 marks. A person should take registration in each state from which he undertakes supply. Ready? Simple question I will ask. Simple. Starting bacha question. This is your pre-KG question. You are supposed to be 5th standard. You are supposed to be 5th standard in GST. This is a pre-KG question, which means you should all be using. Let's see. Let's try. Are you sure? You want to be insulted? Sure. Let's insult. I have a factory in Chennai. I am selling goods to Tamil Nadu. I am selling goods to my customers in Andhra. I am selling to my goods to my customers in Telangana, also to my Kerala friends, also to my Karnataka friends. Dravida Nadu. Okay, we are supplying goods in Dravida Nadu. Okay, nobody says that except us. Right. You will say Dravida Nadu. They don't use the word Dravid, but no problem. Okay, so I am selling goods to my customers in Andhra, Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka, of course, Tamil Nadu. Now, which and all state I should take registration? Andhra, Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, America, Africa, Antarctica. Huh? Kerala, Karnataka.
Yeah, sometimes they affect.
Friends, okay, sorry. I said my friends, matlab, all my customers will become friends. No,
Personally,
no, not personal, business only. Okay, so your customers should become your friends, no, ideally. Friends can become customers, then they'll become enemies. But if we do good business, customers will become friends. Okay. Question is, should I take registration in Andhra, Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka? Yes or no? No. Only in Tamil Nadu. I told you no. You don't know English, no. I proved no. Do you admit no? All your 12 years plus 2 years of LKG, UKG, you studied pre-KG, 15 years of education at best. Zero English knowledge. I have underlined the word. You have to take registration in the state from which you supply, not to supply. From you supply. Where are you supplying from? Why should take registration? Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka. Who has to take registration? Word chadipingla. You have to take registration only in Tamil Nadu. 13 words, underline bold is there. You are not able to read it. So if this notes is given to you, what will you read? You will read this 200 times. Go to exam and write Andhra, Kerala, failed. Repeat, November. You will go to some other revision class. He will also give from, you will read from, go write Telangana, Andhra, Kerala, failed. Go May. June ponal, July remember, May ponal, November ponal, May. Problem is not with notes or person taking class. You are not able to understand the word from. Okay. So I should take decision only in Tamil Nadu. Sir, I have too many customers in Karnataka. And Karnataka customers are asking material on JIT basis. In a basis? JIT means JIT. It's costing your study, no. Just in time basis. Tomorrow morning they want goods. Tonight they will call. Sir, send material. From Chennai, I cannot send the material to Karnataka. Deep into Karnataka, அது ஒரு பேரு சிக்மங்களூர் பக்கத்துல இருக்கு. Okay. பஞ்சதரம் தெரியாதா? Okay. So, Chamangudi. Okay, a deep interior Karnataka it is there. Okay. I cannot send the material overnight. Not possible. So, to help the customers, I am opening a depot in Karnataka. I am opening a depot in Karnataka. So, from my factory, I will transfer the goods to the depot. Whenever the Karnataka fellow wants, I will supply the goods from the depot in Karnataka to my customers in Karnataka. Update tomorrow Maharashtra I will supply from Karnataka. Now tell me, where should I take registration? Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, because I am supplying from Karnataka. That's why I am saying, no, all this English medium education should be completely scrapped. Everybody should go back to their mother tongue education. English is just a language of communication. How much ever we teach you in English, Mandela era. Tamil la oru vaati sonna Mandela era. Evlo thara English, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Hindi, Urdu, whichever is your mother tongue. You have to be taught in mother tongue. English medium of education is a rubbish way of teaching students. But what to do? That is what is expected. If you don't speak English, you are treated as an inferior person. By Indians, not even outsiders. German Prime Minister doesn't speak in English. He knows English. She speaks in UN in German. Chinese fellow will speak in Chinese. Nobody understands, but she speaks in Chinese. Our Prime Minister goes and speaks in Hindi, like, oh, he's talking in Hindi. Kya pagal hai? I want him to speak in Gujarati. Why should he speak in Hindi? Let him speak in Gujarat. He's from Gujarat, na? You should speak in Gujarati language. Why should he speak in Hindi? That should be the question. Okay, but okay. You're all obsessed with English. Sorry, English la urunga kattitinga adum kadaiyadhu. From paathu 2 unna vendiyadhu. Illa already company cycle or prachana. Shall includes may include shall. Shall na meva, may na shall. Apre shall. Ab may edhu vendidane. We will write shall. You read may. We will read may. You read shall. Ella paithyam. Charane memory, no? The 2 mic mudingis of Bharadwaj is myself and Charanyam. Okay. We don't require mic. She was using the mic, no? Huh? Second day. She would have lost her voice by then. Okay. Ready? So, again, now next question. So, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka should be registered. Tamil Nadu should be registered. Both will come under 1 registration or 2 registration. Next, are you able to understand the question? Sir, Tamil Nadu to be registered, understood. Karnataka to be registered, understood. Both will come under 1 registration number or 2 number. 2 numbers. Registration, how many numbers will be there? 2 numbers will be there. Okay. Slowly we are developing. Okay, if I am next sentence, that is where about age. If I am supplying from a state, அதை படிச்சு கூட உங்களால ஆன்சர் சொல்ல முடியல. இல்ல ஓபன் புக் எக்ஸாம். If I am supplying from more than 1 state, that state I should take separate registration. அந்தந்த ஸ்டேட்ல தனித்தனி ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் அப்படியே டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்றோம் இங்கிலீஷ்ல. That state separate registration. This is English teaching. Respective registrations in those states is the correct English. என்ன சார் என்ன யாருக்கு ரெஸ்பெக்ட் கொடுக்கணும்? Registration number will be 15 digits. First two digits will be state code. Tamil Nadu is 3333. 32 is Kerala. Okay, then 27 is Maharashtra, 29 Karnataka, 01 is Jammu Kashmir. Ladakh is 38 naniga. Pudu number undiruchu. So like that, every state has got a state code. Then 10-digit PAN code will be there. Last 3 digit one check code, very secret formula. They will not tell you what the secret formula is. They will generate one random number 3 digits. So state code plus PAN plus 3 digits random generated code is called your 15-digit GST number. GST identification. Okay. Now, next question. Sir, I am inside Tamil Nadu. Listen to me very carefully. These are all repeated questions. Repeated student give wrong answer. And 14 marks. Number of questions is limited. மொத்தமே 20 questions தான் இருக்கு. All 20 questions are in this notebook. You read this and go, you will pass. மாட்டோமே. Sir, தப்பு sir. Okay. Sir, in Tamil Nadu, listen to me carefully. In Tamil Nadu, I have a showroom like Reliance Trends. They have a showroom in Ananagar. They have a showroom in Mylapore. They have a showroom in Madurai. They are supplying from Madurai. They are supplying from Ananagar. They are supplying from Mylapore. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, should they take one registration for all the 3 places, or they should take one registration for that place? Huh? Within the same state, the section says, the law says, Okka registration, one registration, saku. Okay, sufficient. Saku na podu in Kannada. Beku kadu. Beku na venuman artham. Beka. Saka. Okay. First time I went to Karnataka for an audit. One person came and said, Mosaru beku. Mosaru means curd or moro. Majika means mora, curd. Something like that. She was asking, do you want curd? No, Majika is also there. More only. Mosaru beku. He said, do you want buttermilk? See, one word, it's like Kallipatti Mari. Okay. No, again, internet gone. Wait. Good joke they have missed. So, law says take only one registration. But for my administrative convenience, I want to take separate registration. Can I do it? Yes. But that is because you want to take. That is your voluntary decision. Law says for one state, one registration is sufficient. Should I have more than one, less than one and all? When you go to final level, you discuss when taking more is advisable, taking not advisable. If I do 2 different businesses, one is a taxable business, another an exempted business and all, can I take 2 different registration to optimize my tax outflow and all? It's very interesting areas which we'll discuss at final level. Okay. I hope my friends Webex can see the screen. So questions will come as, I have one business in one location. Obviously, I have only one registration. I have one business in multiple locations. How many registration? One is sufficient. If I want, you can take multiple registration at your option. Sir, I have multiple businesses at single location. As I told you, I am an advocate. I am also taking classes. Let's say I am also doing vada appam. Sir, will you example done? Let's say I am selling GST book, which is a book selling activity. I am also doing coaching. I am also doing this advocate legal job. 3 different businesses, 1 single person, 1 registration or separate registration for each business activity. 1 state, 1 registration. Sir, multiple business at multiple locations. Law says 1 person, 1 state, 1 registration. Anything more? Your option. If you want, you take. Otherwise, don't take. I don't care. I want you to be registered. Of course, all places must be included in the registration certificate as additional place of business. All the address should be there in the certificate. That is different. Separate number need not be got. Okay. Now, so 1 state India, sorry, 1 state inside the state, or inside Tamil Nadu. Another one is outside Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. 1 registration, 2 registration. Compulsorily 2 registration. Within Tamil Nadu, I am in Chennai, Madurai, Pondicherry will not come, no? Coimbatore. Then single or multiple at your option. Now, SEZ, Special Economic Zone. You have this Mahindra City SEZ, right? Okay. Mahindra City SEZ, right? Okay. We should break up that batch. Okay, and put one person here. Always disturbing the class. Okay. 1 person inside SEZ. What is SEZ and all? We will discuss in detail at final level. When you come to final, we will discuss foreign trade policy, GST, customs and all we will be discussing. Fantastic, beautiful concept. At inter level, just know this. SEZ is treated like a foreign place. A place outside India in India. It's treated like a place outside India in India. Okay. So it is not India. So then I can go inside SEZ and kill somebody. Nobody will arrest me. No. For all criminal activities and all, this part of India. For taxation related, that's why under income tax you have, for any profits you earn in SEZ, it is exempt from income tax, 10A and all. I think it's not there at inter level, I think. It's there, not there. We'll go at finally. Okay, 10A and all, you have income tax exemptions. So, I have a factory, Chennai, outside the SEZ. I also have a factory inside the SEZ. Now, SEZ is treated like not another country, somewhere outside India, which means it is not same state. For taxation purpose, it is not same state. So, even though both are Tamil Nadu, I have to compulsorily take a separate registration for the unit inside the SEZ. That cannot come under regular Tamil Nadu. Okay, now tell me, when are compulsory separate registrations required? 1. Supplying from, not 2 different states, then supplying 2 also will come. Supplying from 2 different states, 2 or more, 3, 4, 5. Or within the same state, 1 SEZ, another is outside SEZ. Outside SEZ is called as DTA, Domestic Tariff Area. Okay, don't think too much about it. Normal area, which is not an SEZ. Then compulsorily 2 registration. Voluntarily, within the same state, no SEZ involved. Multiple business, same place, multiple business, multiple location, single business, multiple location, all these combinations. If you want, you may take separate registration. Once you take separate registration, either because it is compulsory or because you voluntarily, for whatever reasons, now you have got 2, 3, 4, 5 registration, but all under same pan. Each registration is called as distinct person. Now we study registration. Now we'll stop registration distinct person here. Let's go to the items we stopped. What is that? Transaction between distinct person. Correct? Huh? So, unless you know registration, that chapter, you cannot answer this question. That's why it's very difficult to say where any particular question is from which chapter. Okay. Fantastic areas, beautiful areas. Let's see. I want to complete registration before we go on our break. We'll do one thing. We'll take a break at 3:45 or registration, whichever is later. Huh? Okay. Whichever is later or earlier. Later. Not deliver. Take this question. A Limited has a factory at Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and a depot in Pune, Maharashtra. What do you do in depot in Maharashtra? Summa you keep the goods, sir. From there you will be selling. That need not be said. That is understood. That is understood. One student asked me one question. Sir, you never said he's supplying from Maharashtra. I said, okay, but then why will I open a depot in Maharashtra? Summa store the goods. Why would I want to open a depot in Maharashtra to store goods in I could open it in Tamil Nadu itself. When you say opening a depot in Maharashtra, which means you are going to sell from Maharashtra also. Okay. So A Limited has a factory at Chennai and also a factory at Maharashtra. From Chennai factory, the goods are transferred to Maharashtra depot. Is this transaction a supply? Huh? Is the transaction a supply? Huh? Sir, you have not given, have they taken separate registration or not? That need not be given. Why? Because compulsorily you have to take दो registrations. दो registration चाहिए ना, एक तमिलनाडु से और एक महाराष्ट्र से. दो registration चाहिए ताकि नॉर्थ इंडिया मीडियम रेट्स. अभी देखो फ्रेंड्स, दो registration चाहिए, एक चेन्नई से और एक महाराष्ट्र से. Okay. So compulsorily दो registration, therefore it is a distinct person supplies a consideration. That's why schedule 1 transaction, consideration is not required, supply liable to GST. A Limited has a factory at Chennai. Question number 2. A depot in Madurai. From Chennai factory, goods are transferred to depot at Madurai. What's the answer? Is this transaction supply? Wait, first MCQ answer tell me. What's the MCQ answer? Is it supply, not a supply? Huh? Tell me the MCQ answer. This question comes in MCQ. What is your answer? Not a supply. Why? Why? Sir, both are in Tamil Nadu, single registration within the same state, therefore not a, they are within the same registration, therefore not a supply. Even with consideration, I cannot sell it to myself. No? Within the same registration. Okay. So, therefore not a supply. Not an MCQ question, but 3 mark, 4 mark question. Then what will you write? Then you said the question has not given whether they have taken voluntarily separate registration for factory and the depot. The question is not clear. Accordingly, if normally only one registration is required, in that case, it is not a supply. However, they can voluntarily take separate registration for factory and depot. If they have taken separate registration, then it is a supply. You have to write both. दोनों भी लिखना पड़ेगा. ओके मित्रों, okay. Next, what you should write and all, it's here, don't worry. How you should, exact words you need not use what I have written. I'm just giving you how you should present in the exam. You should tell the examiner, boss, I know. You are asking registration. In registration, within same state, I know one registration. I know voluntarily 2. 1 or 2 you have not given, that also I know. If it is 1, it is not supply, I know. If it is 2, it is supply, I know. All that I know, you should write. Then only he knows that you know. Then only you will get mark. சொன்ன வச்சன் சார் கிட்ட தமிழ்ல எடுக்கலாம் சார் கிளாஸ், இங்கிலீஷ் எடுத்தா ஒன்றும் புரியாது. நோ நோ, we have to communicate in English அப்படின்னு. Okay. Friends, next question number 3. GL Limited has a factory at Chennai, Tamil Nadu in DTA and also another factory in SEZ also at Chennai. From the factory, friends, please listen, at DTA Chennai, the goods are transferred to the factory at SEZ Chennai. Is this transaction a supply? Huh? Yes or no? No, question was not clear. No, it has not given whether they have taken voluntarily separate registrations or nothing is not given. SEZ is compulsory, need not be given. Therefore, it becomes a supply. Okay. These are questions actually not part of registration traffic. This is part of schedule 1. That's the beauty of GST. Without knowing registration, this is out. This question and all would look like, is this supply? Is this supply? Actually, the question is, are they distinct person? Are they distinct person? So, without knowing distinct person, supply you cannot answer. Okay. Idhula final level a lot of other problems are there. We'll discuss that at the final level. Now, so we are saying that if your aggregate turnover crosses the threshold limit, then you have to take registration. From there we went, how many registration? From a, to a, from a. Multiple from na, multiple state na, multiple registration. Within the state, multiple from, one, voluntarily multiple. Within the state, from is from, SEZ, non-SEZ, though. All that we have covered. Now we are proceeding into how to calculate aggregate turnover threshold limit. Before that, another brilliant concept. Okay. This case number 1, case number 2 has got some concept. There is also a concept called as revised invoice. Okay, don't even see this. Okay, even if you show, you will not answer correctly. That I know. That confident I am. Moment I ask you revised invoice. What is revised invoice? What will be your answer? Income tax revised return. What is the meaning? Huh? Sir, something I gave, sir. I filed wrongly, and now I am revising the return. Revised return. Correct? What is revised invoice? What is revised invoice? Huh? Huh? I made a mistake in the invoice, adding addition. Something like that. No, adha kadayadu. Revised invoice is not, you, sir, I made a mistake in the invoice. What can you do? Nothing you can do. You can go and cry. GST law doesn't allow you to do anything. Of course, there's a concept called as credit note, debit note, amendment to tax invoice and all. All that we'll discuss it. Sir, எதை கேட்டாலும் final ring. எல்லாம் மேல இருக்கும் பார்த்து. What to do? As I told you now, you got only 10% syllabus. Finally 30% syllabus tha. Your inter 10% syllabus, final level also 30% only GST syllabus. Okay. So even at final level, you will not read full GST law. Full GST law படிச்சீங்க அப்படின்னா வந்து வைத்தியம் பிடிச்சு பாய பிராண்டுவீங்க. ஃபைல் வருவோமான்னு கேக்குறீங்களா? முடிச்சிடலாம். அதுக்கு என்ன சம்பந்தம்? வேணா எல்லா அக்கௌண்டேஷன் தெரிஞ்சா நீங்க இன்டர் எக்ஸாம் எழுத போறீங்க. ஒரு கேஷ் ஃப்ளோ ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் டாலி பண்ணதுக்கு வக்கு இல்லைன்னு சொல்லக்கூடாதுல்ல. கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க. ஒரு சம் கேஷ் ஃப்ளோ டாலியா இருக்கா? ஆவது. பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் சப்ட்ராக்ட் பண்றோம். டிஃபரன்ஸ் கேஷ் தானே வரணும். வராது. வராது. ஏன் வராது? விடுகாதையா. Okay, so basically you're a chartered accountant, balance sheet tally, cash flow tally. Why are you talking about these? Now, what is revised invoice? Somebody's answered in the chat box. Yes, that answer is right. That we'll discuss here. That is all part of registration chapter. But the revised invoice will be given in returns in that not e-way documents, tax invoice, debit note, credit note. In that chapter they will give. But when you study, you should study all together. Now, I am crossing the threshold limit. Let's say threshold limit is 20 lakhs. Threshold, the three threshold limits, 10, 20, 40. They'll see, we are going to see in 5 minutes. Let's assume the threshold limit is 20 lakhs. I am crossing 20. I am crossing. Today I crossed. On 24th March 2022, I have crossed 20 lakhs. Today itself, can I go and get registered? Not possible. You should have anticipated you would cross and take registration. Practically tell me. 24th March, you thought probably another 5 more days are there in the year. You will cross, will be 19,49,342. No need take. This is exam question, 19,99,999. Should you take registration? All that will come in exam. Like that, I will go and stop. Probably you couldn't. So you were hoping it will not happen. It has crossed. Today it has crossed 20,01,000. Which means today you have become liable to register. Today itself take the registration. Can you do? No. The law gives you time. The law says take 30 days. Take 30 days. Inga problem. Should I get registered within 30 days? Should I apply within 30 days? Apply within 30 days. Registration granting is not in my hands. That is officer. அவருக்கு 1000 வேலை இருக்கும். Okay. So registration will happen. Can happen anytime. I can apply within 2 days, get it within 5 days. But normally it is my job to apply within 30 days. I need not get within, I can get even after 6 months. But I need to apply within. Next problem. How do you calculate 30 days? 24th March. 30 days. How will you calculate? Should you include 24th? Not include 24th. Always exclude the date. From date. The general classes act. Solli kuttangla. Foundation also you would have taught you this. Indian contract law. 3 months. Abdina same day next month. That's why it's called foundation. If you don't know that, this you will not know. So 24th March 30 days na. Ignore 24th March. How many months, days are there in March? 31 days. 31 minus 24 is 7. Appa I need 30 days. So I will borrow another 23 days from April. So it is 23rd April 2022. Can I apply on 23rd April also? Yes. That also is possible. So I have to apply on or before 30 days, that is 23rd April. So they're asking some questions and all. I give documents, etc. In June 1st, only I got the registration. When did I get the registration? June 1st. Registration certificate is issued. Registration is granted. I get the number on 1st June. Yes? Yes or no? Now tell me, when is the registration valid from? 1st June, 23rd April in which I applied, or 24th March when I become liable to tax. Liable to tax. The answer will go back to certificate will have retrospective effect. Retrospective effect from 24th March 2022. 24th March 2022. Okay. So take this example. Then in input tax credit chapter also there is a concept called as transition credit. No, you are unregistered. Section 18. If you are unregistered, you go and become registered. You have got closing stock. Okay, for that also this date becomes relevant, because if you don't apply within 30 days, then your transition credit cannot be availed. Don't worry, when we go there I will tell again. Sir. Minister ITC, what ITC? Transition ITC. Which section? Don't, we'll go there. So all that is 30 days is relevant. So liable to register on 15th September, applied on 13th October within 30 days. Certificate is issued on 12th November. Certificate is effective from 15th September itself. Liable to be registered. For transition credit, that is, you are unregistered earlier, now you are registered. On the registered, once you become registered on 15th September, all the stocks you sell on 15th September, you have to sell with payment of tax. But when you purchase, you are unregistered. You would not have taken input tax credit. Correct? So ITC educate sir. I have not taken ITC. Correct? So what can we do? Can I take credit now? Yes. Permission is given to take the credit for transition. Okay. That is called section 18. We will go there. For that, what is the relevant date? Relevant date will be 15th September's previous date. For everything will come back to that 15th September. Then 15th September, your registration is effective from 15th September, but registration was actually given only on 12th November. After 12th November, when you issue invoice, after 12th November, when you issue invoice, you will issue invoice with your GS number, customer GS number, everything is possible. But what about transaction between 15th September and 11th November? You are liable to pay tax? Yes. Your registration is also valid from 15th September? Yes. But during that period, were you able to issue the invoice with your GST number? No. Can a customer take credit? No. Then what can we do? Any transaction that happened between 15th September till 11th November, you are permitted to issue a revised invoice. That revised invoice can be issued. Sir, can I issue revised one in 2034? I forgot, sir. Now can I issue 2034? No. Government is saying from the date on which you got the registration. When did you get registration? 12th November, you got the registration. From there, within 30 days, issue a revised invoice for all the old period from 15th September to 11th November. Issue a revised invoice within 30 days from 12th November. Again, how many days? November 30 days, 12 you will ignore, 18 plus 12 is 30th. 12th December. Talavar birthday. Okay, 12th on or before 12th December, you have to issue a revised tax invoice for this transaction between 15th September to 11th November. Okay. So transition credit, effective date, revised invoice. Case 2. I became liable to be registered on 15th September but applied on 13th November, which means after 30 days. Registration is granted on 12th December. Birthday granted. Registration is granted on 12th December. Moreover, registration is effective also from 12th December. Sir, he need not pay tax between 15th September and 12th December. No. He is liable to pay tax. But he will be treated as unregistered. Sir, he has applied on 13th November. No, sir. He is a good boy. No, sir. At least he is delayed, sir, but 13th November. That and all, don't talk. I want to punish you. Why didn't you apply within 30 days? I will punish you. Registration is effective only from 12th December. So, multiple problems. You have to pay tax, but you are treated as unregistered. If you are liable to pay tax, if you are not registered, I will put penalty, even if you pay tax. Second day, you will pay tax, but you cannot collect from the customer. Why? You cannot issue invoice. Sir, can I issue revised invoice? No, because your registration is not effective from 15th September. So you cannot issue revised invoice. So okay, sir, no problem, sir. At least I will get input tax credit on the stock which I purchased earlier. No. Transitional stock also, you will not get credit. Sir, transitional stock, I will not get credit. I have to pay full tax. That tax I cannot recover from my customer. My customer cannot take input tax credit. On top of it, even if I pay tax, you will put penalty. If you don't apply within 30 days. So, over, sir. Yes, over. Case 3. Again, so here also in case 2, there is no concept called as transition credit because punishment. There is no concept called as revised invoice. Third scenario. A is not liable to be registered, but he is voluntarily registered. I need not register, but I want to take. I take registration. Okay. So, he decides to get registered on 12th October, applies on 18th October, decides on 12th October, applies on 18th October. So 30 days delay. Don't see. If you are applying voluntarily, there is no 30 day, 40 day, 50 day, and nothing. And got registration on 18th December. When this is valid from 18th December, date of granting of registration. So if you voluntarily apply also, your registration is effective only from the date on which it is actually issued. Liable to be registered within 30 days. Liable to be registered date. Liable to be registered after 30 days. Date on which actually granted. So case 2, delayed application. Case 3, voluntary application. Both cases, registration effective from date of actual grant of registration, that is 18 December. Now this fellow, can he take transaction stock? Yes. What date? Day before he got the registration. When did he get registration? 18 December. Before that, 17 December stock he can take and claim credit. Okay. Case 2 fellows also 12th December. No sir. Can he take 11th? No. Because for him punishment. This fellow is good boy. Very, very good boy. Why? We should give benefit to him, no? When this case 2 Taradala fellow is not even taking registration within 30 days, case 3 fellow is taking registration. Bless him. Okay. Ask him to take credit from or the stock as on the day before he got the certificate. So here the answer is 17th December. Case 1, the answer is 14th September. Can you see the difference? There the transition credit date is 14th now, 14th September, day before the date on which he became liable. Case 2 not applicable. Case 3 the day before he got the certificate. Okay, so you have to be very, very clear. 30 days is applicable only for liable to be registered. If you are not liable to be registered but registering voluntarily, effective from date on which certificate is granted. Okay. Case 1, case 2, case 3. Turnover is per registration. The word, moment you see the word turnover, it is per registration, both taxable and exempt. Exempt includes non-taxable. Non-taxable plus taxable is equal to total supply. Per registration is called as turnover. Moment you say aggregate turnover of all registrations, if you add, you get pan India basis or pan basis. Okay. So turnover includes, please read, taxable, export, SEZ, everything is taxable. Exempted turnover, exempted notification, nil rate, non-taxable. As can you see, exempt turnover includes non-taxable. This is what I said. All the above should be calculated on all India basis. Now we are getting into what is the threshold limit. What is the threshold limit? Threshold limit is, I told you there are 3 limits. 10 lakh, 20, party. They had in the morning, they stopped now. Why? Okay. So we have got type of supply here. Subtype. I have summarized it into a table. Okay. Type of supply, subtype, Then we are on the right hand side, we have got states. States, there are various categories are there. There's a special category state. In that state, originally when GST started, 10, 11 states were there. Now it is only 4 states. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. I remember MMNT. Make my trip, Mari. Make my trip to Nagaland. That's what I remember. Okay. MMNT. Make my trip to Nagaland. For if those state comes in the question, threshold limit is 10 lakhs. Goods, service, 10. So, special category states, if it comes, it is 10. In a state say, make my trip to Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, illa problem. Sir, Meghalaya Yamuda, sir. Na anna vannu. Na. Make MA, my Mizoram, trip to Nagaland. Vachikangale. This mari though you have to keep remember, no? Inky binky something you have to remember. Dear mother and sister, Bodmas, something you remember. Okay. Mommy not okay. I don't make my trip to Nagaland. That's all I remember. MMT Nagaland. Whichever way is convenient to you. Sir, I guess, sir. It's not a matter, sir. I remember. I don't know. Every time I forget. I am not writing exam now. So I can afford to forget. So these 4 state comes. Answer is the goods service. Then for remaining states, the general answer is 20. For remaining states, other than these 4 states and union territories, any union territory, any other states other than this, answer is 20. 20 is normal. 20 is normal. Okay. Now later they brought saying that for goods, and you should be only goods. You should not even supply service. You should supply goods. You should supply only goods. Again, when I say supply only goods, again you have to link it with schedule 2 question. If I give a rent a chair example, it's a supply of service. Don't put 40 lakh. It will become 20 lakh. Why? It's a supply of service, not a supply of goods. Are you able to understand this? So you'll be slightly clever on what we are doing. So be prepared for any kind of twist question. Green mat pick panna. Okay. So only goods, they wanted to give one special, saying that 40 lakhs. Then some states came, no. 40 and all we will not give. We want to keep at 20. Because any decision in GST council will be taken only by the GST council. Okay. GST council states are supreme. No, we will not give. Then they said, okay, which all state do not want? They said, Arunachal Pradesh said, no, I don't want. Puducherry said, I don't want. Meghalaya said, I don't want. See, Meghalaya comes here. Sikkim said, Telangana, Uttarakhand. So these 6 states, sorry, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Telangana, Uttarakhand. Sorry, in the combination, okay, you need to remember. For these 6 states, they said they don't want that 40 lakh. So for these 6 states, even if you are supplying only goods, you will continue to, threshold limit will continue to be 20 lakhs. Okay. Our balance states, up in 6 states, first 4 states, Manipur. AP na Andhra, Arunachal Pradesh, Puducherry, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Telangana, Uttarakhand. If you remove these 6 states, totally 10 states are removed. Balance state and balance union territories. So there, can I go to 40 lakhs? Yes, but one more small condition. What condition? You cannot supply ice cream, pan masala and tobacco products. You cannot supply ice cream, pan masala, tobacco products. So ice cream fellow and all, we will not, please note the word, I'm using the word supply. I'm using the word supply. So if you have a small shop, you will have Arun ice cream, you have Avin ice cream. Will you get 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs? 20 lakhs. You will get only 20 lakhs. You will not get 40 lakh threshold. அப்படியே கட் பண்ணா we'll go to composition scheme. We go to composition scheme. There we will learn, or we should have already learned. One second. Hello. One second. Hello. சரி நான் பார்க்குறேன். சாரி, ஒன் செகண்ட். Okay, I got a small job. So we will take a 5 minutes break. Time is now 15:28. Here time. We will start at 15:35. 7 minutes break. Okay. Fast, quick. Anybody has any questions online? No? Will I mute you all back? Last chance. 5, 4, 3. Are you able to unmute? Are you sure? Okay. Sure, no doubts. Nobody wants to unmute. Great. Thank you. Great. Let's continue. No, I can't. Okay. We'll slowly start. So let's repeat. Let's repeat. If you are special category states, 4 states, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, service, goods, special goods, answer is 10 lakh. Normally for everything else it is 20. If you are only goods and that too not ice cream, not pan masala, not tobacco, not ice cream, not pan masala, not tobacco, then it is 40, but not for those 4 states and not for another 6 states. Only for those things it is 40. Okay, so let's put a matrix. So if you are doing only service, Manipur, Mizoram and all, it is 10. All other states including the 6 balance, 4, 6 balance, 4, 6 balance, 4, 6 balance, 4 also 10, 6, 20, others also 20. Sir, I am service plus goods. Goods plus service. Okay. Again, special category states 4 la you are 10. 6 la you are 20, others also you are 20. Sir, only goods in the two categories. I also supply ice cream, not only ice cream. I supply many products. I also supply ice cream. I also supply pan, or I also supply tobacco. I need not be only ice cream. I could be supplying water bottles. I could also be supplying ice cream. Then also gone. Moment you touch ice cream. Moment you touch ice cream. Moment you touch ice cream, you are out. Special category says anyway 10 lakhs. Others 6 or others. Answer is 20. So only goods, sir. No ice cream, no pan masala, no tobacco. Only goods, not one drop of service also we will not do. Then what happens? Special category states it is 10. 6 states 20. Balance state 40. Balance state 40. Sir, this table you should mug up. Oh, I should project. This table I should. This table you should mug up. Answer is yes. You have no other option. Yeah. Recording is still on. Just check everything. Recording is on. WebEx friends, you're able to hear me? Oh, I should share you my screen also. Okay. Everything is good? Yes, great. So, this table should you mug up? Fortunately, yes. Why unfortunately? Fortunately, yes. Okay. Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, I given you a very beautiful formula. Make my trip to Nagaland. Other central, you create your own acronym. Okay, for 6 states. Arunachal Pradesh, Lerundu Puducherry, Pona, Megam, Telangana, Sikkama, Pochana, Uttarakhand, Pogu. You can create one. Okay. Try creating something. Okay. Remaining states, the answer is remaining states are remaining. Even Kashmir will come, Uttar Pradesh will come, Andaman, everything will come. Okay. Sir, Andaman 40, Telangana 20. Don't ask this question. I don't. Why are you asking these questions to me? Okay. Right? Yes. Beautiful. So this you need to remember. The next one more problem is there. See, moment you are in 2 states, please understand again, practically speaking, somebody whose turnover is 5 lakh, 10 lakh and all will not be there in 2 states. But in examination, he will be there. Now, which is 2 states? We have divided into 3 broad categories. No, special category states 1 category. Our state is 1 category. Remaining states are all 1 category group. Okay. Now, if these 2 states are within Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, or it is within one is Arunachal Pradesh, another is Sikkim, or one is Tamil Nadu, another is Kerala. These are all within the same group. Then the answer is either 10 or 20 or 40. Correct? The threshold limit should be seen state-wise or total. Total. If I am there in Manipur and Mizoram, 6 plus 6, 12. Should I take registration? Yes. 2 states are there, Manipur and Mizoram. Therefore, the answer is no doubt. Manipur also 10 lakh, Mizoram also 10 lakh. So, since both states together also it is 10 lakh. So, total is 12, no problem. One is Arunachal Pradesh, another is Telangana. Or Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. Okay. 2 states are there. What's the turnover limit? 20. Only service plus goods say on any combination it is It is 20 lakhs. In the 20 lakhs, if Arunachal Pradesh is 11, Meghalaya is 9.5, it is 20.5, take registration, no problem. Similarly, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, 2 states are given. One is 19, another is 14. What will you say? 19 plus 14, it is only goods, something like that. You will say it is 40, not liable to register. If it is not goods, if it is ice cream or other service, you will say it is 20 lakhs, liable to register. Now, problem will come when you select one state from one group and another state from another group. What happens if Manipur and Meghalaya is there? I am there in Manipur, I am there in Meghalaya. What am there in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry? Pure goods. No ice cream, no pan masala, no tobacco products. Only goods and none of the items. But I am there in Tamil Nadu. I am also there in Pondicherry. 2 registrations. One Tamil Nadu, one Pondicherry. Will you give me 40 lakhs because I am from Tamil Nadu, or will you give me 20 lakhs only because I am from Pondicherry? Are you able to understand the question? What's the answer? 20 lakhs only. If you are there in multiple states, whichever is lower, that will. For example, now I am there in Manipur, Meghalaya and Assam. Assam is in 3rd category. Meghalaya is in 2nd category. Manipur is in 1st category. Then what will be the answer for me? 10 lakhs only limit. 10 lakh only limit. Understood? So in examination, they will also ask you, they will only ask combination. Okay. So let's assume threshold limit is 20 lakhs. Let's assume threshold limit is 20. I am there in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, AP, 12 lakh, 10 lakh, 8 lakh. Each state is below 20, but aggregate is more than 20, it is 30. Therefore, liable to register. Where? Tamil Nadu, Kerala, AP, all are. All. This is not 2. This is from. Again, practically doing 30 lakhs and I will not have 3 states and all, I will not be there. Okay. But examination, I can be there. Next. Threshold limit is 20. I have a taxable turnover of 12, exempt turnover of 10. Should I take registration? No, the taxable alone means it will be only 12. Na? Turnover is total. Total is taxable plus exempt. Exempt includes non-taxable. So total is all supply. So all supply is 22. Therefore, more than 20. Again, we are assuming it is 20. Okay. The answer is 22. Therefore, you are liable to register. Sir, only exempted, sir. 25 lakhs. Only exempted. What's the answer? First, in terms of section 22, your turnover is more than 20 lakhs or 40. Again, assuming threshold limit is 20 lakhs, you are liable to take registration. Then 23, we are going to read later, is going to say, if your entire turnover is exempt, then you need not take registration. So 22 says come, 23 says get out, you will go out. You will not take registration. MCQ answer is no. MCQ answer is no. If it is descriptive question, you have to write turnover is more than 20/40 depending on it. Therefore, in terms of section 22, sir, what if I don't know section number? No problem. You say as per the GST Act, he is liable to register. However, Act also provides that for certain notified people, you need not take registration. One of the notified people is your entire turnover is exempt. In that notification, since the entire turnover is exempt, he need not register. Okay. So you have to write both. MCQ? No. 24.99 lakh 99,999 exempt. 1 rupee taxable. Register, not register? Register. Because entire turnover should be exempted. Then only you will get the exemption. Moment you get 1 rupee tax, again 1 rupee and stuff, it will not come, but it will come in exempt. Now threshold we already saw, right? Now let's bring one threshold. Okay. Now take one example. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, AP. These are not those. These are not make my trip to Nagaland states. Okay, so these are other than this, and we are saying it could be service or goods or any combination, but it definitely threshold limit is 20 lakhs. Okay, since the threshold limit Tamil Nadu, Kerala, AP put together, it is less than 20. I need not take registration. I am happy. Yes. Now I am opening a fourth branch in Manipur. In Manipur. Manipur, I am doing 1 lakh. Again, practically, why will you open in Manipur? That too for 1 lakh. Why will you do? Example, I will ask. Manipur, I open a branch. Now from Manipur, I am supplying 1 lakh. Now total is 90. So still 90 is within 20, no sir. No. 10 lakh. So then I will do one thing. Manipur alone I will register. Remaining state I will not register. No. Registration is applicable for all states. Oh, Manipur mattu I will register, sir. Then only 10. Remaining states is less than 20. No, I will not register. Nothing doing. Once Manipur is involved, it is 10 for everybody. Okay. Therefore, registration in all states. Again, student will write. He will write colorful answers. Take registration, sir, but in Manipur only. Once registered in all states or no registration. Always remember this. I cannot do one thing in one state and do the exact opposite in some other states. Composition scheme also same thing. I have to be composition in all the states or normal in all the states. I cannot be normal in one, composition in other. So I cannot be registered in one and unregistered in another state from which I am supplying. So only supply of goods, we already studied. Tobacco and all will not come. Okay. Now let's take this example. I am there in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, AP. So this does not include 10 states. Does not include the 4 special category. Does not include the 6 that states. Okay, only the 3rd category states. Only service. What's the limit? 20. Service plus goods. What's the limit? 20. Only goods, but tobacco ice cream involved. Then 20. Only goods, tobacco ice cream, pan masala not involved. 40. Then you see the turnover. It is okay. All 18 lakhs. But since 18 is less than 20, 18 is less than 20, 18 is less than 40, 18 is less than 20, I will not take registration. No problem. But one of the 10 states is involved, but it is not a special category states. That's out of the 6 states. What is the state we have included? Sikkim. Moment Sikkim comes, that's all. That 40 is gone. Everything answer is 20. Okay. Now you bring Sikkim is removed. Let's bring Manipur. Answer is 10. Only service, only goods. So this only service, only goods, all this joking is not relevant for if special category states is involved, 4 states is involved, then not required. For all combination answer is 10. One of the remaining 6 states is involved. For all combination answer is 20 when the original 4 is not there. Original 4 is not there. Balance 6 is there. One of the state means any combination 20. 4 should not be there. 6 should not be there. Out of the remaining state something is there. It is not services. It is not service plus goods. It is not goods plus service. It is not ice cream. It is not pan masala. It is not tobacco. Then it is 40. Okay. Understood? I have given it in multiple different ways. Whichever you are able to understand, pick it up. Okay. Now, section 23 gives the list of people who need not take registration. Again, this is very relevant. Okay. Now, we will stop here, cut here, slightly jump back. Slightly jump back. Let's go to e-commerce question. 9 subsection 5. What did we say? If a hotel is registered, Then hotel means not. We have changed. Hotel means place where you stay. Place where you eat called restaurant. The three words: restaurant, motel, hotel. Restaurant is a place where you eat. Motel is a place where you stay. Generally, motel you will find near highways. Okay, you go to the highways, you stay in a you find a place where you drive. Especially you go to US, Russia, and all. It's 4 or 5 times bigger than India, landmass. But population is 1/4, 1/5. Okay, which means the distance between cities will be like 700, 800 kilometers, because roads are good. They will drive by car 10, 12, 13 hours. So they will drive by car. They feel sleepy. They'll go to a motel, sleep. Again, next come out, take the car and start. Motel. Generally, you will not have food there. It's only stay. Hotel is a place where you can stay and you will also get food. Number the hotels around about. Can you stay there? No, you can only eat. Nowadays, you can't even eat. Okay. So, hotel is so the India problem. When you say hotel, you will all go to Swiggy, Zomato. No. Hotel is a place where you stay. Now the problem is not there for November attempt. Whichever hotel you think, all hotels are in e-commerce operate. Okay, that's for November revision batch, not for me. Okay. So the hotel is registered ITC Chola. Then we are saying ITC Chola will pay. If you are saying some Rajeshwari Lodge or something like that in Kumbakonam, who is unregistered, then we said e-commerce operator. That is pre-KG version. Now let's go to first standard version. The actual word used in 9 subsection 5 is not registered, unregistered. The actual word used in 9 subsection 5 in the notification is that a hotel liable to be registered. Please note. Hotel liable to be registered. Now, moment you say liable to be registered, it throws up 4 combinations. Who can tell me what 4 combinations? A person liable to be registered who is actually registered. A person liable to be registered but not registered. A person not liable to be registered, not registered. A person not liable to be registered, voluntarily registered. What about that? Liable to be registered, who decides? Section 22, turnover. If I say, make my trip to Mizoram. I am there in a Mizoram where I have a hotel. My turnover is 11 lakhs. I am unregistered. I am supplying via OYO. Who should pay tax? Hotel. Because you are supplying in Mizoram, no? Mizoram, what is the threshold limit? 10 lakh. Turnover is above 10 lakh. It is 11 lakhs. Therefore, you are liable to be registered. Notification says if you are liable to be registered, then who will pay tax? Supplier will pay. So, can I take registration question and combine with 9 subsection 5 and I can kill you all? You will start crying. Imagine this question comes in examination hall. You will not even understand why are they giving turnover. Why is Mizoram important? And what are you talking about? OYO rooms. Understood? So, next, sir, then somebody is not liable to be registered. But is actually registered voluntarily. Who will pay tax? Technically, OYO should only pay. You should ignore his registration. Okay, but don't worry, that's a very tricky question. That level trickiness will not come in examination. I think at inter level it should not come. But what can come? Turnover is the word, see, very simple. Liable to be registered once I cross 10 lakh is one answer. I am saying a person who is liable to be registered, okay, is providing hotel services via OYO rooms. Who will pay tax? Hotel only will pay. I will remove the word he is liable to be registered. Instead, I will put another question there. What is the question? His turnover is 11 lakhs in Mizoram. What's the answer? Using that turnover, Mizoram, you should say he is liable to be registered. Using liable to be registered, you have to say since he is liable to be registered, OYO will not pay, you should only pay. Instead of Mizoram, I am using Meghalaya. 20 lakhs. Okay. 11 lakhs. Same 11 lakh turnover in Meghalaya. What will he say? Since his turnover is less than, Meghalaya turnover is 20. Since his turnover is 11. Since his turnover is 11, which is less than 20, he is not liable to be registered. Therefore, OYO should only pay the tax. So, now what did we read there? Registered, unregistered. Now we have come to registration, have understood there's a difference between liable to be registered and registered. Why? Somebody will be liable to be registered and apply registration within 30 days, after 30 days. So some people will never take registration. Just because you have not taken registration, will OYO should pay tax? Practically yes, legally no. Practically, how will OYO know? If you have not registered, OYO will think you are not liable to register. OYO will continue to pay tax. Government is also happy they are collecting tax. But legally, tell me, the tax on OYO is not based on whether the hotel is registered or unregistered. It is based on whether he is liable to be registered or unregistered. Okay. Chocolate nobody can eat without giving to me. Liable to be registered or unregistered. Okay. So, (9.5) question coupled with section 22 threshold with Manipur Meghalaya question. Sir, இப்படிலாம் கேள்வி கேட்டா you will come back November revision, sir. Law will change. You have to come to full class. Corporation is responsible. Huh? That's not chocolate.
That's chocolate stick. It's the equivalent way.
Sure. Section 23. You need not take registration. First one. Agriculturalist need not take registration. Please note. This is where our institute is wonderful. They will take a word, they will twist it, they will watch you fall down in the trap. Then they will laugh. So section does not say agriculturalist need not take registration. Section says agriculturalist need not take registration for any supply from his they will say a farmer is selling rice, paddy from his wheat from his farm. He is also an agriculturalist, and in his farmland he also has a small place where he has given us rent to for his bank for ATM. Small place he has given. Should he take registration? He is an agriculturalist whose main income is wheat. Side income is ATM rent, just 2,000 rupees per month. Should he take registration or not? Yes or no? Assuming turnover is more than 20 lakhs. Okay. Yes or no? Yes. Agriculturalist need not register only for his supply from his land relating to products. This is service which is renting service. Nothing to do with agricultural land. Okay. Therefore, he is liable to register. The moment, this is what institute does. They will take the sentence. First part they will keep, second half mathiruvanga. Should remember first half as well as second half. Okay, they will like jigger in the movie. First half serious, second half வந்து காமெடி. அதை இப்போ ஹிந்தியில் எடுத்து கெடுப்பானுங்க இந்த படத்தை. First exemption. Oh, we missed the first exemption. We took second exemption. Okay. First exemption is entire turnover is exempt or non-taxable. Of course, exempt includes non-taxable. நம்மால் டக்குன்னு யோசிப்பான், sir, non-taxable you have not given, sir. That's why I added the word non-taxable. I need not add. Why? Exempt includes. Exempt is part of taxable, but taxable does not include non-taxable. Okay. So, இப்போ கூட குழப்பம் சார். As I told you, entire turnover is exempt. But I'm running a petrol bunk. Turnover is 3 crores. Should I register? Yes. MCQ straight no. Normal question you will say your turnover is non-taxable. Non-taxable is part of exempted. Exempt plus taxable is equal to total turnover. Total turnover includes petrol, diesel. Therefore, total turnover is more than 10, 40. Therefore, liable to register. However, under section 23, if your entire turnover is exempt from tax, you need not register. Since your entire turnover is exempt, you need not register. Will your answer differ if he is also supplying lubricating oil in the petrol bunk? Yes. Since lubricating oil is taxable, his entire turnover is not exempt, and his threshold limit is turnover is more than threshold limit, he is liable to register. Okay. Standard கேப்பா, நம்ம ஆளுங்க ஸ்டாண்டர்டா சொதப்புவாங்க. சொதப்புறதுல ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் வச்சிருவாங்க. Sir, we said GST is scoring paper. Scoring paper எப்படின்னா அப்ப income tax? Income tax is not a scoring paper. GST is an easy scoring paper. This is easy scoring paper. I had a close relative. I can't say which relative. Related to controversy. He studied +2. He got 470 odd in +2 in CBSE. 470 out of 500 is a pretty decent mark. So he had 10 out. Okay. So he wrote foundation. Didn't study a single. At that time it was CPT. Didn't study a single word for CPT. Almost 120-30 marks from CPT is your 12th standard. No? Some Indian contract law is there. Some other than everything is. He went some class but never attended any classes fully. Happily roamed around with friends. Went to the examination. Day before exam he just saw something. Went to the examination hall. Got 105 out of 200. Pass. She came to Inter. Inter 12th syllabus and inter syllabus, out of 800 marks, only 60 marks is common between 12th and your inter. Balance 700. That 60 mark also will not come. So basically, entire 800 is nothing you have studied. Everything brand new. Cash flow statement, but 12th cash flow is easy. This cash flow will never tell you. Fund flow. Cash flow, fund flow, in your. What is different between cash flow and fund flow? Cash flow is cash. Fund flow is working capital. So there's actually a beautiful question of reconciliation between fund flow statement and cash flow statement. It's not there. தனித்தனியாவே புரியலையா? காஸ்டிங்ல அதே மாதிரி budgeted profit, actual profit, put reconciliation statement. Standard costing. MR, MC, variable overhead, per hour ratio, per labor cost, per machine hour. ஒண்ணுமே வழங்காது. பரவாயில்ல. I told him, Baba, listen to me. You say what he thought was he didn't study, he passed. So I am brilliant. So I will not study inter, I will pass. Why? I am brilliant. Hello boss, 97%, 95%, 12th. Didn't even study, 50 only passed, no. He wrote, he got 112 in all seven papers put together. That time 7 papers. 7 papers put together you got. One group illa. Total, all 7 papers, our 7 papers. 3 plus 3 yo, 4 plus 3 yo. மாத்தினே இருப்பாங்க. அவனுக்கு போர்டு அடிச்சுனே இருக்கும்போது ரொம்ப நாள் சிலபஸ் மாத்தில 4 இருந்து 9 பேப்பர்ஸ். ஏன்? What law will keep? I will keep electrical communication. Why? Why strategic management role is there? Don't know. Why economics is there? Don't know. Keep. Okay. Some paper they will add randomly. Sir, we study international taxation in the DT. Yes. Elective paper also having international taxation. Yes. Sir. Yes. Okay. So 117. It is not your intelligence that matters here. What it matters is, are you putting in the effort? Third, the following are notified. These people also need not take registration. The supplier who is only supplying goods or service for which tax is payable by the recipient under reverse charge. Only supply. So if I am an advocate, I am providing service, you will all pay under reverse charge. Since you pay under reverse charge, why should I take registration? But if an advocate, I also have property, I am giving it on rent, commercial property. Then I am not providing service as an advocate. Then I have to take registration in the one link. Next, interstate supply of services need not take registration as long as their aggregate turnover is less than the threshold limit. Please note the word services தான். அப்ப என்ன அர்த்தம்? If you are goods, if you do interstate supply, you are liable to take registration. Service providers whose services are covered under 9(5). இது கொஞ்சம் controversial area. This provision was introduced, this notification was introduced before hotel and urban company was brought. Originally it was there only for, who was there? Only 3 irundhupa, hotel, urban club, one more thing, what is that? Then other cab, Ola or Uber was. Originally only Ola or Uber was the only thing notified. Now the question what arose was, sir, if somebody is doing a turnover of 1 crore, but everything via Ola, who's paying the tax? Ola is paying the tax. Then why should this fellow register? Correct. Why should this fellow register? We will give exemption. Okay, they gave exemption. After that, 2 more services got added in 9 subsection 5. Now, if you go to 9(5), will say, if you are unregistered, OYO will pay. If you are registered, OYO will not pay. Enga? Hotel and urban company. If you come to this note, we will say, if he is paying, you need not register. Supplier need not register. So I will do one thing. I will be unregistered. So I will ask OYO to pay. Since OYO is paying, even though my turnover is more than the threshold limit, I will not take registration because of the exemption notification. It doesn't work like that. Because there, what did I say? In 9 subsection 5, the wording is not registered and registered. The wording is, if you are liable to register. Okay, if you are liable to not register and register, if you are liable to, which happened when you guys were all having samosa. Okay, so if you are liable to register, then OYO will not pay, then I have to pay. Then I have to take registration. If I am not liable to register, then OYO will pay. If OYO pays, I need not register, which I am already not registered. So that, which means those 2 hotel and urban company do not apply this. You will keep running in circles. You apply this only for cab wala. You apply this only for cab wala. A cab wala doing a turnover of more than 20 lakhs. Should he register? Answer is no. Why? Because whether he is registered or unregistered, anyway, Ola or Uber is paying the tax, he need not register. Next. Service providers other than C. Our Rati, beautician example. Other than C. She is not covered or notified. Providing services through e-commerce. Again, need not register. Again, only services. Need not register as long as the turnover is, aggregate turnover is less than or equal to the threshold limit. Which means what? If you are a supplier of goods, e-commerce, then you should take registration. Once again, we'll summarize. Only reverse charge, interstate supply of service, e-commerce supply of service need not register, and Ola, Uber related services fellow supplier need not register. Why? Because Ola themselves are paying the tax. 24. Who should take? Compulsory, which means even if the aggregate turnover is less than the threshold limit, the people in 24 should take compulsory registration. Out of that, 6 people are there. First 6, they are not in your syllabus, which we will discuss at final. CTP, NRTP, GST, TDS, GST, TCS, IST, OADAR. The CTP na sir, casual taxable person. NRTP sir, non-resident taxable person. GST, TDS, GST, TDS. GST, TCS, GST, TDS part 2. ISD, input service distributor. OIDAR, online information database access retrieval services. All these 6 are outside your inter syllabus. Check paniking. Which means questions will not come from these 6. So we will see the remaining items. The remaining coming. Just interstate supply of goods. So if I am supplying from Tamil Nadu to Tamil Nadu, no problem. If I am supplying from Tamil Nadu to Kerala, compulsory registration. State to state. Gandalan Tandingana, you have to take registration. Okay. Tamil Nadu to Tamil Nadu, no problem. Tamil Nadu to SEZ. Tamil Nadu, my own branch in SEZ. First of all, if your SEZ turnover will not be below 20. Just for fun. I am supplying to my own branch, but located inside SEZ. Compulsory. Why? First of all, 2 different registration you have to write. Then you have to write, it's an interstate supply. Since it's interstate supply, you have to take registration. Okay. Third, the recipient who is required to pay tax under RCM. If I am receiving service from Madrid, if I am liable to pay tax under RCM, for that I have to take registration, even if I am not otherwise required to take registration. Okay. E-commerce operators should take registration for wherever they have been notified. So Ola should take registration. Ola, Uber turnover, they don't have turnover for this. Of course, they have the commission turnover. For this, they have to take registration. Suppliers are supplying through e-commerce operator. Please note, suppliers can either be goods or service. Okay, but service has been exempted, we saw, which means only goods who are supplying through e-commerce, Amazon or Flipkart, should take registration. So, if you are supplier of goods, your aggregate turnover has crossed the threshold limit, your aggregate turnover has not crossed the threshold limit. If a supplier of goods, if your turnover has crossed, anyway you have to take registration. Turnover has not crossed, but you are supplying via Flipkart, or then you have to take registration. So I am services. Okay. You are Ola, Uber, notified under 9.5. Your turnover is below threshold limit. Will you take registration? No, exempted. Above turnover, no, exempted. Why? Because anyway, Ola is going to pay. Therefore, you need not take registration. Next is only for cab related. Why? For hotel and urban club related housekeeping, if your turnover crosses aggregate turnover, then you have to take registration because you are liable to register. Then you go out. There are other services. If your turnover has crossed threshold limit, take registration. But you have not crossed threshold limit, but providing services via like Rati, via urban company, you are providing beauty services, but turnover has not crossed threshold limit, then what will happen? You need not take registration. So basically what are we saying? Goods means you're supplying via eco, then take service, no. Service your limit. Have you crossed interstate goods punishment? Are you doing interstate? Punished. Take register. Are you doing eco? Punished. Take register. service fellow who is doing interstate supply of services via e-commerce operator need not take registration. A supplier who is supplying e-commerce within the state, register. Not supplying e-commerce but supplying to another state, register. Goods means, sir, only within Tamil Nadu you have to sell. And that too, no e-commerce. And that too, limit should not cross 20 or 40 depending on ice cream. Then only you will not get, you need not take registration. Otherwise, take registration, take registration. With that, we complete the major portion of registration chapter. The procedure of registration. What is the time limit to apply for registration? I already told you how to apply within 30 days. CTP, NRTP, ke, again not in syllabus, but these people should apply 5 days before. 5 days before. Our normal la 30 days after. Again, CTP, NRTP not in syllabus, it will not come in exam. PAN is mandatory. PAN is not required for the following people. Again, these three are outside your syllabus. There is someone called unique identification number. Okay, this is there in your study material, but details, too much detail is not required. So we have this United Nations, UNESCO, World Bank, etc. They have this treaty. Okay, so concept is this specified international organization, this specified United Nation affiliates and specified international organization like World Bank, etc. India has got a treaty. Every country has got a treaty. You got diplomatic immunity. Services, they are not subject to any tax. No income tax, no GST, nothing. If they provide service also, no GST. If they receive service also, no GST. So if tomorrow I provide service to World Bank, the monetary impact of GST on the global economic model of India, something. I provide a service to World Bank. So located in India, World Bank branch will be there, no, in India. We provide as a report to them, they pay me 10 lakh rupees. They pay 10 lakh rupees. Should I pay GST? Answer is no, it is exempt, but it's slightly different. I will pay GST. I will pay GST 10 lakh plus 1 lakh 80. I will collect 11 lakh 80 from World Bank. Then I will pay 1 lakh 80 rupees to the government. But when I file my return, I will upload the data with UIN number, unique identification number. This is not GST again. This is UIN. For this, PAN is not required. For this, PAN is not required. Special number given for this kind of people. I will put that number. Then month and what government will is whatever is the value in that UIN value is there, that they will give it as refund to them. They will give it as refund to them. Okay. So for this refund purpose, which means I will pay tax, collect from them, then they will get refund directly from government. Okay. Compulsory multiple registration there in 2 different states, ACZ, non-ACZ. I take voluntary multiple, no problem. Distinct person we saw. Now, sir, my turnover, aggregate turnover is below 20, sir. I am service provider, below 20. I took registration. My turnover just to 2 lakhs. Somebody said, oh, these things are happening very frequently. This question will come. You mark my words. Within next 3 years, in one of the attempts, this question will come. The question is, Ramesh went and wanted to open a bank account. Okay. The bank asked for GST number, without which he said they cannot open a current account. So Ramesh went and applied and got GS certificate, even though his turnover is only 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Then during the current year, his turnover is only 3 lakhs, which is below 20 lakhs, which is below 20, which is below 10, below everything. Now department is asking tax from Ramesh, saying that he is registered. Please advise. What's the answer? Sir, below 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs, no sir, he need not pay tax, nothing. Once you take registration, who asked you to take registration? Sir, bank, sir, you should not have taken registration. The moment you take registration, you are screwed. You have to pay the tax. You have to pay interest, penalty, everything. Late filing charges, everything should be done. Okay. You cannot escape saying the turnover is below the threshold limit. So which means once you register, threshold limit concept does not apply. So can I surrender? That you can do. But even if you surrender, till the date you got till you surrender, you are registered. You are still liable to pay the tax. Section 28 says that if your registry certificate something changes, address change, owner change, partners change, business change, service change, and all, you have to update. Then cancellation, suspension. There are two different words. Cancellation is different from suspension. Cancellation, there are two different types. I am closing my business, therefore I voluntarily go and surrender. Or I am not filing return properly, I am a fraudster. Department themselves are cancelling my registration. So I can surrender, therefore got cancelled. Department themselves can cancel. Both are called as cancel. Okay. Taxpayer applies for cancel because business discontinued, business is transferred, or whether a turnover is less than the threshold limit. Earlier I took voluntary registration, now I don't want. For whatever reasons, I am applying for cancellation. Department officer cancels. When will he can cancel? If you have not filed the return. For how many period? 6 consecutive tax. This is simple. This is MCQ. 6 consecutive tax period. Composition, 3 consecutive periods. Composition, the limit is 3 months return. It's a quarterly return. Therefore, 3 consecutive means 3 quarters, 9 months. Normal person it is 6. Composition it is 9. Registration under fraud. Using your PAN number, I have taken registration. Doing fraud. Happened in many places. If you contrary any provision of GST law, if you do any fraud, you will do. You have taken voluntary registration, but you have not started any business. Department themselves can say, hey, Baba, I cannot see your file. I'll close it. Generally, they will not close, but they can close. For all these reasons, department themselves can close the return. Of course, the department cannot straight away cancel. They have to issue a show cause notice. If you are applying voluntarily, they can cancel. But if the department themselves are cancelling, second method, then they have to issue me a show cause notice. Department is cancelling registration. No, I am a fraud, I cancel. Doesn't mean I need not pay tax. Department has cancelled my registration. I need not pay tax. Yay. See, my turnover is 1 crore. I have not filed any return for last 1 year. So they cancel my registration. Department comes and pay tax. Oh, you only cancel. Why do you want tax? Can I say? Paying tax is different from registration. Okay. Still I am liable to pay the tax. This reverse of depreciation we will see later. Okay. During the pendency of cancellation procedure, department has started cancellation. Either I applied for cancellation or they have started a cancellation. During that period, they can see it as suspended. Suspended, dismissal. It is only suspended. 30 is cancellation of the cancellation. Double cancel varda. We use different word. Revocation of what is revoke? Cancel. What is cancel? Cancel. Revocation of cancellation means cancellation of the cancellation. Double negative, positive. If I cancel the cancel is cancelled. Therefore, you go to before cancel. Okay, which means you get back the registration. But you have to apply for revocation within. It is Varsha says renewal. Renewal is different. Renewal is getting something new. If I cancel the cancel, I will go back to original. But I apply within 30 days. Apply within 30 days. Sir, I was not in town. I went to America. Some problem. Oh, abdiya. You can apply for revocation within 60 days if approved by additional commissioner or joint commissioner. No, sir, I was in America for a very long time. COVID and all came. Abdiya. Then you can apply for revocation within 90 days, provided commissioner approves. Normally 30, your assessing officer can approve. 60 with joint commissioner approval. 90 with commissioner approval. இதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். 30, 60, 90, all of the above. Answer is all of the above. Answer is all of the above. Another question I can ask. Ramesh's registration was cancelled by the department suo moto on this date, on 1st January 2022. On 3rd February, he has approached the department for revocation. Department said revocation of cancellation cannot be done. He comes to you, please advise. What will you say? What will you say? Revocation can be done only within 30 days, but for another 30-day extension is possible. You get approval from additional commissioner. Immediately approach the additional commissioner, get his approval and apply within 60 days. So I can ask this question in multiple different ways. One time, 30, 60, 90. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. There is nothing to analyze, process and all. It's just a fact. It's like learning, oh, today is Thursday. That's all. Oh, tomorrow RRS release. That's all. Okay. If you know, you know. If you don't know, don't know. That's all. There is no thing to like, sir, I know, sir, but I need to process and analyze this information, book tickets and all, not required. So he can either revoke the cancellation and give back the registration, or he will say, get lost, you are still a fraud. In which case, he has to issue a show cause notice, then confirm against me. Then I can file an appeal and all. Appeal filing and all is part of your finance. So this is concept called as registration. So we have completed till registration. What we will do now is we have got another 1 hour. Piloting. So we have completed registration. Charges we have completed. Now we will take up last item. It will take only 15-20 minutes. But many questions will come in examination. Composite and mixed supplies. Composite and mixed supplies. Tomorrow the agenda is morning we will start with composition levy. Then time of supply. When we do time of supply, that is your time and value of supply, you know, serial number 4. We will do time of supply. While doing time of supply itself, we will finish tax invoice, credit note, debit notes, because it's a combined topic. Both will combine together. Time of supply is very easy. Less than half an hour we can close. Composite mixed supply will finish now. So composition scheme, time of supply, and value of supply. This is pre-lunch tomorrow. Post-lunch tomorrow we will take up reverse charge and balance topic and we'll close. So this will be tomorrow. We will hope to close by 2:30, 3:30, something like that. 4 o'clock. Post-lunch. It is very, very simple. Ellame simple now. GST is a scoring paper. Okay. So now we will take a deep breath. Composite and mixed supply. Okay, so you all know what is the role of a composite section 8 composite mixed supply is very simple. In a GST, we have product-wise tax rate, service-wise tax rate. We have product-wise tax rate and service-wise tax rate. Some products are exempt, some services are exempt. Some products are taxable at 5, 12, 18, 28. Services are taxable at 5, 12, 18, 28. So you are providing only one service or one goods, no problem. Or you are supplying a combination of goods and services which are all at same rate. Which are all same rate, no problem. Because everything is 18%. The problem comes when you start combining 2 or more items. How will you find out the tax rate? Okay. Here we have got definition called as two definitions: composite supply, mixed supply. Brilliant definitions. Beautiful definitions. That is the problem. We have never read definition before. Do you read definitions? Huh? Okay. According to me, at CA inter-level itself, you should start reading Bar Act. Okay. Sometimes Bar Acts are much more simpler than the explanation. Bar Act is 2 lines. This fellow would have spoken for 23 minutes. Okay. Income tax, of course, nothing you can understand. Even if you read Bar Act, even the explanation, nothing you'll understand. So let's start. In terms of section 8, a composite supply, which means bundle of supplies, if it is treated as composite, what is composite? We don't know. You should have studied already. A composite will be treated as the main supply, principal supply. A mixed supply will be treated as that supply which has that individual supply that has the highest rate of tax. Now, what is composite? What is mixed? What is principal? Okay. Composite supply means definition. This is definition. Means a supply made by a taxable person to a recipient consisting of 2 or more taxable supplies. If I supply one taxable, one exempt, it is not taxable. So composite supply. Yeah? If I supply one taxable, one exempt supply, then it's not composite supply. Yeah? Because here taxable means main taxable, which includes exempt. If I supply petrol and something else, it is not composite supply. So that is because that is a non-taxable supply. So can I supply both taxable and exempt? Yes, yes. Can I supply, I should ask like this, can I supply taxable and taxable exempt? Yes. Because here the word used is taxable, which is main kuru. Okay. So it can be both taxable as well as taxable as well as taxable exempt. Both can be supplied. So only if you read the Bar Act, you'll understand this problem. Then only exam question vanda, you will not get confused. Why are they asking? Of goods or service or both or any combination which are naturally bundled and supplied in conjunction with each other in the ordinary course of business, and one of which is a principal supply. So 2 conditions. It is naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Meaning, sir, in the Madri combination is usual for this line of business. In this industry, it is okay. So if you go to hotel and stay, complimentary breakfast. Breakfast is food. Breakfast is food. Food is taxable at 5%. Room rent, depending on the tariff, below 1000 exempt, 1000, 2500, 5%, above 2500, 12%, above 7500, 18%. So you could be staying in a room where a room rent is 4000 rupees. What's the GST rate? 12%. But that 4000 includes food. Food is 5%. Room rent plus food, complimentary breakfast. And in the room they have kept one water bottle. One water bottle. Okay. Sugar packet. Milk powder. Milk powder. Toothbrush. Shower cap. அந்த அம்மா என்னென்ன எடுத்துன்னு வந்தாங்களோ லிஸ்ட் சொல்றேன். ஓகே. Shower cap, soap. Soap is taxable at 18%. All this is there at 4000. Is it naturally bundled? Sir, if you go to room, food, room, toiletries, all these are usual, sir. They are all natural. Okay. That alone sufficient? No. One of them must be a principal. What is principal supply? Principal supply is the main supply to which the other supplies in the bundle are complementary. Other supply should be helping the main supply. They must not be made by itself. Why are you going to hotel to take shower cap? Okay. If you go to theater, why to buy popcorn? Satyamana. Okay. Generally, you go to a hotel for only for stay. Food is complimentary. Shower cap is complimentary. Brush, toothpaste are all complimentary. So principal supply is the main supply. Main supply is the stay. The entire 4,300 rupees will be considered as stay, even though it includes food. In the entire, so the hotel is taxable at 12%. Entire bundle is taxed at 12%. Entire bundle is taxed at 12%. So it includes 18% product. It includes 12% product. It could also include exempted product, but still entire thing is taxable at 12%. Mixed supply. Again, a beautiful definition. You have to enjoy. See, whenever you have two definitions, you have to keep both definitions next. The problem is two subsection 30 or two subsection 74. Because definition will be in their chronological, in the alphabetical order. So C comes in 30, M comes in 74. You have to write together and compare, read. Then find out what words are there in one definition that is not there in other definition. இங்க என்ன சொல்லுது, அங்க என்ன சொல்ல, அங்க என்ன சொல்லுச்சு, இங்க என்ன சொல்ல. ஓகே, ஜெசி சொல்தா அந்த மாதிரி. You have to find out what is the difference between that definition and this definition. Okay. Mixed supply mean two or more individual supplies. Doesn't use the word taxable. Moment you bring petrol inside, it becomes mixed. Then they are using individual supplies. They are using the word naturally bundled in the ordinary course of business. Allah solla. அப்ப என்ன அர்த்தம்? They are not naturally bundled. Nobody will bundle it naturally for a single price. For a, in compost supply, did you find the word single price? Mixed supply, they are using the word single price. Where such supply does not constitute a composite supply. If it is not composite, it's mixed. This statement is simple. This is what you have studied in your classes also. If it is not composite, it is mixed. Actually, no. There are three categories. You are composite, you are mixed, you are neither composite nor mixed. The third category, which nobody will tell you, which is what will come in examination. You are neither composite nor mixed. So heading a composite mixed supply dana. Ana kadayadu. You are neither composite nor mixed. Your third. Okay. Hauser. Please. Now, what is the key words we saw? Naturally bundled, not naturally bundled. Single price is there in mixed supply. Single price is not there in composite supply. Now you have to analyze what is the impact of it. What is the impact of it? This one word, what is the impact of? Impact is like this. Hospital services. Correct? Huh? Hospital services is exempt. Yes or no? A person is admitted into an hospital. Following are charged to the patient. And the respective rates are given in the right hand side. Room rent. Per day 5,000 rupees room. Okay. Because if you go and get admitted for a surgery or a procedure, you have to stay in the hospital. Called inpatient. Which is 12%. How much is 12%? Room rent. Per day 5,000 rupees. Medicines. Some crocin, erythromycin, streptomycin, all yoursin. Okay. The joke. Okay. Medicine. Okay. If you go and buy in a pharmacy, it is 5% or 12%. Doctor charges. Doctor comes and says, and sees no 16,000. They do surgery. 35,000. Exempt. Then consumables, gloves, mask, bill 1,000. Food, one idli நினைக்கிறேன் 5,000. Okay, because patient food will be given only by the hospital. வீட்ல இருந்து சார் நாங்க நெத்திலி மீன் குழம்பு வச்சு அவன் வந்து பைபாஸ் சர்ஜரியில படுத்திருக்கான். They will give one without salt, without sugar, nothing. They will give one item. Okay. Mind wise இந்த பொண்ணு ஓவர். Food is given. Food is taxable at 5%. Total 94,000. They have given breakup. They have given breakup. Bill breakup is there. They have not given a single bill for 94,000. They have given a breakup. Put total 94. First tell me, is it a composite supply or a mixed supply? Huh? First, is it Mohana Priya? Your answer is right. Did you see Mohana Priya's answer? No, missed. Huh? Composite. First question என்னது? Is it naturally bundled? Sir, if you go to hospital, room rent, medicine, doctor, surgery, food, gloves, இதெல்லாம் they will supply. Is it natural or not? Yes. Next, which is the main supply? Room rent. இது என்ன ITC grand சொல்லவா? Surgery or doctor. Surgery is the main. Surgery க்கு தான் you are gone main. சார் இங்க 3 days தங்கிட்டு போடலான்னு இருக்கேன். முடிஞ்ச சர்ஜரி பண்ண. உங்க ஹாஸ்பிடல்ல இட்லி நல்லா இருக்குன்னு கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கேன். சாப்பிடலான்னு வந்தேன். Oh no. You come here for surgery. For surgery, everything else is, if I need to do surgery, doctor needs to see. If doctor needs to stay and surgery has to be done, I have to stay in the room. My food has to be controlled. Some medicine needs to be given to me. And gloves and all I need to be worn. Mask and all should be given. All these are extensions, supplementary, complementary, incidental, ancillary, which word you want, keep any word or all the words to the main service. So it is a composite supply. So the entire bundle will be treated as by a surgery. Since surgery is exempt, entire 94,000 is exempt. So they will give breakup. No, sir. You will charge at that rate. You cannot charge. Why? Because of the word single price is not there. So a composite supply will be a composite supply even if price breakup is given. Whether I charge 94,000 for surgery, one line item, or I give breakup, I will add and I will treat everything as surgery. Even if I give breakup. Even if you give breakup, if it is a composite supply, it will be taxed at the principal supply rate. No breakup is given, no problem. Combo supply rate. The principal supply rate. Breakup is given also, you will treat it as exempt supply. A composite supply will remain as a composite supply whether or not price breakup is given. Single price or not, composite supply. Price breakup is given is also composite supply. All this were given when before your mother was born. Okay. What is 99 and 2000? Sir, Y2K, sir. They look 90s kids, sir. Oh. Go into your cheap. Okay. But a mixed supply will be a mixed supply only when a single price is given. Okay. For example, we'll take an example. We'll take one example like this. One person comes for during Diwali time and all, they come to a shop and say, sir, you do one thing, sir. You put one Kaju Katli. Okay, 200 grams. You put one dairy milk chocolate, silk chocolate, one item. Kaju Katli 200 grams is, let's say, 250 rupees. Dairy milk silk over 100 rupees. Worth rupees chocolate. Then you put one badam packet, sir. Okay, put one badam packet. Let's say 100 grams. Okay, let's say this is around 200 rupees. Okay, then put one pen, gift pen. Okay, one item. Let's say this is 50 rupees. They're giving an order. Like this, I want 1000 gift packs. All wrap it into one pack. Now the manager sees 600. He quotes. Sir, 600 rupees, sir. 600 rupees. You please give me. You please give. Everything I'll put in a box. Now, he can raise invoice in two different manners. First, invoice, gift pack, bracket, assorted. What is assorted? Yeah, a lot of things put together. You can say one item, 600. Now, Kaju Katli is a sweet, which is taxable at 5%. Dairy milk is 18%. Badam, let's say, badam is actually taxable, but let us call it exempt. Pen is at, let's say, 12%. So we have got exempt, we have got 5, we have got 18, we have got 12%. Now, if I charge in the invoice 600 rupees, one item, which means it is a single price. Then because is it first of all, is it composite supply? It's not natural. Okay, even let's assume, sir, gift na ipdi sir. In this line of business, in gift we will add. Okay, fine, gift you will add, which is main. Kaju maina, badam maina, dairy milk maina, pen maina. There is nothing is complementary to another thing. So that's our main. Pen that's our main. You cannot say. Sir, Kaju Katli, sir. Dairy milk, sir. You cannot say no. It could even be not naturally bundled. Sir, gift pack, like generally we do all this kind of packing, sir. One time we also gift pack mother also. Mother, father and all we did gift packing. So we'll do anything. Okay. So can we call this naturally bundled? Maybe. But is there a principal supply? No. Therefore, this is not composite. So it is not composite. Can I call it mixed supply? Yes, because it is charged for a single price. Then what? Then I will treat the entire bundle as the highest rate. What is highest rate? Dairy milk. So I will treat the entire thing as dairy milk. Tax rate will be 18%. I'll pay 108 tax. Same thing I do gift wrap and all I'm doing, but I'm raising invoice as invoice. I'm putting like this. Kaju Katli 200 grams, dairy milk 1, badam packet 200, pena 1. I'm giving price breakup. Moment I give price breakup, please, still it is not composite supply. Why? In composite, price breakup is not sufficient. What is sufficient? What is required? Naturally bundled, one principal supply. It is not composite. Go to mixed supply. It must be individual supplies. Yes, individual supplies. It is not composite supply. Yes, it is not composite supply, but it must be for a single price. Is it for a single price? No. Price breakup is given. So it is neither composite nor mixed. Then how will you tax? That product, that rate. That product, that rate. Which means if I put this here, I'll make exempt as 0. Exempt is not equal to 0. Exempt is, for mathematical purpose I'm putting here, exempt is not equal to nil, nil is not equal to 0. What is 0 rated supply? We'll read it final level. But 0 is not nil. Nil is not applicable. Yeah? Sir, 0 na, sir, 0 na 0 na sir. Exempt na 0 then no. Exempt means exempt. 0 na, adu vera. Export is called as 0. Why, sir? Come to final. If you come to final, sir, appadi solladinga sir. When you come, even if I say if you come to final, when you come to final, you will not know the difference. And the level of English knowledge. When you come to final, sir is saying that indirectly I will pass. Okay. If you come to final, sir, நான் தேர மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன். If and when you come to final, நீ எப்ப பண்ணுவேன்னு தெரியாது, பண்ணாலும் எப்ப பண்ணுவேன்னு தெரியும். Okay. So you multiply, you get. Okay, this is the tax you will. Okay, double percentage போட்டனா இல்ல correct. You will pay only 36% as 36 rupees as tax rather than 108. So you have composite, you have mixed, you have neither mixed nor composite. Okay, this is not there in section 8 topic என்ன composite supply and mixed supply. Side note, you can be neither. இதெல்லாம் அமெரிக்கால பாப்புலர். நீங்க ஆம்பளையா பொம்பளையா இல்ல ரெண்டும் கிடையாது. I am them, sir. I am both. Very complicated era. This is what happens when you have problem, when you don't have problems in life, no? When you create new problems. Okay. So this is not problem. This is simple problem. So single price, which means again remember in composite supply. So the criteria is not single price or price breakup. Sir, price breakup alla mixed supply. Single price alla. Oh, one second. Small connection break. We are coming back. Wait. So, WebEx friends, am I audible? Yeah. I'll share the screen moment. So, what's the final point? So, separate price or combined price is not the criteria. Naturally bundled, sir. Yes. One main supply, everything else is, one is hero pa. It should not be RR. It cannot double hero subject. It must be a single hero subject. Every other character should be waste. Okay. Every other character should be waste. Or complementing. Should come and say, hero yaar theriyuma, inga தலைவர் யார் தெரியுமா அப்படி build up மட்டும் தான் கொடுக்கணும். They should not do anything else in character. In that case, the entire bundle will be treated as composite, natural bundle, and there must be Saranya Mohan should be there. There must be Satyaraj should be there in that movie. Everybody should be there, but everybody should be useless. Only hero should be there. Nadanda Idi, Adanda Adi. Upon dialogue, so no. Then it is only that person's movie. It's a composite supply. That person rate. If it talks about Balaya, I'll hit you. Okay. சண்டை போடாதீங்க. Okay. Welcome back. Last 2 minutes. Please concentrate. So price breakup is not the criteria. Once you decide it is a composite supply, how will you decide? Naturally bundled, tick. One main supply, everything else is supporting it, tick. Both are satisfied. Once you say it's a composite supply, you will add everything, principal rate. No breakup given, no problem, principal rate. Sir, it is not composite supply. Then you say, is it single rate or price breakup? If it is single rate, highest. Price breakup, that rate. Price breakup, that rate. Only when it is not a composite supply. Okay. If you think otherwise, problem will come. If you go to Saravana stores, purchase for 7,500 rupees, they will give you all items from safety pin to chocolate, everything in one bill. Total will be 7,000. You say, oh, 7,000 single price. Will you say? No. You will not say 7,000 single price. Why? Breakup is given. But instead, Saravana store says, 7,000 rupee worth of products. We have kept a hamper. You can buy 1 month worth of provision for 5,000 rupees. Single price. And they announce it. You come. You pay 5,000. They give you single bill. Monthly provisions 5,000. They give a single bill. Monthly provisions 5,000. It becomes a mixed supply. There also they put 7,000. They put 5,000. They proportionally reduce all the price to match the 5,000. And they give a breakup for 5,000. Then what happens? That product, that rate. It is neither composite nor mixed. So you have composite. Price breakup is not total, only taxable. Price not given, no problem. Principal rate. Breakup given, no problem. Everything at principal rate. It is not composite, then only you look at the price breakup. It is not composite, single price, mixed, highest rate. Not composite, multiple rates, separate rate breakup, that product, that service, that rate. With that, we stop the composite mixed supply and today's revision. We shall continue tomorrow. The class will start sharp at 9:30. Okay. Till we meet tomorrow, have a great time. Any doubts is there, please compile. We will have 15-20 minutes of doubt compiling session tomorrow. Till then, have a great day. Bye-bye.